Hello everyone and welcome to Grand Finals Day for Valorant at NECC. It is the Navigators yellow bracket and today will be URG Black versus Newberry Scarlet. I am Hazza, joined by your co-caster Inflict. How are you doing today, my man?
Oh, I'm feeling great actually today because we just witnessed a great matchup. One of course, but now it's the grand finals, best of five. URG Black, the number four seed, going up against Newberry Scarlet. We have seen these two teams face off against each other early, week 7 actually, but the match was quite close actually. 30, I believe 36 to 29 round count, 2-1 win for Newberry. It could go either way, honestly.
Yeah, I'm thinking exactly the same thing. The thing with these two teams that I've noticed is that one stylistically is more offensive in the way that they set up and the other is more defensive. So I think it is actually that the pick rate for Newberry College 80% of the time is going to be on attack. They have a 60% win there, and then it's the complete opposite for URG Black. The majority of the time they'll want to play on the defense, and then they'll win the majority of their rounds there as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Coming into this, I think it is Newberry College that are actually 6-1, whereas going with a 5-3 record being the number 4 seed, URG Black are in a much weaker position. Although the one team that Newberry College have lost to, NECC, were actually the team that URG Black beat to get here. So ultimately, it's going to be that clash of styles that we witness. And the first map we're going to be going to in this best of 5 series will be Icebox. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of agent picks we get here. If someone maybe wants to shift onto a KO or not, whether these teams favour it or not. But Inflict, what are your thoughts about Icebox straight away being the first map we're going to go to?
I watched the semifinals. I watched Newberry play. They picked Icebox in that series against Murray State as well, and they were quite confident on that map. They ended up winning 13-2, and that really speaks a lot on its own. I don't really have to add much to it because once you're playing a map with such confidence in a semifinals where you didn't even like lose a round with your own mistakes. It was mostly flukes. I'd call them in both of the rounds that Murray State were able to win. Honestly, but it's just that this first map it's looking very strong for Newberry Scarlet right now. But as you mentioned, the other team, URG Black, they have shown us that they can learn, they can adopt to the teams that have beaten them already, and we've seen it multiple times. So this could happen once again that we get to see a different scoreline.
Yeah, it certainly could. Interesting to see actually that we've got that double duelist composition on the side of URG, obviously being a team which the majority of the time we said would be preferring to start on the defense will actually be on the attack this time. And well, Icebox would typically be considered to be a more attackers sided map, so this is an interesting setup. Actually, the defending side of Newberry Scarlet also adopting two duelists, but the Jet and the Rainer combo that we see quite frequently, so I'm expecting that'll probably be leaning towards A on those long sight lines where you can really get firing. But as I just said, with this being a best of 5 series, it's going to be about who can get out of the blocks fastest, who is ready to start taking some of those duels. So if they're on top confidence here, then it could be some real early damage here for URG.
Yeah, and one thing that has really caught my eye right now is the fact that actually Newberry Scarlet have decided to make a change in their agent composition. They have put Omen on the Sky instead of the Sage, surprisingly, because we were talking about it earlier as well. 13-2 scoreline, pretty dominant. You should be pretty confident about how your playstyle was, unless it was something specific about URG Black that made them make a decision otherwise. But really, realistically, I actually like this composition a lot more because previously they were playing a double sentinel, double duelist setup where you didn't have a lot of lurk potential on the offensive side as well, and the initiating thing was mostly left on your Poppy because as a Reina, it was his sort of deal to work as an initiator as well as a duelist. But now you have Omen filling that gap with the Sky. But on the other end, anything that from the URG side that may have caught your eye?
Well, I think it is something also on the Newberry side that catches my eye, to be honest. It's the use of a Sky instead of a Sova. I think they're opting to collect their information more passively through that Killjoy. Obviously, you have the alarm bot on the turret to collect information on player positions. And I suppose the flashes do the same thing for Sky, but maybe not to the same effect. And that's sort of the trade-off that they've gone for in that comp. But ultimately, it does make it more aggressive. As you said, Sky can be played like a duelist, and they already have 2 of those in their team.
Yeah, so the aggressive side of Newberry is looking pretty strong right now. So they're making sure that their weaknesses are being filled as well, and they have the best chances of scoring as many rounds on either ends right now. Because this is the grand finals. It's do or die, and if you lose a map, and if Newberry loses Ice Smokes, they put themselves at a massive disadvantage because this is their map pick, and we've spoken about it multiple times at this point. They are so great at this map and throughout playoffs. It's just I just don't think that they can possibly lose this realistically. But URG Black, I'm all up for surprises right now.
Well, URG Black, they'll want to try and cause an upset. We know that they were able to take down the #1 seed in the competition to get to this point, so it won't just be a 1 versus 2 at this stage of the grand finals. So ultimately, they're here on merit, and I think they're going to want to do as much damage as they can. Even if they end up losing this map, they'll want some picks for confidence, I suppose, to carry on through into that next matchup, which I believe is going to be Bind. So correct me if I'm wrong, that will be the next map up. Finishing, obviously, on that 5th map, if it does go the distance of Haven, is going to cater to the IGL. I think just the way that plays, ultimately, is just going to be the calls from their team and how good these mid-round calls are as well. But for now, we are going to be on Icebox, as you said, which will favour Newberry Scarlet, but we'll have to see how they play into this one.
Yeah, generally speaking about the map pool right now that we have, Haven, as you mentioned, a lot more of the brain plays right there because 3 sides you're always questioning this and you're always guessing what your opponent is up to. But the initial 2 maps, both of these teams, of course, were the ones they picked the maps that they were most confident on. And speaking about confident maps, Newberry, they were the ones defending this one. Oh, while URG, they're starting to stack up over towards the A site. They already have players pushed up, but your Poppy will be the one that makes the first contact. Has taken Ramsey out, but it's not enough to slow down URG's offense. The resistance coming in already, but the spike yet to go down. Okay, they've delayed it at least for a little while.
Well, they opt out of the plant and go for the fights instead, but it's fight night for this URG Black team right now. They're winning those duels. 3 players on low HP is the concession to be made, and, well, Corruptzy's going to finish one of them off. Medical Research gets dropped, going to have to spend a little bit more time at the desk studying. The spike eventually goes down, but now the advantage, it sits with Newberry Scarlet, and they're just going to get on this spike here.
There you go. So Soda Universe pushes them and wastes not even a single second. They have defused it already halfway through, and a very clean first round. You had your Poppy going out with the initial peak, getting the first kill, but it was a bit questionable for me because URG Black, you lost your first life. I guess you were a bit too committed, but I don't get why they were so desperate to get the plan down. They tried thrice to get the plan down and ended up losing a lot of HP on multiple players. It really was putting them at a massive disadvantageous position in the post-plan scenario as well. So they could have just went for the duels initially as well before going for the plan.
Yeah, I think they sort of were looking to commit to that plant, but they didn't eventually, as we see the Marshal here is going to get spotted out by the Owl Drone. So the Universe will probably have to back up off of this. They're trying to find a few snapshots through the smoke. That first one will connect, but that will be it. Asgod takes them down, and, well, now it's going to have to be another retake scenario, I think. No, actually, Omen is able to find a pick over the top of the smoke, so now the advantage, it does sit with Newberry Scarlet, but that spike yet to go down.
The Trailblazer are going to scout out the exact location of the players. All 3 of URG Black down here and make that 2 as Medical Research has fallen as well. Oh, scratch that. It's all down to the Revs right now. With the Marshal in hand and up against 3, Corruptzy will be the one that takes him out as well. A very nice, clean round from Newberry once again there.
Unlucky not to just commit to that plant before the swing could come through from those Newberry Scarlet defending players. I think that would have helped pad out the economy a little bit better, but decent damage. Asgod able to find one there to add another to their tally. 3 picks for them already, and we're going to see those full set of Vandals now for the URG Black players. So Newberry Scarlet, if they're able to find anything out of this one, that would be huge for them in the terms of the direction that this game ends up heading in. Obviously, we favoured them into this game, but it's a good opportunity for URG Black to build up a little bit of economy here and get their name on the board.
I mean, it's the grand finals. You just have to throw the stats out the window. None of that matters.
Yeah.
It's all that goes on the map right now. This is what we're here for. URG Black, they've proven to us multiple times they learn from their mistakes. And even if they hadn't played Newberry Scarlet on Icebox previously, they surely lost to them, and they don't want that repeating, especially not in the grand finals. Hence, they're trying to get a bit aggressive over towards the A side. But this time they're being a bit more patient, and I like this approach from them.
Yeah, the patient approach will certainly benefit them. There are a few marshals on these Newberry Scarlet players, and we know how damaging that weapon can be if left in the right hands. So actually they're just going to back all the way up here. URG Black, that Boombot doing a little bit of early damage onto the Newberry Scarlet players. Soda will spot out the cross, and I think the information is there with the rest of their team now that this will be a B execute as we see them swiftly descending across to the other side of the map. Quick tag there from Soda to do a little bit more damage, but I don't think it'll be too long now before that spike goes down with the barrier all committed towards the site.
Ramsey has taken one clear out, 20 seconds, and the spike has yet to go down. Zaya hopping onto the plant and is safe for the time being, but his teammate not so much. As Peak One has taken him out. Zaya eventually will fall as well as he's on his way back. Rev's going to get the trade eventually, but Asgard is the last one alive up against 2. Omen, he's getting up close and personal with that Marshall right now as his teammate is quite weak, and this is very much possible, but Peak One goes out with a wide peak just at the right time and is able to get the kill, securing the third for Newberry.
Really nice team play there to get the trade from Peak on a measly 1 HP, teetering on the edge of defeat, but Newberry Scarlet, they're able to pick up this round, which is going to do wonders for them. I mean, URG Black, they have the option to reinvest, and it looks like they're going to go for a sort of mixed buy here with a few Spectres to try and maybe rush in as 5 and get that spike plant, buff their economy a little bit more. Obviously, they'll probably have enough funds anyway on the preceding round to then go ahead and pick up a full set of rifles, but a really large pick up there for the Newberry Scarlet players. Now brings online that lockdown so they can play a little bit more passive towards A if they want to. Very close to a Blade Storm as well if economy does start to fall a bad way for them, but right now looking very strong early on.
Okay, this time around, URG Black wasting no time heading into the site. Ramsey, he's been able to get one kill and is able to retrieve a Phantom behind it. And now the site control taken over completely by URG. The spike has gone down for the first time. URG there in a good spot in a post-spawn scenario right now. But the lockdown still available. The Peak One, he doesn't need any help. He's gotten 2 kills already. 3 versus 4. The Viper's been available as well.
Well, the flank.
Black, but Rev gets the timing right, but he's the last one alive, and Peak One will be the one that gets the final kill as well. It's so does Universe, and we're living in it alongside Peak as both of them clean the house.
Yeah, Peak went wide on the rafter there and was able to find 2 really nice picks. I'm not sure who it was left in around the back of the site. I think it might have been Ramsey after making that early damage on the Frenzy. Overall, it's a very, very good eco round from URG Black. They're able to get that spike down, find a bit of extra cash, which will mean that they're fully bought up in this round. And, well, when it comes to ult economy, they're looking good on that front as well. Empress available to try and work around in those clutch scenarios if needed, but it's the Viper's Pit on both sides, I think, that could really make the difference here. Obviously, that lockdown will be available for Corrupt Z, so there is counterplay to be engaged with, but still lots of avenues of opportunity cropping up early for URG Black here.
Oh, Soda Universe, he's getting overrun by a couple players. There has been forced to back out here, and now the reinforcements have been called. Soda Universe down, tagged down to 47 HP, and now he's still confident with that peak. I quite like that, but it could have been punished quite terribly for him. Although they're making sure that URG remains at bay. But Ramsey, you monster! He gets one through the wall right there. Krubsy up above, and he gets taken out as well. Ramsey's not stopping with that Empress right now. Two kills already gone URG's way, and this is looking very likely that URG will finally be able to secure their first round. But Newberry, they still have 3 players alive for this retake within that Viper's bit, and a counter one as well.
Big investment from Newberry Scarlet to try and find anything out of this round. It's going to just be a smoke fest right now. It's like a dance floor. And the site, they're just playing around it. Ramsey with the twinkle toes picks up a triple on the round. Now searching for Peak left in their ultimate. The recon dart will fly through. Won't find anything straight away. With the tap will bring him in. Ramsey, a quad kill for them. URG Black eventually on the board.
That was a struggle, and really... those two Viper pits, looking at them, I got anxious. Like, I'm not even playing right now. I can't even imagine what the players went through, because it was literally the whole site was green at that point, and nobody knew what was going on. It was pure chaos on the battlefield, but URG were the ones that came out on top, and that was actually very much needed in a round, because URG, they didn't have much investment into it, but now their economy is sort of developed as well behind that win. And hence they're keeping themselves at least in contention. They're not letting Newberry just get away with it for the time being, and this time around URG, they're just so aggressive. They're not waiting for anyone to answer back right now. No calls being returned from the other end, but Corrupsy, he's going to meet a cute bomb buddy that's going to deal a bit of damage, so that's sad. But Lockdown invested, and hence the site should be taken back by Newberry. And okay, they're already on...
Oh no!
The diffuser, they don't have util.
What's going on? They didn't invest the Hunter's Fury either. It's so late. The defenders, they already pick up that round. Newberry Scarlet gonna find it. I'm not too sure what the thought process was there from URG Black. The lockdown went down. The Hunter's Fury was available to try and counter it, but that opportunity went wasted. And then, well, as soon as they got onto the spike, halfway ticked, that tagging is not going to be enough to take them down. I guess you could combine it with the snakebite and it would double the damage enough to take them, but no, it doesn't come through. Newberry Scarlet able to find another with the ultimates invested, Showstopper and Hunter's Fury. That's a real missed opportunity for URG Black.
And they invested the Hunter's Fury later down as well. It's just a total waste. I mean... then I believe it was just a bit of miscommunication that paid them quite a lot. They lost the round as well, and they ended up losing some rifles behind that, an ultimate as well.
Well, they're going to be in a prime position to try and take this round. Ramsey has done some early damage once again towards the A side of things, but it looks like the spike... It's got other thoughts. It's got a mind of its own. It's found its way over towards B here. Unfortunately for URG Black, Soda Universe is going to be holding this down with that operator to try and worsen things. But no, Ramsey finds a pick towards A. It's actually caused a rotate from both sides of things. Corrupsy will take him down, and this is a lot of space actually for the defenders to try and work with. It's even going to cause the URG players to reconsider potentially. No, they will eventually stride forth into the unknown depths of this A site, slowly getting retaken with the use of a guiding light there from the Newberry Scarlet player. But, well, information yet to be collected from both players. It's like a no man's land right now, waiting to be claimed by either side.
Backup has been called for the side of Newberry, but URG, they're already in the side and they're taking control. Omen, last one alive within the side, up against 3 right here, has spotted 1 but won't be able to take him out. Asgard just too good with that trigger. Now, Soda Universe, last one alive, does get 1 with the op, and he does have his blades there available if need be, but I don't think he wants to commit the Blade Storm right now. He's up against 2 players, the Viper alive, so hence you have some post plans util to delay the diffuse if need be, but this should just be a save right now, and it seems like it exactly is that.
I think a save will probably be the best option here for Soda Universe. Unfortunately for them, that push from URG Black towards the B site never came through, and you would have touted them to have got at least 1 or 2 picks there as they were peeking dry into the crosshairs, but the work of the Ramsey is enough to secure that A site and a second round here for URG Black. Now it will, force Newberry Scarlet onto the edge. They're getting very close to breaking the economy. On the URG Black side, though, they're going to have a little bit more in pocket. Ultimate's committed on what seems like every single round here, so right now it's just going to be that Blade Storm that we saw left in play to try and make something out of.
RMG is quite close to his Killjoy lockdown as well, but that might be a while. Right now, it's going to be Soda Universe. Actually, never mind. It's going to be Omen that probably makes the first contact towards middle with the URG black players. That's at least one spotted, and now the Trailblazers are going to confirm the presence of it, of quite possibly many players. Okay, that's three spotted right there. The boom bot leading the way, and now they're headed towards middle. They're wasting no time. The wall, making sure that nobody decides to get behind enemy lines right now. But Krabsy, he's backing off. He's waiting for someone to go out wide and possibly swing him, but that's not going to be the scenario. URG Black, they're headed towards the B site where Omen will be the one that welcomes them by taking Asgard out. Not a nice one, but Soda Universe, they're trying to set up a bench here and not let URG Black plant, but eventually the plant is going to go out as Zaya hops on right at it. But Omen,
They're
there's
just
another one
boxed in. They're just boxed in. It's like an eagle circling around its wounded prey, and Ramsey, left all alone, will be on full HP, but just gets dropped like that. Peak takes them down, and while that's a flawless round on the board for Newberry Scarlet, the way that they sort of circled in and eventually closed in on those players and just sort of took them to the shops, I suppose, just cut them to pieces, was really, really nicely done. So a great retake from them. It was the first time, really, that URG Black have made a voyage in towards that mid area, and it didn't pay off for them whatsoever. And we see a timeout come through as a result.
I mean, they started off really nicely, actually, I'd say, but they just all jumped into the site, and I'm kind of against it. You at least have one or two players holding down kitchen or mid, but they just all went in. Like, you have to make sure that there are at least some sight lines that are available to you if you have to retreat from a fight. But they just went all in. It was like they wanted it to close. They wanted to close it out as soon as possible, but. They're not being patient. They played patiently in one round. The brain plays worked out. I just don't know why they're not continuing that.
I think the difference maker in that first round that they were able to pick up was Zaya on the Sova. The information they were able to collect towards that B site was huge, and it enabled Ramsey to get some of those really key picks. So I think some of the synergy between the Sova and those two duelists of Ramsey and the Rays are going to be huge on URG Black, trying to find some rounds here. Revs being that player. Very, very close to having ults available on all of these URG players right now. Only two away in most cases, Revs being just a little bit further. Lockdown getting fairly close, as you said, for Corrupt Z, but with the way that they're playing, it'll probably be hard for them to get it, as Killjoy isn't usually who you'd favour to get that opening pick. So for now, just working with what they've got, still just the Blade Storm online, but it looks like it's going to be that A take once again. There's a very narrow, conservative wall that they've decided to place across the site. The toxic screen yet to go up. Our drone collects a little bit of information as the execute begins to come in.
The Boomball leading the charge as they head into the site. Asgard will be the one that makes the first contact and gets the kill as well. What's that cost replacement? I'm not quite certain, but that's one death as Poppy will get his first kill of this map, surprisingly. But now the spike eventually going to go down. 3 vs 3 for the retake. Newberry. Oh, Soda Universe. He almost got one kill onto Ramsey, but Ramsey, the recall control did not really work out, and that retake so efficient right now for Newberry as they take two to their name, and now it's all down to medical research, as I say.
Medical research has lots to do. Spike not planted for them. 2 players facing it will get diffused. It was sort of, the wall had placed it between another box. It looked like Tetris, and you were just waiting for an additional square to fall down in that gap. But it's Soda Universe who will fill it up and find the round for their team. Now ult online for all 3 of those players. The lockdown finally available. Empress as well if they want to try and use it. But I think the question really has to be, what is the answer here for URG Black to try and find something? They've got that Hero Vandal for medical research. It's sort of being teased to us right now, not locked in just yet, but I guess I'll pass it over to you. What do you think they can try and change here to get at least some points on the board, and with that spike plant could go a long way for them at this point in time?
They do? Okay, if Ramsey is alive, there's potential of winning the round, whether it be with a Sheriff or with a Vandal. We've seen him go off in the couple of rounds that they've won, but again, he has found the first blood here. Maybe either go do the Ramsey go kill strat, or actually play a bit more patiently and thoroughly think your strategy out. This time around, URG, they seems like they're a bit more prepared for it, since they don't have much utility to dispense. And there you go, the Viper's Pit invested. Okay, they're a bit confident in this round, even though they don't have much weaponry to work with. But now the lockdown available, but never mind, take that out of the equation. Peak 1 is going to get the trade eventually though, but the 3 versus 4 still Newberry. They're at a disadvantageous position right now, surprisingly.
I really like the investment of the Viper's Pit on the lower weaponry after Ramsey takes that first pick. It's going to do wonders. These Newberry Scarlet players, they've got to try and push in, but there's no answer, no key to unlock that door. It's held firmly shut. Xayah able to find one peek, eventually does trade it out, but well, with only 40 HP to try and work with 3 players bearing down on their position, this will be a difficult one. Gunbarrel spotted out, but doesn't even take it. Revs will finish them off. It's a thrifty round, and, well, really nicely played from URG Black there to pick that one up.
How did they win 2 rounds that they were not supposed to win, but when they have the best chances of taking one on board, they totally mess it up themselves? URG Black, just please calm down.
I think maybe it is that little bit of maturity in the retake situation. Obviously, the timeline won't tell the full story, but 6 of the 7 rounds that we've seen here go the way of Newberry Scarlet have been retake scenarios. So URG Black, they don't have a problem finding the site. Usually it's the first blood that goes their way. Soda Universe will buck that trend by finding Revs early on, but Ramsey has normally been the outlet for their team, so they'll still be looking through them to try and find that first pick as they look to move towards the B side of things early on. No real commitment just yet, but it's forced a very big rotate from these defending players.
That flash from Sky has actually kept Newberry interested in over towards the B side, and now that's allowed URG to have some space within the A side to work with, and now they're going to try to take advantage of that. But now it seems like Newberry, they're trying to set up a bench with Soda Universe going all the way towards the back lines, I believe, but it's too early to call for that right now. As URG, they're headed over towards the A side. 3 players present to defend it, and Peak 1 is among them as he gets the first kill. Lockdown invested as well. Corruptzy, he's forced everyone to back out, and Xayah once again caught with his pants down as he's trying to run away, but as God on the back lines gets true to his name. Okay, that's 2 free kills given to you right now. Heal available as well. The scenario has gotten much better for URG right at the spot.
Corruptzy's heard the footsteps though, peeks out, and that's just going to be enough to see out the round. Newberry Scarlet find their 8th. With this being typically a more attacker-sided map, this is not good news for URG Black. I think Newberry, overall, they haven't been too aggressive, which is maybe the playstyle we're expecting to see out of them coming into this. However, the fact that they have so many rounds on defender's side early on will be a real uphill struggle now for URG Black to try and get into things and make it competitive as we head over towards Bind on that second map.
One thing I like to mention is that Xayah and Medical Research, both of them are really struggling right now. Medical Research down 1-7, Xayah 2-10. I mean, sure, you have players like Ramsey on your squad, but don't leave it up to them, because someone on the other end can go crazy as well. This time around, it's Soda Universe as he gets 3 kills. They make it 4, you monster! Xayah will eventually get the trade, but the damage has already been done. I consider it a 9-3 round. The ultimate outside showstopper will eventually take Poppy out, but really, Xayah, 3 for 10 right now. Up against 3 players. Either you make it 6-10, or you put just the death counter goes up to 11. It's 11.
I suppose so. I was just about to say, if Xayah was able to win that duel against Omen, a very tough duel indeed, Vandal versus Operator David versus Goliath, the site would have been completely open. They had a Hunter's Fury to work with in post-plant. Alas, it was not to be. So first half, Newberry Scarlet will lead with a 9-3 advantage. 6 rounds to the good at this point in time, but a pistol round here for URG Black would do a world of good. It could be worth, well, multiple rounds really. That's what we see from the pistol round a lot of times. It'll buff that economy while you're still working with scraps early on. No real chance to invest with anything else. But for the time being, Newberry Scarlet, they are in that driver's seat. And, well, we're going to see an A execute very commonly. If you watch this map, Icebox, I think A site for a long time has been the fan favourite before B got that rework. And, well, still now we're going to see that. So 5 players heading towards A, and it's just going to be that star player of the Ramsey to try and deny things, calling for the rotate early on, and the cavalry will soon be to arrive, or it might be a little bit too late.
Well, Newberry, they're being impatient as well, but this time around it's effective. Ramsey, though, he has gotten 1 kill to his name and might be able to get another one. There's just one right across the pit, directed across the wall, but Omen will be the one that gets the kill. Be the one that keeps the advantage on URG's side right now. So attack down to 64. See, I actually like this very much. You have one player on the side to delay the defuse as long as possible, and then the utility comes in, peak one and gets a kill to his name as well, and now it's a 2 versus 2. The time being wasted just for so long, and now they can just play off of duels as peak one gets one, and Corrupt Z will be the one that finishes it all off.
Newberry Scarlet finished things off there. It wasn't the most tidy fashion. That first pick didn't go their way. The Ramsey able to do damage once again. It'll be interesting to see what their first blood stat is after this game has finished. But that's going to be a real tough one to take. And it's actually going to force out the force buy from URG Black. They're looking to try and work around these Spectres, and the Bucky for Revs maybe catching a player off guard and even boosting up onto the higher area. No, it looks like they might just tuck close by and try and play off their teammate, but with that investment now made from these URG Black players, it'll have to be a key one. You have to take this round. There's no real option to otherwise, I think. And, well, as the B execute comes in, there's plenty of opportunities for plant denial here, so still very much open as we're yet to see that first engagement. A little bit of a Mexican standoff this side of things. 10 players closed within, well, almost a vacuum, it feels like. And well, that first pick, it does go the way of URG Black.
Oh, that nade, that connected, I think. No, it did a little bit of damage, but still, it has kept Newberry at bay. They've not been able to plant just yet, but Propsy's kill is going to initiate a lot of things that he gets to, and now the plant can eventually go down. They know exactly where 2 players are, but look out for the flank as Ramsey's in the back lines. Revs follows up with a kill as well. It's a 2 versus 3, making a 1 versus 1. Propsy's turret! But Revs gets the kill eventually. Okay, that got a little too scary. In just a blink of an eye.
Oh, that's a huge pickup for URG Black. They got it over the line eventually. Ramsey was doing a rodeo like they were riding a bull, dodging and weaving around the back of Yellow there, eventually able to find the pig onto Soda Universe. But by the time they had, Corrupt Z's turret had finished them off, leaving a 1v1 in the tube on site, making it a very cagey one indeed. Corrupt Z had dropped to the low HP though, so it wasn't to be for them on that occasion. And URG Black, their force, it pays off. With that being said, after the pistol round, generating a few extra funds for these Newberry Scarlet players, it's actually going to be fairly level in terms of machinery here that they're trying to carve out an advantage with in this round. So it's just that full A push, and only Revs is here to try and defend it. Boombot will slow things down a little bit, but lockdown available. This could be a very slow retake if they eventually try and go for it. A very difficult one as well. Omen only adding to those problems as they get a pick on the Vanna, but the spike doesn't go down.
Oh, they were planning it out in the open. That was a big risk, and it really did not pay off. Soda Universe, although, is going to get 1 kill, but it's all tied up with Soda. Never mind, scratch that. He gets another one to his name. Down, snagged down to 17 HP by Rebs there. I think the close corner, they know exactly where the spike is, and that has really been working out for them as Asgard takes another one to his name. The Trailblazer are going to force Revs out of his position, but Asgard prepared to help him out. The Viper's Pit are online as well right now, and it's being utilized. They're making sure that Poppy has no contact whatsoever, and it seems like wait, never mind. I thought for a second that he's going to decide to save that weapon.
30 seconds left.
Well, that sound cue's given away a bit of a fake, and I'm not sure if they're going to expect this. I think the 2 players will just sit for the time being inside that Viper's Pit. Not sure if it's crossed their minds just yet that Pappy might be coming in from the flank, very, very low HP, all the way down to 1 as they retrieve the spike. They fall onto the screen of Asgard. They get that 4K, and, well, Newberry Scarlet, their investment isn't returned. 10-5 now, half as way to making it back into this game, tying things up. URG Black, they're able to find that second successive round off that first pistol loss.
Listen, what was the first half score line when the first half ended?
Oh, it was a 9-3 curse, I believe. Is that something you believe in? I'm not too sure if I do. Well, I guess URG Black will be counting their lucky stars and hoping that there's that window of opportunity for them. But as it stands, they are in control right now. Going into this round, things will be a little bit more level. With that being said, I feel like every round, both teams have forced up some kind of buy here. So it's somewhat interesting to see that Newberry Scarlet opt to do that exactly again.
Timing!
You should run.
Timing that the Revs backed off at was quite bad, but okay, no deals going down over towards the middle as of now, but the lockdown west over towards the A side, hence Newberry Scarlet, they're gonna have some space to work with over towards middle as well, since Soda Universe has taken Ramsey out from the flank. Now the spike going to go down behind that Viper's pit. A lot of ultimates utilized already, but it's all tied down 4-4. Curbsy pushed back out behind that nade as well. Now the Flash is making sure that URG stay at least a little bit behind for a couple seconds while the Viper joins his team all the way from the back lines, and now the Viper's pit should fall eventually, but the kills, they're going down the way of Newberry either way. Zaya, National alive, Viper still alive, hence the snake bites being utilized. It's 1-on-1, but
I think if they stick it, they'll be able to get it. The snakebite doesn't do enough.
Oh, they will!
It's not going to be enough damage. They stick it all the way out. There was no poison cloud on the spike. They had it in hand, but Pete doesn't manage to do it. And well, URG Black, they're able to find a 6th round. Clutch defuse going the way of Zaya, able to see things out for their team. And well, things starting to get a little bit more worrying for Newberry Scarlet. Somewhat of an investment again for them on this round, saving up that Vandal, of course. But well, momentum starting to shift in the way of the defending side, just as we saw on the previous half.
Just minor mistakes, literally, that are costing them the rounds, and this is what the grand finals is all about. Like, well, you make one mistake and you pay for it. Just a poison orb could have been the difference maker, but right now Soda Universe, he's trying to become a difference maker himself right now, as he has found the first blood there. Oh, tagged Zaya down as well, but couldn't finish off the kill. But Ramsey and Peak one, they're going to go on for a one-on-one trade there. But Revs, he's going to be the one that equalizes things out here. Every single URG player present to defend, to eventually retake the side, but the nade going to delay the point once again. Hunter's reutilized as well, but Grubsy, he swings out wide and is able to take Revs out, surprisingly, with just a Spectre, and now 2 versus 3 for the retake.
So much available for plant denial, but that spike still goes down amidst the paint shells and Hunter's fury. So arrows flying across the site there. Asgard trying to find that first pick back into this, levels things out, but there's a Viper on the other side, a mirror image, able to recreate their success in perfect form. Now things are going to be very stretched for Asgard to try and find anything. Omen will take them out on the Stinger only. Newberry Scarlet able to make it work on that improvised weaponry, forcing URG Black onto those lower guns once again. We've seen teams try and pull something out of the bag from being on that setback buy, but at this point in time, I think you'd be hard-pressed not to see this going to a Newberry Scarlet match point.
Yeah, likely. I think Newberry, they're very comfortable right now. They have Carbsy once again just 1 more point away from getting his ultimate as well. So highly likely chances are that Newberry are going to be able to secure their 12th. But the wide flank coming in. There's the first kill. They're all trying to line up for Bobby as he gets 3. No backup available just as of now. The Sky is present, but they're not even taking fights. I think Bobby gave out a call that he wants an ace right now, but sadly won't be able to get any, as Asgard eventually will take them out. Chronic Omen holding the line. There's the one, and Soda Universe with the finish, and just a very easy, clean one, but I like the entertainment.
Match point.
Yeah, the Ramsey, Happy there, spraying into those players, had the dismiss not only to back away, but just sort of collect their thoughts, collect themselves to not be committing to a spray they weren't going to win, facing up against all 5 players which pushed through mid. Not the worst of eco rounds from URG Black. I like the creativity to go for a mid push there. Ultimately, it doesn't pay off. Soda Universe now going to be on an operator, just seeing if they can punish some of that aggression if things replicate themselves this round, but, well, bit more of an even buy. Will the peak come out? Not quite. Just searching for that bun of medical researchers. Sage won't find it. And oh, look at this aggression from Ramsey. Able to find one, doesn't dismiss away, so it's traded out early on, and this will benefit the attacking team and their siege on the A site.
How do you not look? Okay, minor mistakes, costing lives. That's exactly what we're doing. Now, with losing duels, they always lost your lives right now. The spike going to go down. Omen barely surviving right now. Revs out with the showstopper. Should be able to get the plane up to there, and there it is. Poppy though, still holding the line, making sure nobody enters the site, but eventually the remaining 2 players they have entered, and the final one spotted as well. Poppy will be the one that finishes things off, and the very clean round from the side of Newberry to finish things off here, 13-6.
13-6, it was a dominant performance in the end from Newberry Scarlet. I think we expected them to win that map, but maybe not in such convincing style. Really fantastic performance from them. Will lead them 1-0 in this best of 5 grand final series. What do you think went wrong for URG Black there?
I think their just initial approach to the map was quite wrong on offense, because we were talking about it. Zaya and medical research, they were not being much useful, being utilized as baits. Their utility didn't have much role in the gameplay while they were attacking. While, like, as a sage, you could really use the wall to fortify your plant. We didn't get to see that much. Zaya, the couple rounds where he got a huge amount of info for them to work with, they were able to secure rounds behind that, and Ramsey was getting kills. But this time around, but most of the time, we didn't see that. Ramsey didn't have a pocket initiator to help him enter sites either, and it really just fell apart for me.
Well, I think I could probably counterpoint that. I think the Ramsey was very good at finding those opening picks. It was sort of the mid to late round calls that maybe didn't favour URG Black as much as they could. We saw a lot of times in the first half when they were on attack that they weren't those retakes, unfortunately, and on the other side of things, it was a very positive performance there to take away.
Yeah, it could be, but still, once you're in the post-spawn scenarios, you really are depending a lot on your utility. You can't just go out wide swinging, dry peeking. Like, chances are you're most likely going to get double peaked from your opposing side, and to counter that, you didn't really get to see much of the shock darts, much of the recon darts to make sure that one player is busy destroying the dart and the other one goes out wide peeking, and hence you're able to give Ramsey a one-on-one. See that much. So the utility usage really was the thing that made a lot of difference for me in terms of the performance from both ends.
I suppose you could also bring it down to maybe it was actually the defender's side that URG Black preferred. I think coming into this we spoke a bit about how Newberry favoured attacking, but obviously on the flip side of things, URG Black, they preferred defending, and they looked strong on the defence. They were able to actually win the majority of the rounds that came up, but the problem was they were already at such a disadvantage, it wasn't enough to keep them in the game. So coming out of that one, it will be 1-0 to Newberry on their map pick, first being Icebox, but we will be back with you very shortly for map 2, so stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Hello everyone and welcome back to your NECC Grand Finals for the Navigation Yellow bracket. We saw URG versus Newberry in the first game. Newberry were able to go 1-0 up in the series, being their map pick of Icebox. We now go over to Ascent. I called it Bind earlier, but they're both sort of beigey yellow colour, so who knows really. Anyway, we're on Ascent now. It's going to be the map pick for URG. We know that they're a bit more favourable on that defender's side, and we saw that towards the late game in the first map, but they will be starting on attack once again this side around. So Inflict, how are we feeling going into this one? What do you think that they have to do to try and respond here?
Well, realistically, I think URG actually needs to play their game on Ascent because looking at previous stats, I told you in the call as well earlier that they played this map in the quarterfinals, and I'm pretty certain that they were playing it on other games as well. They won that 13-6. I looked at the what they confident, and basically the same scenario that Newberry had on Icebox. So just play their game and just be open-minded to making mid-game adjustments, which we didn't really see much of in Icebox. They stuck to a lot of their aggressive strats, and yeah, we saw the end result of that.
This time the Ramsey is going to be going onto Phoenix, which I think is a really interesting choice here on Ascent. One that you can certainly make work if you're fighting very proactively for that orb control. So it'll be interesting to see if they get that run it back online more often than not. I think you need it on, every sort of 3 or 4 rounds or so to fully utilize it. But with how much they were fragging, I think that they're more than capable. Asgard will also be going onto the Reyna. So the double duelist has swapped a little bit here with the amount of picks they were able to find on that Viper. I don't think this is such a bad choice for them. And well, Brimstone's on both sides. This is quite a deviation from what we would usually expect to see through the Astra or potentially even an Omen choice.
Yeah, as you said, we sometimes even a Viper, like sometimes most of the times the only time I've seen Brimstone being prioritized extremely high is on Bind. I mean, of course, you called it Bind, but it is not Bind. Why? It's really a bit confusing about why they went with a Brim pick. But I guess you just play with your style a lot more, and if they think they're going to be better with a Brimstone, I'm fine with it because the post-buy utility with a Brimstone is actually very good. The only complaint that I have is the stim beacon because to me it feels a bit useless. Nobody has mastered the faster recoil and the faster fire rate as well. So other than that, I actually like Brimstone a lot. But the thing is that I would rather very much pick an Omen or Astra where you have every single piece of utility that can be extremely useful instead of having an agent where one is pretty basic and doesn't do really much.
So into this first round, we've already seen a lot of players push up towards B main, and well, they'll be trying to just scatter those shots through that barrier orb, which goes up straight away. Aldrone will also collect information on the whereabouts of these players, and it's Corrupt Z to go down first. The Ramsey carrying on a charge, storming in off of the previous confidence they racked up on what was a great map 1 for them. And well, URG Black look to be in the driver's seat here. All 5 players still standing as they collect that spike plant on the B site, and well, Soda Universe is going to have to try and retake here with the stim beacon you spoke so well fondly of. I suppose it's doing its damage early on, and they've leveled things up to a 3 versus 3. Make that a 3 versus 2 early on. 3 versus 1.
Oh my god, Papi! Holy damn, he's gotten every single kill possibly could have, and what a retake. Newberry Scarlet. It seemed like the round was pretty much done and dusted when URG had entered the site, but well, just for Bobby, he had other ideas.
It really does feel like the Achilles heel of this URG Black team is their inability to deal with those post plants correctly. Their positioning and team play just doesn't work out for them when they're trying to secure that site. They've already taken it with 2 really quick and nice picks from the Ramsey, coordinating with the Aldrone to tag out Corrupt Z, who is left in no man's land. Peak, though, able to get 3 assists actually with the amount of damage those nano swarms racked up, will force us into an interesting situation this next round. It's a force buy from URG Black with 4 Spectres brought out here to try and do some early damage, and with a peak like that from Pappy, they can certainly get punished.
No either you're like already off to a great start right now with Corrupt Z. He's going to be the one that greets them first while they try to enter the market area. He could get a couple as well. There's the one, but the trade is up. And PK1X is going to get one as well, but a 200 trade goes to Newberry Scarlet. And the 2 versus 3 for the retake scenario as the spike is eventually going to go down. Now, one thing that I would like to mention, keep your eyes peeled for revs on the side of URG Black as well, because the last time the last time their ascent was streamed, that guy went nuts. He was up 30-10, so that stat line is pretty crazy, and I would be expecting something similar out of them if they want to beat Newberry Scarlet.
So now we do have that retake scenario on our hands. Asgard just trying to play off the contact of their teammates. They will find that first pick and the second as well. A triple for them on the round. Omen actually able to take down Medical Research with the aftershock in the backlines there. But overall, really nice response from URG back. And, well, one of those question marks that we had about the way that they were playing was those retake scenarios, how they were able to lock down the sites. And that's a complete polar opposite. Asgard playing very nicely off of their teammates in Boathouse, and they're able to secure that round with a triple kill.
Medical Research, I think he just dies a lot for medical research, you know, for the betterment of science. Because that was just unfortunate that Omen got that kill. It would be very much logical if that's the reason behind it as well. But for now, let's see if Medical Research is going to be the one that dies once again. For the time being, it's no one as URG Black. They've been forced to stay back at least for a little while behind that Molotov and smoke right now. Ramsey, though, he still wants to. He's keen to take a fight now, but eventually has to go back. When we're all tied up, if at this time around URG Black, they're taking their silent footsteps over towards the B side.
Ramsey will sort of leave that blaze and hot hands as a parting gift. Now the ship is sailed and it's making its way towards the B site. And wow, Newberry Scarlet, I think they're expecting this. That sort of cutting of noise from these URG Black players and the stomping thuds and leer that come to match as they eventually find their way to B is going to be a real problem. And while that slow orb is combined very nicely with the nano swarm, it's just forcing these players into a puddle of pain. They're racking up damage. And it's a complete shutdown from Newberry Scarlet. A flawless round on, well, what would have been not the best of investments, and it's certainly returned there.
Who needs SMGs when you have nanoswarms and slow orbs? That duo is actually like very massive. I like how they utilize the slow orb with basically with any utility that can do damage. You can play a slow orb with very nicely, whether it be the snake bite, mollies, whatever. It's just that lining them both up at the same time and getting the timing right with players on them is very hard, and we just saw a perfect execute of that. And behind it, just one thing that went great with it, Newberry Scarlet were able to secure a round that was very highly unlikely. This is
the timing
bad.
Just so unfortunate on the aftershock. They're not quite in the hands of Omen to catch out the lockdown, but the swing from these players towards Rafters is just going to deny any kind of possibility of a push here from URG Black. Peak already pushed up towards mid, can't find the low HP of Asgard. Will go for that second eventual peak and is backed up by their teammate Puppy, able to find a double. Newberry Scarlet still on for another flawless here. Peak eventually commits that chicken turret to try and chicken their way out of this one. It's an engagement they don't particularly want to take it. Well, the turret will do it for them. The damage is there. The reinforcements arrive towards a main. Omen pincering in those last few players, and now Newberry Scarlet, they have a significant advantage, 3 rounds to 1. Looking into this next one, they'll also have money on their side, so only going to be pistols for URG Black here. After such a great foray into this Ascent map on attack, finding that second round on what was a force buy and then defending the B site so excellently, they've been lacking in the sort of early round now. They can't even find those initial picks which set them up so nicely before.
What pains me the most is the fact that the lockdown was quite literally useless at that point. They didn't even get a kill behind it, and Omen Omen, check your
Oh,
corner,
the
my
timing.
friend.
Revs able to
Oh,
peek
he
out,
gets
but Omen just finishes them off anyway. URG Revs, that orb will have no real value. They go down. Even if they were one away from the lockdown, it wouldn't have mattered, but Omen finding that one, and well, bringing the Rolling Thunder online, sorry, should I say. Probably
Okay.
a little bit overkill for this round. Empress and Run It Back on the two duelists, but Soda Universe could catch any one of them out here, and we'll find Ramsey first of all. AGOD peeking out. Isaiah maybe picking off a little bit more than they could chew. Pappy's cleans things up once again. Now it's just their opposite number on their Brimstone. Medical research goes down once again, and well, pick your brains about that one. No tests to be run for URG Black anymore. Not finding out too much information from that round. I don't think they were shut down before it even started, it feels like. This time, the investment will be better. 2 Spectres for those Newberry Scarlet players opting to just carry on as much economy as they can. Pappy will upgrade eventually, and I'm eating my words here. Corruptzy does too. That's always the thing about that pre-game menu to players maybe opting for a different buy or not teasing us with the tantalizing choices of weaponry, but that's what they've settled on now. So it will be rifles versus rifles and ults versus ults. Orbital Strike available for both teams. Quite a lot of offensive utility available. It's just going to be who uses it best, and it might see this first bit of contact here with Omen. We're going to see the Run It Back potentially used to try and take the site.
This time around, the URG ultimates to work with, so potentially could go very nicely in their favor. But on the other, Newberry, they have 3 of their own, including that lockdown. Hence, they might actually decide to just play for a retake here, which would be ideal for them since they have Breach's ultimate as well. Hence, just try to play a bit more passive, and behind the contact, they might try to start off at least for a little while. And now, there you go. The Phoenix is extra likewise, the Omen's ultimate as well. Reminded that has been dumped as Revs gets the kill. 5 versus 4 to work with, 45 seconds on the clock. Spike yet to go down. Medical research, they have their ultimate to work with as well. Zaya on the plan. Now they're making sure that nobody gets to shows from early aggression on the defending end, but the lockdown, it's just doing enough as they try look to enter the site. It's just massacre all across the playing field as Newberry Scarlet, they finish things out in just 15 lockdown.
Was that important?
Few question marks about whether they wanted to use the res there for economy, but well, that was a very ult-heavy round there that we see come out from Newberry. The Orbital Strike and the lockdown invested for the retake, but hey, it worked out for them eventually. URG Black opting not to use their Hunter's Fury to shut that one down. Unfortunately for them, on their buy round, they have to face the adverse effects of those investments from Newberry Scarlet. They're going to have enough money to go into this round with full weaponry once again, but not a single player off the mark with a positive KD just yet. Really needing to just step up and try and find those few picks which could turn the tide of the round. The Ramsey not quite able to find anything off of their Run It Back previous time out, and well, they're not going to find anything this time out either. Going to get shut down by the magic wand of Soda Universe. Asgard eventually puts an end to things and can't find Pappy either, so now at a 4 versus 2, half the players available for URG Black, half the ultimates even to try and work with. This one is going to take a real good sense of mid-round management to pull out of the bag.
Here.
Okay, there you go, just your Poppy. He's being aggressive with his middle right now. Right across the smoke stands Rev, who it seems I have very much cursed by his name. But oh, that smoke literally kept the Brimstone safe, but just for long enough, he still remains alive as he takes Rev out. Eventually will get traded, but that's just actually brutal. URG Black, I think at this point the mental has been broken, and it's sadly too early for that. URG Black
30
needs to
seconds
take a
left.
timeout right now because nothing that they're trying is going in their favor. They need to take a breather. They need to calm down because literally their miscommunication is at its peak at this point.
We know what they're capable of, though. They've been able to pick up numerous rounds where they were on that favoured defender's side eventually for Icebox, and I think it really has felt like a tale of two halves here. The next timeout getting popped as Asgard will be having a word with their teammates about how they can try and adjust here. They won't be on a buy for this one, although we saw before they were able to use ultimates on those more restricted rounds in terms of economy to great effect. Viper's Pit sometimes invested to make a little bit of space for their team. They won't have similar machinery to their disposal this time around. A lockdown could be a good use here though, to maybe try and find space towards that B site if they wanted to. Had great success there before, so I don't know, Inflict, how are you feeling about this one? Would you invest some ultimates to see if you can maybe squeeze around? They need a little bit of breathing room right now. Only one on the board is not going to do them a world of good when they do eventually go on to their favoured side.
Looking at the Ramsey, because you just need a push. You just need a push from the person who's basically your fragger. A couple rounds won off of his back would actually give you the breather that you're talking about. The breather could really change things. Basically, spinning the spatula, and he doesn't even spin, because I don't know if that makes sense. I've never worked in making burgers, but I heard it somewhere, and I tried it, but the burger was not fun. Totally mess up the patty. But regardless of the point, I've cursed Rev right now. They need someone to clutch up massively, at least in a couple rounds, because otherwise, URG Black, they're in shambles.
Speaking of burgers, I think the best burger-related analogy I can think of here is when you get one of those loaded burgers. It's full, it has so many ingredients in it, much like this URG Black composition. Plenty of utility spread across those 5 players, but after you've taken that first bite, things start to collapse, and I think that's quite similar in how their retake situations have been. It's the late round where they've really struggled. Even in recent rounds, those sort of early picks that they were finding starting to dry up a little bit, but it's Ramsey and Asgod that are going to be trying to find those for their team as they're using this double duelist team. And it's not going to work out early on. A crisp headshot on the ult there. Actually, Soda finds one in the back lines. A stray shot flies through and is able to collect the life of one of those URG back players. However, well, they've gained some weaponry of their own here. It's going to be Operator versus Operator. Omen will fling a couple of those Sheriff shots into the mix. However, it does get collected in the end. That Champions Vandal aims to the sky, and well, the finisher doesn't quite seem to pan out. The skies haven't turned red just yet. Well, it's evening here in the UK. You know what they say: Shepherd's red sky at night, Shepherd's delight; red sky at morning, Shepherd's warning. It's not into the early hours of the morning just yet, but as the clock strikes 12, I think URG Black could be in for some trouble.
This for pretty early morning, but that's see. Right now, I can't think of one thing that would help URG massively. At this point, it seems like having that one player that can back you off is pretty unlikely as well, because Ramsey, he's struggling to keep up. The Newberry communication is just so nice right now that they're making sure that they don't even give away one life for free. They always have someone available to trade or at least back a player off, and they just try to stay alive for as long as possible. And that's really where URG are falling apart. They're not able to get those kills, even while they're utilizing every single piece of ability that they possibly can. And hence, a lot of investment is being made, but no end result is coming out. And this time around, Ramsey, he just wide peaked that, and Soda was prepared for it.
Right there.
There's a little bit of an unnecessary peek maybe from Ramsey, as Asgod is able to find one towards A. This will force a rotate from all 4 players are grouping up actually onto their position. Naturally, they don't know this, but the more time that they wait, the more opportunities there are here for that retake to come in. Orbital strike available for the defenders, so plenty of avenues for a plant denial to come through. Pappy thinking about swinging, but does back off into the crutch of their utility here, and I think we expect that orbital strike to come through right away, and it does. That plant gets stopped. It's big damage actually onto Zaya towards the button. Really expertly placed. Asgod does trade things out as the swing comes towards heaven. Soda Universe, though, on a triple, doing lots of damage. Peak cleans things up. URG Black yet to find that response on the attacker's side. I thought maybe the game plan there was to try and get the run it back online for Ramsey. They were only 2 away. They collected the first one towards A main, but then peeked mid into that operator of Soda Universe, doing just so much damage, impossible to recover from. So just maybe a few hitches in the game plan there for their team. But this time, I I think it's going to be as simple as that B execute that worked for them many, many rounds ago. So an opportunity here for URG Black to get one on the board, but plenty of obstacles to get through first if they want to find this one.
Quite literally seeing the best and the worst Brimstone at the same time. Medical research down 115, I believe, 119, I believe, and on the other end, Jester probably he's at the top of the scoreboard with 15 kills right now. Ramsey enters the site, but Revs will be the one that gets the first kill this time around. Peak one has fallen already. Sharpsy just around the door, not going to white peak that. Zaya already on the plant, and one player spotted the trade. Is not going to go through that door. Actually saves Rubsy, and now the Hunter's Spirit does not even connect. The placement is just too bad right there. Poppy enters the site, gets a free kill. Asgard, the timing did not go in his favor. There's a breach shot comes in as well. There's a res out now. It's Soda with the op kill. Last one alive is medical research, and they fall for the sake of science again.
A complete collapse in lapse of communication there, the way that the team set up. I think ASGod had a really nice position in that close spot next to Market, but then they sort of baited their team out. The comms weren't there. There were players peeking towards the closing garage door, as then Corrupt Z was able to punish. A swing came in from their teammates. Asgod left all alone. No crossfires established. The Rolling Thunder was online, and it was just going to sweep up those remaining players. Medical research able to find something in the midst of it, but that was not enough by any means to get their team out of the situation they found themselves in. So now, once again, looking like that orbital strike could be online here, but just timid in the approach, not really committing to things, half measured in the way that they set up. And Soda Universe on that operator has just been doing wonders for their team right now.
See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. It's either dry peaks or a lot of utility that's not bringing anything in your favor. Just white peaks that don't make any sense. It's like it feels like you are playing a pug where the teammates don't even want to talk to each other right now. If that's the vibe that you're giving off, then there's a lot of things that you need to work out right now, and it just I'm starting to believe that this is going to be a straight up blowout from the side of Newberry at this point, as Omen has taken Zaya out, Ramsey last one alive. The poor soul can't do anything all by itself.
Naturally, this map does benefit the defenders in a sense. I think people would probably agree that it is one of the more defender-sided maps. With that being said, I don't think it leaves much of an excuse to be so low on rounds at this point in time. URG Black, they've had plenty of opportunities to break that trend which we've seen crop up so often, but just unable to do it thus far, unfortunately. Even with ultimates used, the utility just not quite there. Their approach is quite sporadic. The trades just not in a good position to try and play for each other here. I would like to see recon used towards mid a lot more often. We see that operator in play so frequently from Soda Universe, but nothing to really try and mitigate it. Look at this aggressive position, already aware of where medical research is. Those knives are lost though, and well, Revs has found two of their own, and things are looking up here for URG Black, just trying to find that execute towards B. Corrupt Z, though they push back towards mid and start to drop.
You cursed him there. Rev got two and eventually died, but Zaya, he's still alive in this one. Oh, the off shot! Oh, it barely misses, and now he's going to back off behind that aftershock. 2 versus 4 to work with, and finally a massive sign of life from the side of URG in a round. And right now, this is actually going to be a smart play. Although Newberry, they're already aware of it, that the rotation is coming in over the A side, and Omen, he's just not prepared for it in time, and Ramsey will be the one that takes Omen out. The last round, Peak 1x up against 4, Zaya up close, and okay. Peak, he's still keeping things competitive in this 1 versus 3, but the Brimstone ultimate still available for URG Black. But then, okay, what was that audio?
Well, with the way that the spike is planted right now and a crossfire established, well, this one should be easy. No! Peak able to find 2 somehow. Gonna surely invest the lockdown. the orbital strike here could be used to cover the spike and that ult. I think it's just about within radius for both, so they choose to use it. Yeah, I think they should be able to collect both here. They do, in fact, but no, they still play from that passive angle. Not enough time. URG Black, they will get a second round on the board eventually. At what cost, I suppose? Medical Research not able to find that last pick, but well, even in a round that they looked like a surefire win for them, they still made it somewhat difficult for themselves. With that being said, now they are on their favoured side, so with the pistol round looming ahead, they could close the gap in a short number of time if they were able to. So URG Black not out of this completely just yet, but we're going to need to see a few more of those promising signs like we did on Icebox, and well, with the deficit even greater than it had been previously, they're going to have to do this one pretty flawlessly to get back into this game.
And when Newberry Scarlet, every single player is having such a great game. Like, look at the scoreboard, 9-3, 9-4. That's the worst the score line that you have on your team. URG Black, they really like at least 2 players to step up massively in the stat line, and unless that happens, 3 rounds are not going to be a big deal for Newberry to close things out in this map too. And this is URG's map pick, so that will put Newberry Scarlet just 1 map away from being the champions of the tournament right here. URG Black, they are actually quite desperate for this win, because the next one is going to be Newberry's map pick right now, and Newberry, they want to get to it as soon as possible by closing this one out to back off. 2 players stacked all the way towards spawn. One of them has fallen. Make it 2. Never mind, not yet. There is some backup alive available finally, but eventually the number does go up to 2. Medical Research eventually is going to try and equalize things out as he gets 2 to his name as well. KJ, though, on the side of URG, has been tagged quite early.
Oh, well, Newberry Scarlet here, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They have the presence of Killjoy Revs playing towards B site.
30 seconds
Maybe just
left.
spotting out that duel with Soda, but the spike is dropped in the middle of A, so something's got to be done to try and pick that up. I think Pappy might have heard the steps of Revs here. They will win that duel out as well, so now the man count advantage does sit with those players on the side of Newberry Scarlet, but the time has already ticked very, very low. Playing from the life on that shorty, just playing on those angles, and well, there's not enough time. Asgard doesn't need to peek here and they'll win the round. Peek taps the spike, but things are too late. They'll eventually get it down just for that boost in economy and potential opportunity to force here going into the following round, but a lot better from URG Black, at least once they were able to get the spike. Maybe a misplay on the side of Newberry Scarlet. It felt like when they were pushing market, they always had the numbers advantage, something which was not too common to see for URG Black. The round that they were able to win early on was when they grouped up for a push and successfully played off of each other, but it felt like for the majority of the time we didn't really see that from them, and they sort of split in their push, but this time a lot more unified from Newberry Scarlet. Unfortunately, they're not able to pick that one up, but a good start from them. That force, well, it's going to be a lot of damage early on for Ramsey. Might have to use up their hot hands to concede that one a little bit.
2 players stacked outside over towards the A side, and they're looking to enter right into a crossfire that's been set up by URG as 2 kills go their way. Rubsy did get to 1, but Asgard will be the one that gets 2 to his name, and now was Soda 1 through the smoke with a no scope as well. This would have looked beautiful in the start line if this was CSGO, but never mind that. Peak on the other end has taken 1 out with a classic. Just around the corner is Revs waiting for him as well, and now it's all down to Soda Universe. The jet that was lights out box with a Marshall in his hand up against 2 URG Black. They know exactly where he is behind the audio cue spotted, and now the dash out for Soda to at least stay alive for at least a little more while. Bulldog retrieved. Just playing ring around the rosies. But eventually, Revs will be the one to finish things off.
Yeah, I think Rose was just looking for the bulldog there, which seems to have disappeared through a thin veil of invisibility. Now Newberry Scarlet, they have money on the board. That was sort of a mixed investment from them, which I really like, managing economy well to now buy up 3 full rifles, including heavy shields, or 4 even, mark my words. That will be a lot to contend with here for URG Black, still carrying those Spectres through from the previous round, even though they came out as victors in both affairs that we've seen so far. This will be the real test of strength as those Newberry Scarlet players look to take some early presence in B main, and I think we would be surprised to find if they don't push in here as 5, as we've seen them done so many times, and to great effect.
Oh, then Molly has forced a couple players out of their position, and Rev's massive with the nade there. It gets 2 to his name as well. And 2 more players tagged down, but they're both going to get a kill to their names. Asgard will be the one that was going to keep the numbers advantage in URG's favor right now, but Crumsy does have the heal work with, and hence now going to try and waste a little bit of time so that the back.
Do they expect the flank? No, they don't. Peak able to get 1 from there. They will get flashed away by Zaya, but it will bring things to the 1 versus 1. Narrowly avoids that recon dart. Spike not in their possession. Has a couple of swarm grenades to try and work things out. 40 seconds left on the clock. Zaya, very low HP, only 15. It'll be a body shot from either of these players enough to take them down. I think it might have to be 2 actually, if Zaya wants to see this one out. Frantically flicking left and right, seeing what corner Peak's eventually going to come from, but it's that one that they've decided not to guard that they eventually choose to push through into the back. Peak gets the triple, shuts things down. Unfortunately for URG Black, they can't quite grind it out, and now they're in a situation where, yeah, they'll have those rifles bought up, but Newberry Scarlet, they itch ever closer to match point, and what will put them 2-0, only 1 away from taking the championship.
Right, no, they have to win another map. But before that, they do have 2 rounds to win in order to get a map at 1. This is looking highly likely the Newberry are going to close the next 2 rounds out, if you ask me. Although, really, they have proper rifles to work with in this round, and this could likely be the last one where they get to use them. But the attack, they have 3 ultimates to utilize right now, and when we talk about Newberry Scarlet, now the nade is going to force it. One of them detained, and Revs, although in the smoke, is going to be able to stay alive at least for a little longer. And now the Bladestorm invested as well. They're taking everything out that they have. The res available to utilize as well if need be. A 5-on-5 for the retake.
Yeah, there is that orbital strike for Newberry Scarlet to sort of pin in these players just coming out of market, but that's if they even get that far. Soda Universe finds the first, a few stray blades through that blaze wall, won't connect, and Asgod's able to take them down. Peak trades things out. A couple of players actually towards main. I think they're just going to play for the post plant here. Even the lockdown does eventually get invested. I think it's going to have to just be playing for the plant here. Pappy gonna wait until that timer ticks all the way down. They will get detained, but the orbital strike is enough to stop the defuse. Is there enough time? I don't think there is. They've managed to clutch it out. The odds against them. The spike will claim both lives in and around that B site, but Newberry Scarlet, they find themselves on match point. Ults invested on both sides, but it pays off for them in the end. URG Black, they've got crumbs left to work with. They open up their wallet and a moth flies out. There's no coinage left whatsoever, and they've got to make these odds and ends work if they want to keep in it. 8 rounds away from tying things up. It has to be perfect from them from here on out. And well, if anything is to go by from what we've already seen, I think it'll be very, very difficult for them to do exactly that, and it's just going to be that 5-person push once again coming in towards A. Those Newberry Scarlet players storming on in as they have time and time again.
One positive for URG Black is that they have 3 ultimates of their own to dispose this time around, and 2 of them can be very deadly. Actually, all 3 of them can be very deadly, but one of the players has quite been sighted all across the map. One of Ramsey, he's utilized his, did find some information, but the counter is very nice. Oh, the orbital strike has proven to be too good right there. As they get two to their name, Stinger in the hands doesn't even need to use it. Revs will be the one to finish things off, and okay, that was fast.
That was, well, a swift response from URG Black. I guess you can always go off of different trends, but I suppose medical research has other ideas. They've got all the statistics up in front of them, and it's a swift round from them. Orbital Strike really nicely used towards Button to flush out Corrupt Z, not able to convert anything from their positioning on top of the barrier orb. So 5 rounds now on the board. It will force a mixed buyout from Newberry Scarlet. They have that Rolling Thunder to try and work around, but that's about it on the board for them. Xayah has the Hunter's Fury to deny a plant if it even goes that far, but with an operator in the hands of Asgod and leading the way for their team at this point in time, I think URG Black are looking in a good position to steady the ship a little bit going into map 3.
Right now, the Thunder has yet to hit, but for the time being, the shots are being traded. The Xayah already tagged down from middle. No early aggression shown from either end as of now, but Ramsey, that's a sweet one. Going to peek out again with that flash. Tucker stuck in the corner right there. The pistol not too strong to take Ramsey out, and just your copy and go out wide with the peek. Please do it. I want to see a Sheriff headshot, but it's not just going to happen there. Just a copy. Forced out of the corner. Never mind. The Molotov from both ends going to force players to stay back at least for a little longer. Here's your Black. They have a 2-man advantage to work with, but Peak one, he's in the back. Very wrong if he's able to get 1 or 2 kills there.
It was a battle of the incendiaries towards A main, but as we said in the pre-game, Brimstone's utility does the most damage, his ultimate able to crank out the most, and his incendiary the most powerful of all the Molotovs. So if Newberry Scarlet are able to force some kind of a post plant, maybe not on this round, the advantage would sit with them, I suppose, but there's a lovely crossfire established here from URG Black. Good team play to funnel away those players from Newberry Scarlet that maybe look to push in, but no, they're actually going to go through market. It's going to have to be towards lane where that Nano Swarm will do good damage. Enough time just about to get that spike planted. I'm not sure if they know about the positioning of Peak. We'll let one past, a second, a third even, a fourth. The numbers are racking up, but will the kills? They find that first one, second even, onto Ramsey. It's collapsing. They're completely unchecked in the back lines. No comms yet to come through. Able to maybe even find a third. Yeah, they are. Onto the operator now. It's a 4 versus 2. Things eventually traded out by URG Black, but the communications completely just falling apart in the heat of the moment there, and Peak able to capitalize to great effect for their team.
I don't believe my eyes. I should go probably wash them during the break after this, but what? Why did nobody turn around? There's no way that Peak was able to get through those 3 kills. It should be humanly impossible, but he did. Still, though, it was not enough for them to close out the round. The 1 round is all that Newberry desires at this point, and URG are really making them fight for the time being. The economy is trying to develop for URG as well, but it really does not matter. 1 round loss and you're out of this map for the time being. Okay, this seems like they're getting... Newberry has decided to do what URG likes to do a lot, being the one that wastes no time. Although they're still taking a moment to enter, and the Hunter's Fury, it has tagged a couple, should be able to take 2 out. That's massive from Xayah.
Yeah, the ult wasn't enough to take down the lockdown, but those picks will go their way. Pappy evens things out with a couple of their own. Now that flank eventually comes through. No Rolling Thunder to work with in this post plant. Could have been one of the key difference makers. Corrupt Z will put that barrier orb towards Speedway, so they'll be slowing things down for the time being. Peak spots out that gun barrel from Asgod, so now in the 1 versus 1 advantage does sit with those Newberry Scarlet players just able to defend. Flash comes out, it's going to locate the positioning, and oh, it's almost a one-way. They're able to play around, both players able to find a pick of their own. Ramsey and Zaya taken out. That's going to be a real knife to the heart there if we're thinking about Ramsey being one of those cooks or whatever, but no, the kitchen was too hot to handle for them that time on Phoenix, not really having the impact we could potentially expected to see from them for their team. And Newberry Scarlet, they go 2-0 to the good now, only one map away from stealing this best of 5 series in a really stylish fashion. A potential 3-0 still on the cards, and URG Black just not quite getting back into things or really showing us what they're capable of at this point in time.
Both maps have ended up being 13-6. It just really tells how well prepared Newberry are for URG in this matchup. The match is not even as close as their previous matchup was. Like Newberry won that one 2-1, 36-29, and that's a pretty close scoreline. Right now, we're not getting to see any glimpse. URG, they're struggling in every aspect we can speak of. No individual performance is coming out of them. Their miscommunication is at its peak right now. As we saw in the final round as well, where Peak, he was in the back lines. He got 3 kills while the call-out was probably given out. Nobody turned around. That just is a massive example of how things are and what things are going wrong for URG. They have a lot to improve upon, but they need to do it very quickly because one more map loss and they're done.
Well, I mean, you can look at the negatives there for URG Black, but the performance from the defending team wasn't exactly flawless, I wouldn't say. I don't think that that Newberry looked sort of fully composed in some of the plays that they brought out. I think Omen on that operator and even Soda didn't connect as many shots as you maybe thought that they would. Quite a few of them went astray, but there was never anyone to punish it on that attacking side of URG. So I think it's just that dynamic of team play, like you said, those lapses in communication that have really failed them. They need to try and play off of each other a little bit better, because it seems like every time there was a pick for the defenders getting so aggressive, there was no response for the attacking side of URG, and that's what really let them down. Going into our third map, things will be flipping around, so URG will get to start on their favoured defending side, but could it be too little too late? We'll have to find out after a very short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll see you shortly. Hello everyone and welcome back to the NECC Valorant Grand Finals. Currently it is Newberry that are 2 maps up to the good, so they're chasing that 3rd map here, and well, URG Black, they've got to try and find a way back into this one, Inflict.
Oh yeah, and we're heading into Breeze, where the attacking side is favored. Although we have spoken about how URG they preferred defending, but Breeze is just among one of those maps where the side that has the favor, it's just a bit too much. Defending crossfires are so hard to establish and maintain that most of the time it doesn't even work out, even at the top tier competition. So Breeze defending first, it could potentially turn out pretty bad for them, but we will have to wait and find out. And even let's say theoretically, if they do end up winning that map, Bind and Haven, those are going to be really strong. The mental game has already been tested and it really has not worked out in URG's favor. So, going to be an exciting one to see if URG are going to be able to make this comeback.
Yeah, I think on the side of Newberry, they're just going to want to keep things clean, not have too many casualties, and just sweep the series 3-0. As you mentioned, though, for URG, they've got to try and save a little bit of face here. They managed to beat the #1 CTN Tech Purple coming into this grand final, so you'd think that they would be a bit better equipped, but I think their fundamentals have been somewhat lacking sometimes in these past 2 matchups, which has really let them down. Maybe one of the reasons why they prefer that defending side is because the team play sort of manages itself, I suppose, in the way that the retakes are established and the crossfires that you can set up are a little bit easier. When it comes to those sort of heat of the moment decision making sort of aspects in the mid round that they have to try and tackle, they've been sort of ill-equipped to try and do so. Well, coming into Breeze, it can be quite execute heavy, I think, so playing off those rotations, it'll be interesting to see how they want to try and do that on the defender side first, of course, but it'll all start with that pistol round. I think Valorant is a very momentum heavy game, so if they struggle to pick this one up, it could be a real spanner in the works early on. On the flip side, if they're able to take it, they could be in with, 2, 3, 4 rounds by that point in time. So we will have to see. But looking at the comps here, we're actually going to see a Chamber and a Yoru, potentially even a KO for Pappy, which no Yoru this time around, but we will be seeing some KO gameplay. KO is an agent which I really personally love. I think I sort of expected them to be in the meta a little bit more than they have them. We've started to see that through Champions now. So how does KO work on this map, and what do they bring to the table for this composition?
Honestly, I absolutely love what to the table. When you're defending, you can stop any aggression whatsoever and gain a lot of information earlier on behind that dart. And while you're attacking, you can just, if let's say you have Killjoy defending your site, if that's all of the utility gone to waste for the next 8 seconds, and that's a big enough window for you to enter the site. KO can literally be the best initiator there is. It's just that people are really not trying to get used to. The lineups could potentially be established as well, but it's hard to discover. And moreover, the flashes and the nade, they just don't feel as comfortable as what you have on Breach and Sky. The range is not as great, I suppose, but other than that, I really love what the ultimate and the dart brings to the table.
And well, that's going to be a big suppress onto all 3 players holding here early on from URG Black. Gonna stop them from being able to use that ability, at least as they're defending the site. The slow orb does eventually come in, but that spike has been planted, and now we're in the post plant. URG are gonna have to try and find a way back into this as Newberry Scarlet have it down, and it's gonna start with that swing towards the toxic screen.
Ramsey has taken peak one out now. Newberry, they're really struggling to keep this one maintaining, to keep this one in place. But right now, he's up close and personal. Zaya alongside him as they take 2. But Poppy, the nade, has gotten 1 kill. The flash out, the diffuser. Well, he's safe, as Asgard will be the one that finishes the 3rd kill as well. That was actually quite fast from URG. I like the resilience that they showed as soon as the plan went out. They made sure that they had the perfect entry points, and the fights really went their way behind those flashes and such.
Really nice retake there from Asgod, being the key player on their team, who has a headshot percent of 23.27%. Very statistically sort of precise there, I suppose. And, well, right now they're leading the charge for their team. 3 kills to open things up. Will be on the Spectre, maybe not a headshot-heavy weapon, but a good piece of kit nevertheless. So now we're going to see that execute coming from URG, and, well, the KO, they have the lineups here as well. Chamber will get suppressed. Well, I don't know if this one's actually going to land. No, it's not. So,
exactly.
Spoke a little bit too soon there, and the punishment is going to come through, although it doesn't even look like we're going to get a plant.
Yeah, definitely not. Poppy getting aggressive orders, has not been able to find anything just yet, but will get one before getting taken out by the hands of Ramsey. 2 players alive for Newberry after in the post-ban scenario. Make that one. It's all down to Omen. The Trailblazer are going to spot him out as well. Just a classic to work with, and probably is going to die to the hands of Ramsey. Very nice clean round from the side of URG. And as you said earlier on, Valorant is a lot about keeping the momentum that you gain earlier on behind those pistol rounds. Just one thing, just this one round matters so much to URG right now, because if they screw this up, Newberry will probably not let them make a comeback into this map. That's straight up. That's exactly what I think, because of just the sheer confidence that Newberry have at this point. Both of the maps they've won already 13-6. URG they were struggling. Their comms were in a bad place earlier on, and they just need to make sure that they don't let Newberry gain any momentum whatsoever.
Well, being able to pick up this round would be huge for them, obviously, on the lower bye, the bonus round, as we typically would call it. Hall's presence sort of being felt out a little bit from Newberry early on. They don't want to rush into some kind of a stack on these rounds. You know, you have to be cautious with your pushes, as you know, on the lower investment teams will try and play things out. Lockdown does get invested towards A, and well, actually it's going to detain both of these players. They're able to get the picks either way, but well, actually I think the Ramsey is able to sit just about outside of it, finds 2 quick picks on that Spectre, and whoa, that baby will sing. Those Spectres finding picks all across the board. Newberry Scarlet completely shut down on their full rifles, plenty saved for those URG back players. And now Newberry Scarlet, they've got to contend with the momentum for the defenders this time.
This round was actually massive. They didn't lose a single life. They got free weapon upgrades as well all across the board, and hence their economy is now good enough to provide them with a buy for at least the next 2 rounds, even if they end up losing. Newberry, on the other hand, they're still gonna force a half buy in this round with 2 marshals, a Spectre, along with 2 sheriffs in the mix as well. If they are able to get a spike down and 3, maybe 2 or 3 kills, that would be actually pretty good for them. And Poppy, well, he's filling the criteria right now, as he's taken the second one as well, but has a review to Vandal, so that's good. The likelihood of him getting the second kill is starting to increase behind that, and he gets one through the wall. Okay, this is starting to look very good for Newberry, as Ramsey falls as well, all down to Zion of 1 versus 3. A Phantom and a complete utility get to work with right now, but has been spotted out as well. Okay, Omen, that he got a little greedy there and has to pay for it.
And there's a flank coming in here from Korotzi. That 0 point will mean that there are no abilities able to use for Zyra at this point in time. They do find the triple though. Will they expect the pick from behind? Well, oh, the Seeker gets popped. It's just a fraction too late. Z finishes things off. A thrifty response from Newberry Scarlet. Now URG Black have to be careful that their heads don't drop. They have money in the bank, as you said. They got free upgrades on the previous round off the back of that boneless. But this is going to be the killer one. It's a 5 versus 5. Well, it's always a 5 versus 5, but it's going to be a full buy for both sides. So this is one where if they let things slip, then the momentum, it does start to shift in the opposite direction of Newberry Scarlet, and those problems start to arise for URG Black. If they're able to get a really strong defender side out here, it's anyone's game, but this round will be one of those key tellers in where they're standing at this point in time.
Oh, that's a nice peak, but medical. That's a decent amount of info to work with. Now it's just going to back off and make sure that there's not enough room for Newberry to work with. Although, peak, he's looking for some behind that Viper's pit. Although it did sadly reach the site though, so they would have to go out wide in order to get the point. And right now as his teammates, so there's okay, they're baiting this one out. They're looking to go towards the B side with the spike right now, but the spike,
is
that's
dropped.
a massive ball. So the
Yeah, that
Universe did
really-
get a kill on the other end, but it's not looking great.
The picks go back and forth, low HP for those Newberry players, but yeah, something to mention between these two teams. There's a real lack of information available for URG. Only the Sky can really collect anything without having to poke their neck out for taking any
30
damage. So
seconds
2 versus 2 now. Spike firmly in the clutches of Asgard. However, Soda Universe is on the prowl and they've got a teammate to back them up. Looks like Zaya's going to be playing a lot more conservatively back here. And, well, actually, I think Soda Universe is going to run into them. They get kneecapped, taken down. Peak able to find the spike, has to run to B. It's the only option, but with Zaya waiting in the wings, surely they can deny the plant here. There's not even enough time to get it down. That flash will reveal their position. Peak has to go for, well, the peak to try and end this one out, but no, the timer will finish things off. And actually, the kill goes the way of URG Black. A triple for Zaya there. 9-1 now, a 9 KD for them. Ults available as well on their side, and whoa, it's forced Newberry Scarlet into that more compromised buy that we've seen them do a couple times. They're quite comfortable to just pull out a few rifles because they have that confidence to go and take the rounds, but they haven't been in their favour so far. Really strong start here from URG Black.
This is exactly what I was talking about in the previous map. That individual performance that Zaya is providing right now is just enough to keep URG on the surface. The whole team is feeling like something's working right now. We're all doing good, and like the stats show, you have a couple players 6-3 right now. The kills are going in everybody's favor most of the times. They're playing off of each other a lot more. For example, there are still 2 players available over towards the whole area. Rev, he has died down, but medical research was present for the trade. Unfortunately, won't be able to get it though, as Soda Universe denies it immediately. The spike is going to go down this time around. A resurrect available for URG Black to work with, but the bodies are too far apart for them to
The
use.
flanks
it
coming
for
in
the time
from
being.
Asgard though, they're going to leer out here and they just chase
that's
down
nice.
Omen, finishing them off. It is a 3 versus 4, so URG Black still on the back foot, if you could call it that. However, one of those players is low HP, doesn't matter, still manages to find Ramsey. Now, in that 2 versus 3 scenario, they've got to try and push around into this site. Asgard gets that pick, but there's a trade on the side of Newberry Scarlet every single time. Will there be a response for Zaya here? Time ticked incredibly low, running with the melee out, caught with the pants down. Corrupt Z finishes things off to bring it that second round on the board here. So it's a nice swift response from Newberry Scarlet, not investing too much to take the site there, and URG Black just collapsing when it mattered most. That flank from Asgard not having quite as much value as maybe they would have hoped. The distraction that Psychotic Omen was able to create towards Halls caused enough for them to sort of struggle in that retake and really keep their cards close to their chest.
This is what I love to see in a grand finals. Every round going to the nail. Every round is a nail biter, basically. 2 players suppressed. That's a lot of information to work with. 1 player is up close to Poppy. He's expecting it just a little to the left. Is going to get the kill still though, so that's good. Although 3 ultimates available to work with for the side of Newberry, and same for URG as well, although they are quite different, but the kills are going to go the way of Newberry, and the ultimate's taken out of the equation. The only one that remains is Zaya with a Seekers and a Sheriff in his hands, just your bottom 5 HP to work with, and he still gets a kill!
Yeah, Pappy, this player is just exuding confidence right now, going for the peaks regardless. And oh, it's going to force Revs onto the classic. That 0 point perfectly placed to just shut them down entirely. One of the reasons why KO is so strong, even in, well, just ranked at the moment, is the counter-offensive utility that they can provide, being able to shut down agents like Jet on the Bladestorm, Chamber when they pull out that Tour de Champs, and the Showstopper as well on a raise. So really good in just denying opportunities here for URG Black to try and work around. Corrupt Z also got a really nice timing on the reload of medical research around that back pillar of B, and well, they just descended towards it and were able to take it quite comfortably. Now the buys are a bit more even, but they're pushing in swiftly here. That defense that we've seen a few times with the crossfire between the two players, although Asgod does get caught out. Ramsey's left isolated as a result with the null command popped. Newberry Scarlet, they're charging in, and that momentum just carries on in their favour.
Just Robbie gets another one to his name there. Now the Flash is making sure that the URG is forced to stay back. So they were starting to get a bench in, but your Poppy will be the one that gets the third kill. Omen follows up as well, and now it's all down to medical research. Stuck in a corner behind that nano swarm. They're not gonna check it, but now they know exactly where he is. This is all tied up.
Sort of caught on an island there in the gap where the nano swarm fell. Seeing if they can play any exits here, it would be good damage. A headshot through the side of the wall onto Soda. Seeing if they can replicate that success for Peak, it won't be. Things are going to get tied up here at 4-4. Just holding onto this Vandal would be good for medical research, although on the low HP, tagged all the way up by Corrupt Z, will be corrupting their HP bar, finishing them off. Still holding on tightly to that lockdown, which we haven't seen used too much. Not to great effect, at least, on Breeze as a whole, but, well, now that things are level, URG Black have to try and find a few ways in which, a few outlets to try and find this round. They won't opt for rifles on any of their players. It's just going to be pistols and spectres to let this one work out for them. And, well, they've got to try and replicate their early success. And even Chthonic Omen's going to pick up that operator. So any kind of pushes here they want to go for could easily be punished.
The 0 point out spotted nobody, but on the other, the lurking Soda universe has gotten one kill to his name. Ramsey, the lone warrior over towards the A side, can't do much. Has been spotted out by the desert, and now the lockdown invested as well. Omen present over towards Hallwood, try to get a couple kills with that operator, but within the A side, it's Ramsey that falls. The spike is going to go down as down retains no one. Asgard up close and personal against Omen, but on the other end, Poppy is the one that gets a kill, and Omen going to finish Asgard out as well. Last one alive. Medical research once again. Why I just feel bad for medical research, because it's been just every single time when we look at URG's last player, 90% or 80% of the time it's this person.
I think it's just because medical research is playing towards B, and for the time being, it's been that A spike site that Newberry Scarlet have favoured. Medical research just seeing if they can maybe get their hands on the Phantom. They poke their head in and out to try and pick it up, but it's that flank from the side once again which will drop them. Just Your Pappy has, well, made sure that medical research has met their daddy on that occasion, and they get finished off. So now Newberry Scarlet, they have a bit of an advantage. 4 rounds isn't too bad for URG Black, and something I want to see from them in this round is that Viper's Pit used by medical research. Maybe towards A could help out, although push coming in towards B from Newberry Scarlet, this could actually help them out. It's just a very strong ultimate to try and use, so just holding onto it instead of being proactive in its utility might just be the Achilles heel for this team at the moment. And, well, it doesn't look like we're going to see much out of it either. The 0 point flies in to potentially deny any opportunity of that. It does miss the radius, but still, oh, we're actually going to see it committed towards the plantable area instead.
Okay, well, URG off to a great start as they get too close to their name. Medical research and Revs set up a nice little crossfire there through the smokes. They get one. Oh, Soda turns and burns. Revs, how do you lose that fight? not really sure, but URG, luckily, they do have a resurrect available if they'd like to, but the Sage is literally across the whole map right now, and well, this positioning is going to be quite helpful for them as they have heard the footsteps. There's the first kill, gonna back off and heal herself. Now they hear the spike stands, and one of the last remaining Newberry players.
That operator could be key for a pick, but this positioning from Ramsey, just trying to catch Omen off guard as they push towards A, so that is very much confirmed now. The rotate has come in, that spike locked down. Soda still trying to find a way into this site. They don't feel happy to commit that spike because, well, there's a snakebite there to try and stop them as well. Asgard gets the first one, just seeing if they can get some extra money. The AWP shot won't connect. It's a gun available and they will pick it up. Medical Research claims that one back for their team. A little bit of recuperation after losing the previous 4 rounds. Now the economy fully in their control. No, I'm not too sure what's happened. It has been picked up by Revs. A good choice on the chamber, being able to dismiss themselves away quickly with that calling card ability. So tied up once again, URG Black, they've kept things close this time. Both teams yet to carve out a significant advantage in this matchup, and going into that potentially more attackers favoured side, URG Black not anywhere near beaten just yet.
This time around, Newberry, they want to get aggressive towards the ace. All is going to deny that for the time being. They're trying to break it and get in, but the up close and personal contact with the Sage is not going to work out. Behind the flash, they look to enter the site. 5-1-4 right now. Soda barely gets that kill onto Asgard, and now 2 players over towards Bridge, and one of them spotted. The offshot gets missed, but Soda doesn't. There's
Soda.
one, there's another, and he's just too good right now. Last one alive once again. Medical Research. The nade as usual denying him entry, stuck on an island, and Omen will be the one that gets the kill this time.
I think Newberry Scarlet have got used to that situation now where Medical Research has to retake from double doors, so no half measures, they just spam the left side of the door, and luckily enough it will be that pick for them. So now looking to finish things off in style and convert that final round, giving them a 2-round buffer if they were to lose the pistol on the flip side of things. URG Black, I think they'd be quite happy to tie things up at 6 apiece, but we have plenty of question marks to be discerned around their attacking side, so I'm not really too sure where this matchup sits at this point in time, but just your Pappy maybe trying to find a lineup. Omen has already slipped through the net. I'm not too sure how aware these defending players are of their position. Asgard will get punished and has to walk through that nano swarm before they can reposition here, and they're just descending onto the site, and Soda's found the opener as well.
Oh, Pappy, he gets true to his name as well, and now this is looking very good for Newberry as the KO's null command goes out as well, but 2 players fall. All tied up, never mind, Omen is the last one. KO has fallen as well. Pappy, he's vulnerable, he cannot do anything whatsoever right now, hence Revs alongside medical research against Omen, and Omen will fall. Revs quick with the shot. 6-6, we're all tied up heading into the second half of Breeze.
Yeah, pretty smart idea there to just use the ultimate. It was the last round, so it didn't really matter. Revs will fire every last bullet out of the chamber. Pardon the pun. And, well, Omen didn't have too much work to do there. They were stuck in the corner and trying to do that classic old move of the fake flash with the shorty. It is a chunkier weapon to try and distract their opponent, but it wasn't to be. No tomfoolery being had this time around, and it will be levelling us up at 6 apiece. URG Black, we spoke a little bit before about their attacker side having some weaknesses, but if they are able to push us 5 here towards the A site, then they could be having plenty of success.
That pun was good, not gonna lie. But yeah, okay.
I think that's why Chamber's called Chamber, actually. I think it is just sort of a pun in and of itself, with those abilities obviously being weapons and KO being a hard counter. So that's why I think the choices potentially come in here from Newberry Scarlet if they've got some kind of a read.
You heard it here first. Azaz cracked the code. What we know how to name their agents now, and as God well, he's gonna write the Death Note name in the Death Note, of course. But a man down to the retake here as the spike has gone down. Krubsy up goes up on the wall. They might not expect this here, but the updraft kill. Oh, as God. That's gonna
that
be.
diffuse
That's
is
gonna
already
be a
coming
sucker.
in.
The diffuse
It's
is
coming all the
coming
way in, and they've got nothing to deny it with. Newberry Scarlet finished things off even at a player disadvantage here. And it's just the poor mid-round to late round calling again from URG Black, and a great heads-up decision from Newberry Scarlet. They invest that toxic screen late on to reclaim some space. The defusal comes through. I'm not sure if URG Black just hadn't heard the sound cue. They will force up on this round as they were able to carry that numbers advantage out of the previous, but it's just a similar situation to what we've seen before, and it's very disappointing from them.
This round, URG have actually invested into this one. If this doesn't go their way, then they're gonna probably end up conceding the 9th round to Newberry as well, and that's where things start to get very now. In Newberry, they're aware about the force from URG. They're gonna pace themselves accordingly and not get as aggressive as they initially planned on doing so. The knight goes out, making sure that the elbow aggression doesn't come in just as of now, but. URG, they're really interested in over towards the B side, with that interest in trying to fit. The chamber has made progress over towards middle, spotted a player out as well, and two of the players of Newberry are actually quite tagged down. Sky Heal is going to come out for Corrupt, but the Suppress is going to give some information Newberry to work with here.
Sage killed.
Oh, that's nice.
Quick pick down onto Ramsey through those double doors. Soda gets a big tag as well on those players that are just trying to cross into the crosshairs of Z, who claims two more lives. It's a triple for them on the round. Zaya now left to try and make things work alongside their teammate Revs, but they've got no HP left of their own. A quick tag from the Trailblazer won't be enough to stop them in their tracks, and Newberry Scarlet, they finish off that round. URG Black with the force buy as well. That's a costly one for them to take, forced onto the pistols once more.
Oof. The only word I have right now is oof. Corrupt, that literally last second of his life in that round, he ended up getting those 2 kills, and those were the difference maker pretty much, because if Corrupt had died, there is no one present to get the trade immediately after, and hence URG would have had some space within the A side to work with. Corrupt denying those 2 kills, he didn't allow that to happen, and Newberry, after that, it was just a smooth sail to victory in that round. But for now, URG, they're back with the struggles of having no money. Oh, Soda almost was able to had that 3rd in his pocket as well, but 2 is good enough. Now that's a lot of information for Newberry to work with, and behind that, it seems like they're gonna push in. Or no, possibly they're playing this smart. And they're not letting URG have anything.
Soda able to link up a couple of early headshots, but well, with the 2 healers available for URG Black, it's going to be a real beefy one for them to try and sink their teeth into. That 0 point is going to collect good information and disable a few of these players trying to just make their way across towards a potential A hit. Another tag comes through. Peak with a huge swing picks up a triple. The defenders get another round on the board. It was ultimately an easy one as far as the economy went, only able to lose 1 player of their own as they sweep things up nice and evenly. So this one will be a real teller though. If URG aren't able to pick up this one on the superior weaponry, I don't want to say that it's all but done and dusted, but with how they've been setting up on the attack, it really leaves something to be desired, and there's just a bit more that I want to see from this team so far.
This time around, URG, they're headed towards the A side now. There's 1 player up close, and it's
Omen
once
makes
again,
the
three
judge
beats.
rains down their judgment on those players. And now, well, the only ones that are going to be judging this are those remaining 2 of Revs and Medical Research. They've got to think things over. That first pick able to, lessen the pressure just a little bit. They're actually just going to storm all the way in here towards A. Good call from them to get that spike down. Peak has the wall available for the retake, and we've seen done so many times. Corrupzy tries to play off, it can't. Revs finishes that off now. It is the 1 versus 2, but that Viper's Pit has come online. Trying to peek through the side. Medical Research doesn't spot Peak, finishes them off. And that's a real tough one to lose against the inferior weaponry. I know that the operator was invested for Newberry Scarlet, but ultimately they get another one on the board here, and now URG Black, they're gonna really struggle to get back in. And once again we see that timeout pop from Asgod. Newberry Scarlet yet to call a timeout of their own, and well, they haven't needed it. They've been head and shoulders above the competition at this point in time.
It's the last 3 rounds. It has been quite literally just individual performances from the side of Newberry. First it was Corrupzy, then it was Peak, and recently it's Omen. Like 3 pieces. And Newberry, they're not even playing off of post-ban scenarios, which was which is mostly the scenario in the initial 2 maps. Right now they're just playing off of duels that are really going in their favor, and I mean you can't really blame URG for that either, because in the first 2 rounds their economy didn't allow them to have proper weapons to face off against Newberry, but in the just big brain that actually he didn't give any hint that he was going to push that, like no flashes whatsoever. He decided to dry peek that one, and all 2 players that were stacked out towards that time, the timing really worked out from there, and hence Newberry, they're in such a great spot right now, and it seems like URG, they have to force this one, and if they lose this, I hate to say it, but that might just be the end of this fairy tale.
Well, we see Revs is going to go for their ultimate, not quite having enough to build up a full rifle with armor and their utility. It will be a good opportunity to try and challenge here, but it doesn't look like they want to challenge that operator towards a Omen, holding things down on that side of the map, relocating towards double doors, as we've seen Medical Research come quite a few times, maybe for the wrong reasons on a number of occasions when they were playing for the defenders. But as you said, things really do stand on this round, I think, especially considering the situation where Newberry Scarlet, they're going to be on good money, and URG Black left with a lot to do here. And well, that first few picks go the way of Newberry Scarlet. Omen gets a collateral, which will really shift the balance here. A Sage Wall put up, and if Ramsey peeks around the side, they could be in a tough spot. Asgod will find one of their own. Just thinking about it, they go for it. The triple now. Omen just shutting down the hopes and dreams of URG Black, placed solely on the shoulders of Asgod, who's able to find a triple of their own. A couple of quick headshots to finish things off. Peak, though, in possession of the spike. It will be a hard one to try and get around. The Leer is available. Empress as well, if they wanted to go for some kind of high ADR spam. No, the swings of the knife will totally reveal their position. Peak finishes things off. The clutch just a little bit too far for them to try and pull off. Newberry Scarlet on the edge of match point, which then converted takes them to a 3-0 on this series, looking at maybe even investing the double op here on their defenders side, and the only double that we're going to see here will be double Spectres for URG Black.
Those ops proved to be a bit too powerful for URG to deal with, and Peak, that was actually a very safe to just play off that audio cue that Asgard gave away. And now, okay, I like this actually. URG, they're getting aggressive this time around from middle and wasting no time, but Corrupzy is going to be the one that greets them while they try to enter the site. Erskine gone their way. Zaya, though, once they has gotten the trade, but oh, how do you miss that? I think that was a good actually, and it's only going to the scenarios worse as Omen has found 2, could have gotten to 3, but barely misses a 2 versus 3 though. Still, the damage has been dealt to URG Black. On the post-ban scenario, and Poppy alongside Soda finish things off, and they've put themselves on championship point, just 1 round away, and all 3 maps could possibly come to an end at a 13-6.
Yeah, it would be that 13-6 scoreline. 3 times over, and it's been dominant so far from Newberry Scarlet. You said before that it was a 36-29 across a best of 3 when these two teams previously faced each other, and well, this is a completely different version of URG Black that we're seeing this time around. They'll be hard pressed to find any more than the 18 rounds that they currently have across the 3 series, only combined enough to find 1 map, and we've played 3 here at this point in time. Ultimate's getting popped early on. Bladestorm trying to look for a pick for Soda's Universe. The swing does come through, a few trades towards mid as well. Opshots not connecting, and well, Omen had missed a few on the previous round. A flank from Cropsy is huge, could do big damage, but nothing converted just yet, and the picks start to go the way of Newberry Scarlet. Things are collapsing here for URG Black. They look to their saviour, Asgard, once again to try and pull things out the bag. Finds a quick double as it fails to connect once again. That will be all it is for the time being. Omen or Sire on the low HP, peek towards the back of the site, trying to see what they can work out here. Has the Viper's Pit available, but question marks about the coverage that they would be able to obtain at this point in time, as God just sneaking around looking for their next victim, already on for that 4K, but Omen across from CT able to find that one position from Nest now, just waiting for that peak from Peak, no less. They managed to find it for the triple. They have the dismiss and the spike, so at this point in time it will be that 1 versus 1. Phantom picked up Trailblazer available, a flash shortly on the way to follow things up, but the positioning from Asgard, I don't think they're aware. Omen, that Trailblazer goes all the way through, they eventually spot it, the tag comes through, it's the 1 versus 1 championship point on the line. Asgard saves their team with a quad. That 12 or 13-6 scoreline finally broken, and Newberry Scarlet, they'll have to hold the celebrations just for the time being.
Not gonna lie, I felt like I was listening to Rob God for a second, but wow, what a round. Oh, that was a nail biter, but totally worth it. First map where URG have gone beyond 6 rounds. Newberry, though, still in such a comfortable spot that one mistake of URG would crown Newberry as champions. They have to be perfect, not make a single mistake, or you pay for it this time around massively. They're looking to enter the A side. It'll never work for them, but Revs has other ideas finally. Tagged out of the 23 HP, but flourishing with 2 kills right now, as the retake scenario starts to get initiated as a spike goes down. Peak goes still lurking over towards middle and gets the audio key of a player, and he's going to take Zaya out.
Retake scenario here. Soda's Universe just trying to peek out and find that pick on the retake. The advantage of players, though, now it firmly sits with URG Black. The defuse coming in from Soda. Lineups just too far away. I think Medical Research has given up on this one. That's going to be it. The championship goes the way of Newberry Scarlet, and well, much like that final round, it seemed like URG Black had sort of given up on that dream. Not the same performances that we'd seen from them in the Swiss Sages, and now that it finally comes to it, they don't have enough to go the distance. They lose to that second seeded team after beating who were seen to be the favourites in TN Tech, and well, the championship, it goes the way of Newberry.
It does, and quite realistically, I did not expect the grand finals to be like this. I was like at least expecting them to push us to at least like a map 4, and I wasn't certain who was going to win, because we were talking about it before all 3 of the maps began. URG Black, they have had struggles in the season, they've had struggles in the playoffs, but they have learned from them. They had beaten the first seed, they've beaten teams that they lost to within the season, they've beaten those teams in the playoffs as well, such as Holy Cross in the quarterfinals. It just didn't show in the grand finals right today. They had lost. They had been very close to beating Newberry. Within I believe it was the week 7 if I'm not wrong, but
yeah, it was the previous series. It went 2-1 and it was very close, but this was just a complete different world, I guess, a completely different team that showed up on the day, unfortunately, so they weren't able to take it.
Yeah, they really weren't, and like we saw signs of life in every single map, but they were just so small. Like in Breeze, the first 4 rounds they were consistent. They it felt like he was going to dominate the whole map, but as soon as his teammates started to pull up a little bit, they were like, okay, we're all doing stuff. Zaya, well, he fell off that cushion, and suddenly so did everyone else. After
Mm.
that, it was really nothing else worked for them, because afterwards they only secured 3 rounds while their opponents took 13.
Mm. Yeah, and I mean, we were looking at a scenario where it very comfortably could have been 13-6 on all maps, and that's more than twice as many rounds. I know it's only by the difference of one, but very dominant performances all across the board there from Newberry to see that one out. So URG just not coming to the table when it mattered, and I think it was sort of those fundamentals that they lacked, that team play, cutting edge dynamic between the players to try and trade off of one another. There were glimpses of individual skill and certain picks across the map, but when you're not out aiming players, you can't afford to spread yourselves as thinly as they did, and I think they paid the price for it a lot of times. It was their attack rounds really which left them in the dirt. I think their defense as a whole was fairly sure. They were able to defend it nicely. They had sort of a bastion on certain sites. They were able to play together well and link up, but those situations just weren't coming together on the attack side at all really, and they didn't do enough to sort of combine their utility together or their team play to make those opportunities for themselves. We saw it a little bit in some examples when you had sort of Zaya on the owl drone in some instances getting a ping, and then Ramsey was trying to play off of it, but when it came down to the retake, they didn't have enough to get them over the line either. So just need to revisit those a little bit. But over on the whole, from them, not the worst performance, but very, very dominant from our Victors here today.
Of course, like the scoreline could have been very much worse for URG. They definitely showed some signs of life here and there, but talking about the same things that went right and wrong, we will be having an interview from the side of Newberry. A player will be joining us very shortly, but before that, we're gonna head into a quick break. Stay
Hello everyone and welcome back to the NECC Navigator Yellow Grand Finals, where we saw Newberry run away with a 3-0 dominant performance, and we have one of their players, Pappy, here to interview. You know, they always say that history is written by the victors, and we're going to have them here to tell their story of events as they found out that game at a 3-0. So we have Pappy on the phone right now. Were you expecting it to be as swiftly and over and done with as it was, or were you expecting it maybe to be a bit of a closer matchup?
Well, I feel that I was very confident in our team going up because we had already beaten Rio Grande during the normal season. I was surprised to hear that they knocked out TN Tech, so I was actually interested because I hadn't played TN Tech. So hearing that they had knocked out the undefeated team that I hadn't played actually interested me, and I felt like they could have probably brought one of the maps home, but I feel like we were better prepared.
One thing that I would like to ask you is that I was watching your semifinals matchup where you played Breeze against Murray State. You guys struggled in that one. You ended up losing 10-13. Of course, that was a pretty close one, but still, some things that you changed heading into the grand finals to focus a bit more on your Breeze, because is a pick, and if you weren't confident, you of course would not have gone with it. But what made you think that okay, if let's say if things were start to go bad on Ascent, we'd be confident on playing Breeze against URG?
So a big thing that, I mean, we did this the night before, but we were talking about in our chat about what we were going to do with Breeze, and I admitted myself that my player pool wasn't good enough. And so I spent basically like 4 or 5 hours yesterday learning KO, as you saw with the lineups and everything that I provided. I had a lineup for basically all the plans, and so I kind of just used what I was teaching myself to help push us through.
I was going to say, I really like the pick of KO on Breeze. One of those lineups, the one outside of A main to the right side, I think fell just a little bit short. It landed on the roof. But other than that, yeah, I really like the idea of that. And introducing it into your comp, was it something maybe that you'd seen in Champions that you then drew inspiration from? Or just a pick that you were considering adding in anyway, potentially as a counter to their chamber pick?
We weren't really concerned about countering. We were thinking of agents that would work well for me because I'm a Brimstone main. So I have a very limited prowess with how I like to play. And we found out that with KO's utility, I would be able to get the same kind of value that I get out of Brimstone. So what I figured out mainly was I have to look towards communicating what I'm doing more so. And so that's what we really worked on when we were pushing in, is wait on the dart, wait on the knife, let's get this molly down, and let's get in there.
One thing that I would actually like to ask is that URG had gotten pretty close to you in the season game, but they beat the number 1 seed. Of course, you talked about that earlier as well. But did it scare you even for a little second that okay, they've definitely improved something, that because they've of course kicked out the number 1 seed, and they had beaten Holy Cross as well, who they lost to earlier in the season as well. So they were really making huge improvements. But today it seemed like none of that occurred against you. What was the key behind that?
Honestly, I would have to give a shout out to my team on that, because when I would stop my fragging power, they would just go in and they would get more insane picks. Like you saw the collat at doors from Chthonic Omen, and you had other things that were just going on the entire time. We were calming very well. Having the biggest switch that we had to make was figuring out how we were going to run our defense with the change. And I think that focusing on ourselves and not our enemies is what brought us to the victory.
So I think that's pretty much all the questions. I'll throw in a tiny little one before you go ahead and promote whatever it is you want to promote. But who do you think is going to win Champions?
Come on.
Well, Sentinels just got knocked out, so it's a little rough.
Well, they're still in the tournament.
I feel
just
like
have to
they
go through the
could
lower
come
bracket.
back. But
We
my
know it's
worry
liquid.
is we've seen that Tens is struggling, and so if not Sentinels, I feel like I don't know if NRG's in it, but if NRG's in it, then I feel
No.
okay.
Well,
Then
all right.
Sentinels is my go-to pick because
Okay.
Team Liquid surprised me today, but I don't think they're gonna surprise me anymore.
Okay, so with that being said, anything else you'd like to shout out before you close this thing up? Any teammates, perhaps, or?
Honestly, it was a development for our team, and I think that throughout the season we have improved immensely. Having the addition of Soda, as you saw, having him as a dedicated duelist, allowing me to get off because I was originally a dedicated duelist. Having him able to get me off that role, I can still play it. I just having someone that can take it over and having people start to flex. We had peak going on. If you were watching like semifinals and stuff, we were starting to incorporate him on controller. That became immensely useful. Corrupt Z, having him turn into a sentinel. You saw on an icebox defense, he just showed out, and we just showed up.
Well, thanks for coming on the line with us, Pappy. Your winners of NECC Navigator Yellow Bracket are gonna, of course, be Newberry Scarlet. So congratulations to you guys once again. And we're gonna go to a quick break, and we will be back with some more games for you very shortly. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll catch you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the oh-so-handsome and Hawaiian-looking Vincent. Loving the background, loving the green screen effect you're pulling off right there. But I'm also loving the hype and build-up we've had to this point in the season as we're in that finals stage, this BO5 that has to go forward. Vincent, why don't you tell us about the two teams we're seeing?
Indeed, it's all come down to this here in the Challengers Yellow Division. We started with 8 teams here in the playoffs, and for the last 2 weeks, we have put that down to just 2, and that's going to be Montclair going up against the Bryant Bulldogs. And here's the thing, you know, this is kind of the perfect situation because it's number 1, number 2 seed, right? This was meant to be the whole time. That's what I'm choosing to believe in, Infernosis.
We can believe whatever we want to believe at this point here, Vincent. And I do think when you have 2 of these teams that come out to this point on top of it, and they're performing at the level they have been, and they were already those top-seeded individuals coming up to this stage, everywhere else you're looking at it and going, okay, well, you know, like we have for our Navigators Yellow Division, it was URG Black and Newberry Scarlet. That was your 4th and 2nd seed. Going into this one, it's your 1st and 2nd. And then, of course, for the last one, it's 1st and 3rd. It's interesting to see that the 1st and 2nds made it up. No upset stories were unfolded, at least for the teams that made it this far. And that could be very indicative of how they're going. They have been staying in tune. They have had their mind in the game, and they have been pushing themselves forward up to this point.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly, the only loss on the season for Bryant is, of course, against this Montclair team, which means that, you know, they've already gotten a 2-0 victory over this team in week 6. Granted, listen, it's been a couple weeks since then, and this isn't a BO3. This is a best of 5. So we're taking a look at the picks as they have come forward. It's going to be starting out on Icebox, and this is a good tone setter for me. Icebox, this is a map that has a meta that's set in stone. It hasn't changed for nearly 6 months at this point in the highest level of Valorant, and nearly said Counter-Strike there. That's fine.
We're doing it all day. It's fine to make mistakes.
I just got done with a Counter-Strike game, so excuse me, apologies. But yeah, it's something that Montclair, they'll have experienced a lot, and that means that as a tone setter, I think it's going to be really strong as we move in towards the rest of these picks. Haven, there is the secondary map, followed by Bind, and then we get into a little bit more off picks, right? Split, Breeze are the final 2, and we don't normally see those near as often.
You say that, but I casted 2 games of Breeze earlier today in the collegiate scene. I hate it. I love the map of Breeze, but when you see it twice in a row and you almost saw it a 3rd time until one of the teams said, all right, nah, we won't do that to you guys, you get a little bit on the nose. It gets cheeky for it. So maybe I'll get to see it for the 3rd time today. Maybe not. Who necessarily knows? But I do love this map selection. It is interesting to see that. Of course, when you're talking about the maps that are left out, Ascent, one of the most popularized maps in Valorant, it's very reminiscent of CSGO, like you were doing just earlier today. It is one of the maps that is kind of reminiscent of that. You also have Fracture that's not being taken, which that one's not that big of a shocker, but it is what it is. Agent Selection immediately engaged. They had absolutely zero worry about what they were playing. Sova, Raze, Viper, Sage, Jet. We're seeing a very solid thing for our Bryant side, and then we have Sova, Reyna, Sage, Viper, and Jet for the Montclair side. It is a mirror composition for all but that Raze that we're seeing on the board. That's being switched out for the Reyna, the opposing side.
Yeah, and that's sort of to be expected. I set it up. I said, listen, this hasn't changed for a long time. This is the meta comp. You know, that Raze obviously is something that you can see come out. It's just not always selected. Whereas the Jet Reyna, I think, is a little bit more dominant pick. But either way, we're looking to get underway here with the pistol round. A couple of ghosts purchased up here by the defense. And it is a 3 classics to add to that, along with the armor. It's like the offense, though, hasn't really decided exactly where they want to be. They have a couple of sheriffs, and I'm really interested to see where those sheriffs go on this pistol.
It's interesting to see when basically you have almost half of your roster in a lineup commit to that more expensive pistol buy, but we also see usually ghosts come through, and from the looks of things right now, they're actually going to have a floater hanging out towards their attacker spawn. It's going to be their Viper hanging and trying to keep themselves back. I think that's clumsy. That's actually the player doing so, but with a full engage going forward, first frag will drop in favor of Montclair State as they will remove the stage of the competition and give themselves that 1-player advantage early on as they start to push down green and make their way over towards the B sides.
that owl drone gonna buy some space and information. Yeah, we'll figure it out. He's, looking for information on that entry. But actually, this is a really fantastic timing from Divine. Ultimately, it's a big win there. Overheal going strong. Eve does put some damage down range, but is it good enough? The answer, absolutely. The headshot comes through on towards Divine. Montclair still with an man advantage, though, as the retake is coming forward 3 versus 4.
Now, if you catch me saying Kaneki, that's Salio's name, but I may just say Salio a couple times, so I have to apologize for that one. But you'll see kills go down. Eve finds Clumsy, but Salio frags back. That's Kaneki taking 2. That's a 3K toward their name, and it's only Eve left standing, forced to drop down from double box. And has to decide if they really want to engage going forward. There's really no time to defuse this one, just playing for an exit frag and see if you can remove an extra pistol out of the hands of the competition, but it's not going to happen. Bliss finds the kill, and it will be a Montclair State attacking round win! Oh, Riggs, you got to run slightly faster than that one, but it was a very solid pistol round for him, picking up that first pick and doing a proper rotation back to the B site and taking full and utter advantage of it.
Indeed, Montclair State, that's a solid start for sure. And Bryant, will we see a force buy back in the opposite direction? The answer is no. It looks as if they're going to be just fine with buying in a shorty and a whole bunch of classics. So, I just checked. It is Eve, by the way, just for the record. And, make sure we got everything right. And, well, we might be here for a while, considering this is a best of 5. So, we'll bet in things here. Montclair on the entry here towards A. They've got all 5 players in that direction. That, the Lear, and the toxic screen as well committed. They go thought there's that secondary Lear, and Whimsy does pick up one on the entry, but it is just a few moments and not actually taking advantage. Montclair State just kind of holding back off the back of that initial frag. Nembras in great position and denying the plant. That's fantastic work from the Viper of Bryant. Brian is found success. Those Shed fighting one back. These are fantastic losing frags for an eco round. Bryant are on one right this moment.
Well, Montclair will officially get down that spike, forcing a time constraint for the post-plant situation. Bryant stuck in a 2v3. There's plenty of opportunities for them to make the return, but they only really have the classics to work with, so it does seem like a nigh insurmountable opposition to overcome, but we'll see if they're capable of putting anything together. Eve's going to go towards that elbow side. First fight has to go to Salio. Kaneki finds that kill, but Riggs will find the last onto Shed. The Spectre in hand, a bit too much to contend with for the side of Bryant, but now that they've found themselves at a 2-loss deficit for the rounds, they can buy out with the rifles and do what any team is expected to do, put on a masterful showcase against the SMG force for Montclair.
Here we go again. As yes, indeed, the buy is out. Eve a little late to the party, but ultimately going to go for a rifle of their own. Means that this is looking strong, easy round. Now, in addition to that, there was a lot of economic damage done by Bryant in that last round to Montclair State. And so we can see it's a bonus round, and a whole lot of these Montclair players not electing to buy in additional rifles, rather just going for the SMGs, the Marshalls, etc., and well, that's a nice little opening frag found, courtesy of Bryant.
Ah, man, time in and time out, we've seen that first frag go to Montclair State, this time going against them, and that's exactly what you want to have. Bryant know that with the rifles in hand, they have a longer range engagement weapon. The only thing they truly need to fear is fear itself, and of course, Clumsy with the Marshal. It can 2-tap to the body, 1-tap to the head of anyone with armor, and you do have to be fairly precarious of it as it attempts to hold down that ace sight line from the top of belts, but overall, it should just be a standard tried and true method of approach to defend this one for Bryant. Hold long range, force a mid-range engagement, and don't allow them to get up close and personal. However, we can see that starting to fall apart. Lear sent Owl Drone as well. Cubby player per numbers might just get stuffed out. We'll have to toss the snake by, but it doesn't go in exactly the same position you would like it to do. It does allow the plant, and he'll have to be forced away from his own snake bite of the position. Divine finds it with a Sheriff to 1. Refragged back by Eve. And Eve is refragged back by Bliss. Kill for kill, trade for trade. It's seemingly favoring Bright now as Simi splits this one wide open, taking the head of Bliss right off their shoulders and leaving it up to Clumsy and their player of Riggs to carry this one out. Riggs steps up tremendously, sprays down two. VAR was completely not anticipating that position. They'll stick down the diffuser and it's not going to matter. The rifle buy for Bryant falls apart at its seams, and Montclair State will collect where necessary.
Yeah, that's a little bit frustrating if you are Bryant, because you had such a huge advantage when it came to the purchase. I mean, there was 2 Marshals, a whole bunch of Spectres, and nothing much more to contend with for Montclair. They had, I mean, like, I don't think they had a single rifle at the beginning of that round, and thus, they still are able to bring that away with the W. Bryant are down pretty bad in the opening stages of this map, but that's okay. Still lots to play with. Your icebox, you know, it's a difficult one, and you got to say the attacker side of this map is the favorite one. So maybe to find some more success there. There's just an eco, but it is shots fired and successfully found for Montclair.
You know, it can depend a lot on which side or what team or what scene you're playing in for whether or not this map is truly as attacker favored as some will be. I believe in the collegiate scene, you're absolutely 100% right. Unequivocally, attackers have a massive favor when it comes to this map. And we're seeing that time in and time out. We're seeing Bryant refusing to give up just yet as Semi locks one more to the head. The numbers filed or tried and failed to find Riggs. And Clumsy will get down that spike. That's going to guarantee a post plant, and it's going to guarantee the 1v3 has to go down. Semi's picked up a rifle from the player they killed in Kitchen. They'll get rid of Clumsy, now in a position to use their utility to their advantage, but it's 2 players sitting very far back on the A site. A player in Belt and Riggs is holding up here towards this tube side. There's not a great chance for success here. Let's tap it, give the intel, get some shots over towards Kaneki, but it does not seem to matter. Riggs will find the last kill, and Montclair State will come up 4 rounds in a row, seemingly unstoppable at this point.
Quick and easy, fast start for Montclair State is, yes indeed, they are looking to be a force to be reckoned with. With that being said, Bryant now have weapons back once again, and you know, I gotta say, they didn't look all too good on that first gun round, but things have changed just a little bit. They've done some good damage on some of these pistols. Only 2 players surviving that last round as well, so things aren't quite as they seem. You can see that Montclair, they are looking to very quickly get involved over here at B. Not sure about that early wall by VAR, but really not a lot of reasons to put that through so early, but hey, there nonetheless, and these slow orbs are very well timed. Ultimately, Divine is going to find success in towards this site, but can't quite find that plant, or rather can't find the frag as the plant attempt goes down. Excuse me. Bliss with that kill does deny the plant just a moment. Eventually, that is going to go down. It's a 4v4 Infernos.
Well, when you got a position where you lose the first player, things can get difficult, and they did, but they still managed to push forward, place Ice Wall, and get the plant down. However, even despite the fact they evened it up, they'll lose the next player, forcing them into a 3v4. They had to deal with the Hunter's Fury, now dealing with the Blade Storm. Doesn't seem to matter to them, though. Salio snuffed out quickly. Bliss tried to find one and did so, but Simi sprays down 2 in a row. A 3K to Semi alone in that round, guaranteeing them their first round win. And I do gotta say, that was some proper ultimate usage in that round, and it just wasn't as solid of a performance from Montclair State as we had seen from them in previous rounds. The Viper's Pit was a little bit south of the border, so to say. I didn't think it filled out the entirety of that B site, and I felt it was a little bit weak in that regard. The Ice Wall got destroyed a bit too quickly, making it very difficult for Montclair State to have a safety net to place down that spike. Thankfully, the shot through the Toxic Cloud, the Poison Cloud, I should say, was still able to find success. But you can't just rely on a spray and pray to get things done here, Vincent. Montclair State are going to have to look back on that one and think about what went wrong.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, I think you're right. A lot of that coming down to ultimate usage, but well, speaking of ultimates, that's Riggs. He's pulled out the Hunter's Fury very quickly off the back of the Owl Drone tag, but ultimately gets nada from the utilization on the other side of things. So he falls to Salio's spray through the Toxic Stream. Bryant looking to be down in this one. It's Salio with a nice opener on the secondary. Penumbras does fall. Barb here trying to find re-entry, but can't quite do that when the toxic strain is in the way.
It's a good start for the Montclair side. They've obviously found there too, but they need to continue to get the rest. Do not let yourself sleep and sit on your haunches. They're doing just that. Divine and Clumsy come up big. Semi with a nice spray over to Salio, but unfortunately does not get the transfer, and Bliss will find the kill with the Spectre. It was a bit of a tough round for the side of Montclair State. They felt they had to buy, and it's a good decision to do so, but they didn't have the, I guess, full arsenal of weapons at the time. Obviously, a Spectre was in hand. They didn't have full armor, I believe, as well for one of their players. It wasn't a situation where they could say, hey, if we bleed this round, we're fine. Truth be told, they needed that round to keep their ego positive. Despite having a massive 4 start, they kind of kept buying. The rounds were kind of close, came down to the last 1 or 2 players, and that's rifle after rifle after rifle, $2,900 getting dropped on the floor 3 or 4 times in each of those rounds.
Exactly. It's not nothing that they're losing, and what an unfortunate situation for Bryant to be in, considering, you know, they had that round victory. They then immediately get demolished in the following. Oh, really good adjustment from Salio. Unfortunately, it's not quite on target. But it does force the player Penumbras, who is doing the peeking back into the Ghost, and it is going to be Penumbras now Ghost lead. Left nothing. Eve on the site has found the opposing Jet, now tagged down to 1 HP. Dream and nothing more. I say that though. Bliss resurrect Salio. That opposing Jet now helping Divine uses the dismiss. Get a forward position now. Barb all alone with this Sheriff.
What a great round there, Vincent, right? You're talking about the side of Montclair State. They lose a player, but you have the resurrection available. It wasn't a necessity, but I don't think it was a poor decision in the slightest. I think getting that up, especially when you adjust on the round before being a little bit tight on cash, it's nice to guarantee that you'll have money in the next one. So go for the resurrection. Get that rifle back in their hand and guarantee at least a positive 3,000 credit eco for yourself going into that next one. And we saw a flawless performance from them despite that first kill in resurrection. And Bryant just were none the wiser about how they needed to deny the entry there for Montclair State. Every time we've seen the A site go for Montclair, they've either flawlessly won it or been damn near close to it, where they have been struggling just a little bit to clear that cubby corner. We saw exactly how they dealt with it before. We know that their Jet is fabulous. Salio can clear aggressively with that tailwind up to the rafter side and cubby box. They know exactly what they need to do, and that's why we're seeing Montclair State have more success on that A site in terms of gun rounds than we are talking about this B site. Unless you don't clear your corners here, Vincent, in which case Varv will punish you, and not just you, Vine and Clumsy in the process.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that you could call that not checking your corners, just a really good timing on that swing from Varv, who does find the opponent looking the wrong direction. Either way, no matter what you call it, it is a big advantage for Bryant, who's really struggled to put rounds together. You might find another one here, as it is 3v5. That being said, there's a Blade Storm for this Montclair State side of things, and you can find some success. I was going to say things might be possible, but maybe less so here, as a shot in towards the middle area goes awry, and there's just 2 players left alive here. I don't know that I love that defensive wall. It's kind of a weird situation, and it allows things like this to happen. Bliss with a double before Shed shuts it down, leaves that the Blade Storm can come out and go wild. Will the plant be going down? It's got to be quick because there's only 10 seconds left. Salio, you have to do something. You can't just go for kills, my friend, as it's all been put to rest as Bryant does find the success. That Blade Storm comes to nada.
Yeah, I felt like it was a huge waste for that Blade Storm. Do you think maybe a fat finger or something along the sorts? Maybe they felt like there was a chance. For a moment there, I also thought it was it came down to the 2v2, but no, Bryant just stayed alive the entire time. It was a 3v1 when it came to the conclusion. It's just really difficult, and I have to agree, that defensive wall was almost placed in a spot that was favorable for Montclair State's attack. They need to think twice about where they're playing that one. You're bringing a Viper for a reason, and I know that you've been playing that Viper on the A site. Bring that over towards B. Play that cubby corner towards yellow. Have a long shot angle over towards that yellow side, and towards green, and you'll have a very nice cut angle to play through your own toxic screen instead of just the attackers. However, when the next round goes underway, the first 2 kills drop, and it's an even 1-1, setting in stone how this next push is going to go down in the 4v4.
One of those was courtesy of the showstopper, but Shed quickly traded back courtesy of Montclair State. Here's that shot fire Divine trying to utilize the Empress, but not to a very useful degree, as the Viper's pit was engaged here by Bryant. Whimsy able to find Semi as well. This is just a matter of time, it feels, for the rest of Bryant to get the victory here. It's all towards Salio, who's got an operator, sure, but it's going to be anything more, not by the looks of it.
Man, that's 3 shot opportunities Salio had as well. Imagine if that wasn't just misses. First one hits, you get rid of Bliss. That would have been a good play. Second one hits, you get rid of Riggs. You've dropped it to a bit more of a fair fight. And then from there, it could have been a completely different story, right? But no, missing all 3 shot opportunities, Panic Tail winning away, you Cloudburst up away from the Recon Bolt. I think that one was not a bad play whatsoever. You're not really going to be able to shoot that down, so just Cloudburst and have a good time with it. But overall, Montclair State have started to show some gaps in their armor here, Vincent. They're not immortal, they're not gods, and Bryant are starting to poke and prod at these angles. And now that they found 2 in a row, they're starting to see that, hey, we can indeed start to deal with this Montclair State side. We just got to continue to do what we know best, which has been holding very tight angles, using our utility properly, and playing for that post-plant situation. We're just keeping them at bay away from that default plant on the A site. However, with a default play going in for Montclair, they've sent 3 towards garage side, 1 towards the actual entrance of green, and it'll come out to E finding the kill, separating the distance, and once again having Montclair State start with a player down.
Well, Shed, what's going on there, buddy? It's a good off angle, and he had an opportunity with the first, but hits the second. In fact, hits the follow-up as well. 3 players gone for Montclair as the 4v2 does ensue. Clumsy looking for something. Bard close by has been spotted out. Nice find there by Clumsy, and now that buys some space for Montclair State to work with. That being said, oh my goodness, that got very close to the head. Bliss needs to find the opening here. There's 25 seconds to work with, and see the spike is on the back of Whimsy, who is on the flank. But well, now it's 1 versus 4. I think this is a save. No need to throw the gun away here if you're Clumsy.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, I don't think it's a necessity to continue to push forward, especially with the fact that the utility you have left standing isn't really enough to guarantee you much beyond maybe just an exit frag, but Shad's not going to give the space to do so. We'll retreat back through the elbow side, and it doesn't seem to be that Bryant's going to really hunt for this last kill. They'll play safe just as well. They're like, hey, we want to continue the spree of rounds we're gathering, and if that means holding on to the weapons we have, we will do exactly that. Not that they're very pressed right now, Vincent, for cash. Take a look at the credits across the board. About 3,500, about 4,000 was available for each of the players from Montclair State, and even after having their weapons or having a rebuy if they had died in the last round, we're still looking at an average of 4,500 to 5,000 plus for some of these players on Bryant. The economy is handily favoring Bryant with that winner's bonus adding, as they've taken round after round, but the loser's bonus will start to add up for Montclair State and start to give them a better chance to equalize.
Ooh. Eve knows it's dangerous to stick around there, so that wall goes up in defense. I like that a little better from the defensive bard. Ball that was put up from the offense is quickly taken away. Eve and Penumbras was finding success. That said, Salio has found his way in, and Varv is taken out for the trouble. Eve still looking for more as the owl drone comes out. We're going to try and find an opening. Speaking of openings, it's a nice shot from the owl drone, and a pre-fire allows for Eve to find the frag through the boxes. 2 versus 4 now is left as the Hunter Fury and the Blade Storm still available for the defense. Numbers with a nice shot. Salio dispatched, and it's Clumsy left alone. 1v4 once again but he's in a brilliant position. He's taking shots, found success, taking the taps away. 1, 2, and 3. Can he hit the diffuser? No, he hits everything, but also unfortunate for Clumsy. He finds 3 frags through that smoke, but not the big key frag that he needed.
Vincent, what do we just watch? Like, I don't even know the chances to hit every target but the one diffusing. And it wasn't like he was aiming at standing players, really. He was double tapping his sprays, so first shot and then the second shot would rise, and it was usually the second shot that would find the kill. It was just cheeky. It was an unexpected result, but a fabulous one instead. I mean, Clumsy will not save the round, but still Montclair State will bleed a couple rifles out of their hands. Doesn't mean much to Bryant. They have been winning a flurrious succession of rounds, and it's only going to continue from here if they can keep Montclair State at bay. As you can see, they've anticipated a very swift and thorough attack on the forefront. A Viper's Pit pop by Clumsy. He had to fall back a little bit to do so, though, feeling the pressure that Bryant has been bringing back in return, but it will set in stone a bit more of a dangerous situation when attempting to engage. The Penumbras gives away their position and fails to find the kill in Divine, allowing for Divine to take out his teammate of Semi, and Bliss elsewhere finds the Spectre kill to cleanse one more. Bryant only have the 2 players left standing, and it'll be one as quick with Divine taking out Penumbras. And Bliss will make that advantage go even further, resurrecting their teammates and forcing a very precarious 1v4. And Salio will not care for your puny Blade Storm. Eve misses it anyways, giving themselves 5 to 7, favoring Montclair State. This is a bit more than what we were expecting. The attackers taking the successful half, but it was about to be 6-6 if they were not able to put a damper on Bryant.
Yeah, Bryant making a good comeback there. By the way, can't help but love the name Penumbras. All the lawyers in chat are thinking this is very clever. I don't know if you know what penumbras are, but it's a constitutional law thing. I can't get it out of my brain.
Another game.
So I've mentioned it here, but nonetheless, Bryant, like I said, a good adjustment. You know, they were down pretty bad in the early stages of this first map, and they have clawed their way right back into it as they head over to the attacker side.
Now, Vincent, I bring this up because I thoroughly enjoy the map of Icebox, but like we mentioned previously, it does come down to being an attacker favorite map in a lot of counts. And I think that has obviously been shown to us with Montclair State going up 7-5, but that's a really close score for an attacker favorite map, one that's considered that way. So Bryant have a lot of space they can make. If they win this pistol round, then they basically cut that gap down because they'll have the opportunity for the second as well. And they have the advantage on the side, and Salio clips the short box and does not make the escape, and Shadow find the kill. That gives Bryant an opportunity to go for more, but unfortunately, Clumsy has not been cleared from below rafters and finds 2. Divine and Elbow needs to swing out, takes the head off Shed, looking for more on top of it, but it'll be Eve instead to find the next 2v2. Eve trapped in the back of sight. Needs to wait for the teammate to come around the lonesome corner. It's Penumbras, the player you were hyping up just a moment ago, for their great phonetical diction for their name. Doesn't seem to matter. Eve removes 1, Divine in a 1v2. They're going to rotate the spike all the way over to B site. For the looks of things, Divine is in a race against Penumbras. We'll decide to head back the other direction.
Oh, well, Eve does get the plant down. This is now a really highly favored round for Bryant. And, you know, speaking of what you were talking about before, yeah, 7-5, it's not too big of a difference, but I mean, still significant. And Divine come up in the clutch. 2 players in very separate situations. So, Divine, he spotted this out. He knows now where this first player is. He is spotted out in towards yellow. Divine has to try to fight this off. This is really tough. I don't think there's any way he can win this out based on these positions. Gonna stick on the defuse and try to get half, but he's denying anything and everything from Montclair.
A great round as well there for the ending. I mean, proper decision from Bryant to say, hey, we've got the spike, we've got a flurry of kills, let's not push an Empress, right? Let's not keep Divine over here for much longer. Let's make space and head over towards the B site to go for the plant instead. They do so, and that gives them the proper allotment of time to play for the post plant. Divine's trapped with no real utility behind them because it's round 1. Any and all that they had would have already been expunged within that first engagement. And beyond that, they only have the Ghost to work with. So you try to play around yellow. They play it absolutely pristinely, Vincent, of playing the do-si-do around the Bucks. And even if that had gone through, you had a player in middle that was going to be watching orange that could have just taken the shot from that direction. It was planted for the player in orange and not for the player in yellow.
Yeah.
Fabulous take. We're already seeing Bryant start off strong again with a Marshall shot to take one for Montclair State.
You know, even beyond that, normally I'd be critical of playing that separated, you know, as two 1v1s, because then of course you tend to give an opportunity over to your opponent. But it was so separated and so passive to play that it was actually just brilliant. So, like you were talking about, an opening frag there, courtesy of Penumbras, as Montclair State are looking to be equalized, or more Bryant looking to equalize that. The score line 7-7. Clumsy though has found an equalizer of his own to convert this into a 4 versus 4. And maybe, just maybe, Montclair has something to say in this one on their force blight. Marshall taking shots, quite connected. That's a little bit dangerous. Clumsy can't seem to sort of follow up here. Varv gonna take him down, and more to follow here by Varv on the double. He as well shed for good measure. The attackers come up with that one relatively easily and tie it 7-0.
Well, that was an interesting play. I really enjoyed that round for the Bryant side. They did a great job of not allowing for Montclair to build any momentum in the round. When you're finding that first level of impact, you can kind of get free leeway to decide. And typically, it's a poking and prodding game of finding information. However, the later these rounds go on, the more scary it is to wait to do that poking and prodding, because then the Sage can make the rotation over and go for the resurrection. However, it's round 2 of the second half. There is no need for that. They can just take their time and play it a little bit slower. They did that to a degree, but when they decided to commit, they committed, and that was a very smart decision from them. But you can already see them gathering the information. There's one on B site, and you're going to see that information relayed to Montclair. You saw 2 teasing towards Tube in that orange side. They know that their player got pipped, and they know that it got sent. They were going to help defend on the B side, but now when you do so, there's only 2 real defenders available on A. If they just take this swiftly, there will not be a huge point of contention for them. It should be a cheeky and easy fight to start things off.
Fight down A.
Shotgun initially, but Salio and Riggs both finding successful frags. Riggs with a follow-up. That Bulldog is just doing phenomenal work on the site. 1, 2, and 3 collected as he quickly goes to reload. Now Bryant, the ones on the back foot. It's going to be Eve who's grabbing a Guardian, and I don't think that's all that much better. Misses the shot, and as Bliss finds the frag. 8-7, Montclair State stamp their ticket to another lead.
Now, losing that round for Brian is an expected result, right? When you win the first 2 rounds, blah, blah, blah. You have your SMG force in round 2 of the half, and then round 3, they have to face a rifle. It's not an expected result, especially if you're attacking, right? Because you do have to kind of you have to cut in that distance, and they attempted to do so. They were very swift on their assault, but Montclair had great crossfires, and they set themselves up so they didn't need to have that close range person be the first fight. They made it so that when the second they would push forward, they had another player ready to engage, and it worked flawlessly for them. And to make matters worse, for some reason, the Bulldog was just too much to contend with. A weapon that I usually look at and say, oh my goodness, please put that away. It's hideous. I would rather use anything else besides that. This is a personal opinion. This is probably not true about the actual gun. I can't use it. I'm terrible at it. It's a gun that I look at and think that, but then you have players that have mastered essentially every weapon in the game, but the Bulldog as well is a very threatening weapon, especially early on in these rounds. It's a very strong economic choice for you, and it should help your team's economic status as the rounds go onward.
I'm going to check back with my lawyers. I think that's lies and slander. But Clumsy, certainly not being clumsy with that gun, the Guardian. He's going to find one before Penumbras can indeed close that down. Good 1-for-1 trade. Bryant in the driver's seat here, but the rotation from Montclair State is already through. And actually, you can see Bryant, they thought of going in here, but they've elected to pull back, and actually, it's going to be huge. Now, Riggs can either get a lion's share of information, or he could go down with absolutely nothing. Right now, playing very passively, he's steering the rotation. Gonna grab that frag and try to fall back. Here comes the recon bolt to try and give him some space, but no space required. The numbers on the refrag is successful. It's 3 versus 3. Look at the clock here at Prognosis. It's so very low, and Salio He's still on the site. He's looking to deny. That's one frag. He's going to get the dash out, and Min's gone down. Now the spike has to go through. It's going to be on the frag there to defend the spike planter, meaning that 2-on-2 is now engaged in the blade storm. It's a possibility, but no more. Bliss has that shot on towards Eve before Shed can find it. Oh my goodness, the showstopper! But Divine hits him with the dismiss, says see you later, and pulls off the frag on the 1v1.
I cannot understate just how hype and how much stress there was building up to that moment. Watching it all go down, I see Shed get the ultimate, and I go, Ghoststopper? Ghoststopper? Incoming? And sure enough, it's popped. They're waiting for the opportunity. It was a fabulous flank for them, but Shed has a great turn to stop that push coming in from their own attacker spawn below pipe side. They're refragging it back, and they're playing for that one-on-one. They get the showstopper, which is just something that is going to be a massive boon for them, but unfortunately, it was the worst possible agent to be facing off against. Not the player individually, which does take a lot of skill to get that dismiss down in that time, but the Reyna as a whole was the only agent that would have been able to survive that encounter at that distance. You would not have had the space or the location to drop that ice wall if that was a possibility. You had to face the Reyna, and you had to pay the price. And you're already seeing the price go forward. The price is right for the Montclair side as they're taking away the lives of Bryant one by one. 2 kills already falling. Talia, why are you bladestorming right now? That's the second bladestorm I think we've seen from you that found little to no, if not no, impact in this game so far. But thankfully, Bliss and Rinks are right there, right next to you. And while Semi may be left, the round is not left. Montclair State will find themselves a defensive round win, 10-7. Our scoreline, Vincent.
I think that right there was the turning point. That Divine 1v1. And I'm not describing the 1v1. I'm talking about the player, but it certainly was Divine, if you ask me. And beyond that, in Montclair at double digits, this is the final gun round. I think is going to matter a whole lot with regard to Bryant, because if they lose this round, they're looking at it as an eco more than likely, and that means that things are going to be a bit problematic as Claire would move towards 12. So really important round here for Bryant, all things considered, as they set up for their push.
Watching the long angle, Montclair State know that they have a bit of an advantage when it comes to holding the defensive side and turtling up. They also have to be very wary of the operator and operator battle going in between Salio and Eve. Salio will go for the tailwind and finds success, swings around the corner and finds Eve. And a Viper's Pit being engaged now on this A site. It's Bryant's side attempting to do so. Varv will get the plant down, but unfortunately for Montclair State, it's not just the Viper's Pit they have to worry about. They've lost Divine. Another player bled. It may be a 4v4 for the ultimates favoring the side of Bryant, and there's a resurrection as well, Vincent, making this one even worse as they're facing a nigh insurmountable 4v5. Swiftly made to the 4v3s. Bliss and Semi find one of their own. They have their own resurrection to bring out, and Salio hits shots out of nowhere. Eve sprays down 2 with their own operator. A flurry of sniper shots ringing out in the distance, and it's just up to Rinks, who cannot find the last bullet necessary to take out Shed. Bryant find the 8th round win. They're 2 rounds away from tying us up 10-10.
Bro, I could make a 30-minute video on that round breaking what happened down. There was so much going on. My brain can't even handle it. I'm like trying to run it back in my head, thinking, okay, and this, and then oh my goodness. So starting out, they're obviously really fantastic on the entry for Bryant, but then utilizing the Viper's Pit in perfect timing, courtesy of Penumbras, and then Semi coming in on the flank in a great timing, only to be denied by Calio on the resurrection. I mean, just incredible work done by Bryant, ultimately picking it up in a 3v1 and making this a much closer game, because like I said, Montclair, if they were to be able to pull that last round back, we would have been talking about a very different end to this first map of the series.
Notice the long angle still being held on belt. It seems to be, though, that they're just watching for the flank. They're not actually going for any long-range operator shot, and that's probably because they were just expecting this to be a quick and easy round, but Divine has something else to say about it. Takes a nice headshot, kills Sheriff, and removes 1. The lair will be sent to Divine. Attempts to go for the repeat after getting a bit of a heal, but does not seem to come to any success. Shed will shed away 1 more life for the Bryant side. And they still need to pick up a couple more to give themselves a great chance, and Eve will be the player to do so. Bliss gets aggressive in elbow, and Eve does not allow it to go any further, saying, you peek me, and I'll send you straight to the afterlife. A quick rotation will be employed towards the B site, however, here, Vincent. And while there is still a player defending B, it's all the way back in Snowman, and they don't actually play for this angle just yet. It's a bit hard to say it's going to come up to anything, especially when they have the Ice World available to work with. So Clumsy can nail a shot. Snakebite finds another, and the Hunter's Fury tries to ring out, but doesn't find any impact. Thankfully, though, Salio can pick up the Vandal. Hopefully work the other direction. Eve finds the impact, and it's been a lonesome player hero play now for the Bryant side.
I pull the Blade Storm. There's no reason for this.
There's just none.
I don't understand, but the crossfire is set up, and it's beautiful. Listen, Eve's got 20 frags, and that's great. Great job to Eve. But I don't think he's gotten a single Blade Storm kill.
I don't think either have. All the Salios have just been almost useless, right? I mean, they're popping them to maybe create space, but they're not actually getting any kills off of them. And most of the time they die before they can even send a blade. Zoning, that's what it is. That's what I say when I'm playing Jet and I don't get any kills with it. I was zoning, guys. They were scared of me. They didn't push my sight because of it, you know? That's just me.
Big brain, big brain. Yeah.
Big brain. Not coping. It's not NA copium, I promise.
I swear. Oh man. That is as funny as that is. No, I mean there is something to be kind of suggested from that, but I don't think that's the case here. It definitely has not been great on the Jet side of Ultimates. That being said, it doesn't necessarily matter. There's a lot more to the game than that. As you see Bryant shaping up for this aggression. I say that, but actually they're evacuating that area, not wanting to go forward anymore. They took a nice little initial entry look, and then elected to fall back. And you can see it's kept 3 players over at that site for now.
This game has been extremely even, right, Vincent? I mean, this has been a back and forth slugfest, so to say, but Bryant have started to make a bit of a return. Their name is definitely on the board for a reason, and now the ball's in Montclair State's court to stop the momentum that Bryant have been building. Because we know that Montclair carried the momentum for quite a while. We need to start seeing them put a damper on it. Bryant initially were looking to possibly rotate back towards B, but they'll decide instead to fully commit towards the A site. They'll send an Empress for Montclair State, but it does not seem to make the difference just yet, as Riggs will be cleared out in corner, not having any chance to find the refrag. Divine will make their way onto the site. Bliss, though, separates the distance, takes out Varv. A smart position to play from, but the spike has yet to go down, forcing them to play this one just a little bit slower, but eventually it will be forced into that post-plant situation. The Toxic Cloud not enough to force away. It still comes up for the kill for Bliss anyway. A 3v3. Shed locks the head of Divine. Salio eviscerates Eve. One more shot with the operator as the shots ring out continuously. There's still plenty of space that has been created. They can play with the recon bolt. They're going to instantly act off of it, but Bliss is in a phenomenal position to play from and destroy Semi in any and all attempts to work with. Shed has to drop down to work with it, but it's been enough of a distraction. Is there time? There is not! 0.72, Vincent! A Shed sheds away not just 2, but 3 of the players on Montclair State side. It took a miracle play to tie us up at 10-10.
Listen, Shed got his moment stolen by Divine last time. This time he will not be denied. Not by 2 players, not by the defuse, and not by Icebox. Bryant tying 10-10. This is a really crazy start to a best of 5. I mean, imagine if every map is as close as this. We're going to be here for a little while. Infernosis, I cannot wait. And this game, it is anyone's at this point. Bryant have the advantage of the purchase this round, but players should be able to buy back in the next. So realistically, there's chances for either side to pull away.
Looks to be that Bryant are looking to push in for the B side. They're going to come from Garage, take control of green, and then Lush to go towards the back of yellow. There is a little bit of I don't like the toxic screen that I'm seeing Montclair State's not utilized, right? I mean, they're still sitting it in their pocket. It's not being expended, which doesn't make much sense to me, but maybe they didn't choose to buy it. Maybe they're in there you go. They didn't really want to bring it forward, but they'll find a Marshall shot until Eve can bring the operator. Bigger sniper, bigger gun. It's going to find a bit more impact on top of it. The Bryant have now made it into a 1v4. Stalios popped the Blade Storm. only has 4 knives left to go as they send one over towards that yellow side. But in this post-plant situation, it seems like too tough of a situation to overcome, and that's exactly what it will be. Var will be the player to find the kill, but everyone else on Bryant was also taking the shot. He just happened to be the last one to hit a timeout. I am not shocked whatsoever. Montclair State need to think twice about each and everything that's been going on.
Well, here's the thing, right? That's sort of an understandable outcome to that round because of the eco that I was talking about before. But now this is must win. Montclair have to pick this one up because if they lose, they're ecoing and they're on map point. But beyond that, remember Icebox, if you recall, was picked by this Montclair side. So lost to Bryant in the opening map here when they 2-0'd this team last time out. Certainly not looking the best. And so for that reason, Montclair, they very much want to think about what's going on here.
I have a question towards you, Vincent.
Yes, sir.
Montclair State have left 4 or 5 rounds in a row, right? They've led them away. Brian have done a great job of picking those ones up.
Yep.
But if I'm Montclair State, what strategy do I have to employ? What are we talking about in this timeout to give us a fighting chance in this next round?
I think you have to be looking at creating some defensive aggression, right? It's a really crucial part of this game, and we haven't seen a ton of it from Montclair at all. They've really played a lot of passive rounds, but you know, at the beginning when they were getting aggressive, we saw some success. I mean, Shed threw a showstopper forward in the early stages of a round or two, so I definitely would have liked to see that. But for the moment, it's looking like none of that's actually been happening. So I'm not sure what the discussion entailed, but it certainly wasn't about aggression, at least not in the opening stages.
B sites, your avenue of approach. You can see the live pips going forward here for Brian as they're trying to give information where the opposition may lie. Divine is the player up close and personal though, and Shed double boost packs in.
Oh.
The showstopper employed, but Divine is not allowed to go forward. Varb will go for the resurrection, assuming that they still need the player, and I have to agree. However, they've lost their healer. No ice wall available for them. There's not a great level of control or a safety net they can gather going for this plant on the A site. So they'll say, hey, run back the other way. We'll go towards the B site, or at least trick the opposition into thinking we're doing so, and we'll play for there instead, because we can at least send a toxic screen and try to work with them. But they've already expended that on the A site. This isn't exactly a great position that they're in. I don't think they have enough utility to guarantee anything. They're going to have to be relying on the Poison Cloud as their best bet to give them the space to go for this plant.
Because they don't have the Sage either. That's the other thing. Normally you put the
No ice
wall up,
wall.
but that's not a possibility. So here's that Poison Cloud, but here is the pit. That's going to be the secondary bit of utility necessary that you were talking about. Here, the plant go down and spam damage from Clumsy! Clumsy connects with the numbers, and Eat are there as well. 10 seconds left. Gotta get the plant. It's gotta come down right now, or it's over. The numbers down through the smoke. No plant available. It's not gonna happen. It's gotta be kills. But kills not available. Is it? No!
Oh!
Yes, it is! That's a fantastic push from Eve to find Riggs. It's 12 rounds for Brian as Montclair State fall to pieces.
What is Shed doing? What is Shed doing? Why are you planting? He's sticking the spike thinking that they have to plant it. There's no time, man. It's not CSGO. It doesn't wait for you to finish planting it down so you can go into OT and go into the post plant. No! You have to find that kill. Thank goodness. If you're a Brian Bulldogs fan, Eve is there. Finding the opportunity. Ricks needed, what, 0.5 seconds? Maybe a second of time bots? And he could have had that space, but he was playing close out instead of playing kite corner. And that was the total opposite of what you should be doing. But of course, we're seeing this from an omnipotent point of view, an omniscient, I guess is the term. We're seeing it from the view of the observer. We don't know what they're thinking in that moment, but I'll tell you what they're thinking now. Faceplant should have done it slightly differently, but at least they'll start this next round off strong by finding the first pick.
Do or die. That's what I'm thinking here. And that's what it is for Montclair. They have to pick up this round. Otherwise, it is going to be their map falling away from them in 13-10 fashion. So, right on the push. They have the spike prepped and ready, and it's going towards A for now. And by the looks of it, it might continue to go that direction. But here's the big problem. There's a lot of a lot of lack of weaponry. That weaponry, well, Salio taking a shot, and he's denied by Semi. Push back in. Bliss has the successful shot, traded by Shed. 3 versus 3. Divine rather on the site. He's one away from popping that Empress. And Riggs is going to find information. Now that pops Divine across the board. He's going to use the dismiss to get hacked out of dodge. Now has the potential to pull off that Empress as well as the pit. There's 13 seconds on the board. Have to pull that back. Divine, no reason to beat. Has the space. It's not going to matter. But it's 2 versus 2. Hunter's Fury is available, and Clumsy has the shot with the Guardian. It's the headshot in, not 1 versus 2, but Clumsy hits every shot necessary. No need for the pit when you have the aim. It's 10, now turned to 11 for Montclair.
A fabulous round as well. Montclair in a position where they're a bit worried. It is a 2v2 and both of their players are on screen. They did have a player in rafters, which does limit the crossfires that are available to them, Vincent, but despite those limitations that were there, they still managed to find the proper level of impact and can try to push beyond that. But look at the eco for Montclair. They really needed more players to be alive at the end of that round, and unfortunately, they just didn't have the option to do so. They lost too much, bled a bit too dry, and now they'll be forced with 2 rifles, one of those not even having full armor, a Spectre with full armor, and probably not even full utility, if I'm going to be honest, as they're at 0 credits, and then Riggs with a Guardian in soft armor, and they're one of your most important players. They have to do that. They have to get their utility. This is going to be a tough round for Montclair State, but if there is a team capable of doing it on a map like this, I would say it's Montclair against Bryant, because they can just Vipers pit down B and force the engagement to have to go down an A, and now that the toxic screen has been sent, you can almost guarantee Bryant's looking for that A site.
Yeah, but why wouldn't they be stacked A? They're going to do that at B. Why is no one actually on the site? Are they playing retake here? Possibly, I guess. There is a resurrection on the cards. The Empress could be a possibility. So at this point, no, the Empress, it's no longer there. Granted, Rez could come through very quickly. Now Clumsy going to be moving away, and here comes the potential for that Rez on the corner. Push coming through, and that's a nice shot from Bliss. Shed dispatched. Riggs is on the site. They know that, but they can't do anything about it for the time being. Already throwing out the early stages of denial utility. This is going to be an early bit of it. Clumsy on the flank finds one before he gets taken out. Bladestorm now engaged. Hunter's Fury still an option. Now the Empress is popped out. Eve with the shot on towards Bliss, but he's already used the res. It's Semi with the shot. Here's Hunter's Fury. Gonna come through. It's Penumbras with that frag. It's 1 versus 3 now. Has to be Salio connecting with the Guardian, but it's not gonna happen. There's not enough time. It's all over. Bryant take the win. 13-11 on Montclair's map pick.
Oh my goodness. There's nothing to say about that besides G freaking G, right? I mean, that was such a fun game. It was such a fun engagement through and through every minute. A very close halftime going 7-5. A fabulous return for the attacking side of Bryant to make a big resurgence of play. I mean, there was nothing they could do against it, though. You just see them able to make a fighting chance and bring things together. I had so much fun casting that one, whether it was the play from Divine to go for the cheeky or Shad finding their chance to shine with 0.2 seconds left on that defusal. No matter what it came down to, it was nothing but success for both sides, but ultimately there has to be a victor, and we obviously saw them get crowned, but there's at least 2 more maps that have to get played here, Vincent.
Yeah, listen, map 1 upset, cool, but you got to do more than that. There's got to be more, and that's going to have to be, Bryant pulling up with a couple more maps. So granted, we got at least 1 more Montclair pick in bind in those 3 maps. So there's going to be chances, available here for Montclair to fight this back. Will they be able to? I'm not sure, but we're going to find out here as we look towards Haven after this break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis. Hopefully the camera looks a little bit better. I'm not sure what exactly happened right there, but I'm joined here by the oh-so-handsome Hawaiian man himself, Vincent. And while I say he's Hawaiian, he's even at the beach right now. Would you take a look at that one? He's really filling it out. But we're heading on over now to Haven, one of my least favorite maps in the game of Valorant, because I have casted it way too many times. But this is a map that is super fun to watch teams play out, and I'm very interested to see how this one's going to go, especially after the total barn burner we had there on Icebox of all maps.
Yeah, I know. You tend to see some one-sided affairs on Icebox #1, but beyond that, it's Montclair's pick. We kind of expected them to be the favorites. They were the #1 seed, and they've already won a best of 3 against this team, but instead, Bryant come out with the underdog victory, the upset for the Bulldogs, and now they're looking to do the same on their map pick.
All right, let's take a look at the agent selection being brought forward. Clumsy will go for the Astra, and VAR will follow suit. Doppelganger in that regard. List and Shat, they'll both going to the Killjoy side. That's going to guarantee they have that signal to work with. You'll see Salio and Eve each bringing up that jet. It's mostly a mirror composition, bar the fact that you'll see a Sky and Breach for the Bryant side, and you'll see a Reyna and a Sova for the Montclair side. Interesting decisions. I will say that the double duelist composition is very strong on this map in a lot of ways, especially just Reyna as a whole. We know what Divine can do with that, so I can't really dig on that in any way. The recon bolts for this map and the lineups for this map for your shock darts are, and I cannot stress this enough, absolutely phenomenal, ridiculous. You should always bring it. It's just that good. And we don't see that for the Bryant side. Instead, they're opting for the Breach. Maybe the Orbital Strikes they're playing don't need a lineup, or sorry, not the Orbital Strike. Maybe the Rolling Thunder, or whatever the heck it's called for him. I get him and him, whatever his face, Brimstone mixed up. Maybe that's going to be their lineup they need. I know. How dare I? How dare I mix up the two white guys?
I will say that I gotta agree on your description of the Sova and why you should always have it no matter what, because it's absolutely broken and it's definitely amazing. That's pretty on point, and I agree. As good as I actually think Breach is, there's no reason to be saying goodbye to Sova for that Breach on Haven in particular. Again, I think Breach is really good on this map. It's just not the give and take you want to see.
I also feel like when you're bringing a Sky, you don't need Breach, right? You don't his Flashpoint is good, but Guiding Light is better because you can bait and switch with the Guiding Lights. Like it has more, it has a higher skill cap because you can do more with it instead of just going for the blind. You can bait, throw it out, have it run against the wall, then send over. There's so much you can do with it. It's just better in that regard. Now there's more damage potential, I guess you could say, with the Breach, as he can concuss and do all that, but you have an Astra. You can Nebula, you can go for the Concussed, you can go for the Vortex. All of those are better utility in regard. I think Astra fills that role a lot better. You just need to have your Astra be a bit more competent in that way, and I don't think that's a problem for either of these teams. So to me, it just feels like a slight miscalculation for why they're bringing it, and ultimately, we could be dogging on it as much as we are, and it could absolutely work. So Vincent, I'm not sure how to take it, but the next starts. The first round is officially underway, and we're a minute in and nothing has happened. But they are stacked on this A side and looking to push forward.
Yes, indeed. Here we go with the push. The bot going to be dispatched with some spam damage. Bliss taking shots through the smoke, but ultimately there's nobody home. There is a shock dart or two coming through on towards the top of this site. Now Bryant tagged down pretty low because of it, but actually there's an overgrowth there, and it's going to help out, keep everyone healthy for the time being. But tags continue to come through, and finally Divine and Clumsy able to successfully connect its rigs with one more before Shed can trade back. Shed on the site, has to 1v4, but he can't quite connect with more as he finds 3, but no success on the round. It's Montclair State to take the pistol.
That's a really solid decision as well. Typically, when you're talking about the A sites, a lot of teams are in favor, and I'll talk about this. I talked to a couple of Mortal players, a couple of the casters that will regard Killjoy versus Cypher for this map. Typically, Cypher is the stronger agent selection if you're trying to play towards B. He's okay on the A site, but when you bring the Killjoy, you're playing for the post play. You're playing for the retake. And that's exactly why we saw a lot of success for Montclair State. They had to be a little bit slower for Bryant to push inwards because of that turret. They had to spray down, like you mentioned, the spam on the turrets. They had to be very wary of the smokes placed towards the back of site. The Killjoy lived for a little bit longer than they necessarily wanted them to do. It was Montclair's round to lose, and they refused to do so. It was a very nice job for them. And right now, it's just Divine playing to not lose, to see B-Hops his way out of danger. But unfortunately, Penumbras will eat the shots of Clumsy, and Clumsy will find not just 2 as they take out Shed, but 3 as they take out Eve.
Freaking easy. Nice round there on the eco, or anti-eco more aptly. For Montclair, this is a good start, but granted, I'm getting some deja vu. Remember the start back on Icebox? I'm recalling a 4-5-0 from Montclair before Bryant got back involved. And by the way, it ended 7-5 on the half for Montclair. So, it wasn't all that crazy. So, 2-0 start, not too shabby. Here comes the guns. Bryant have them in hand. Though granted, no one but Shed has a singular frag, so that certainly isn't great. And Zalio, there's that breach we were discussing. I'm fully with you, by the way, on that discussion. I think you've made some fantastic points, and it definitely does not make a lot of sense to have both the breach and the sky. But like you said, we could see it work here, and all of those things still be true.
Third round, Vincent, and that's going to guarantee, or at least should, for Bryant that they'll have a rifle buy, but they had an abysmal performance in round 2 for that anti-eco for Montclair State. Or I guess I can't say it was bad, but Montclair's was too good, and they didn't pick up anything. So they may actually be still kind of stressed for cash. They might not have full utility behind it, but they have a lockdown. They were biding their time to get that off, and they've done just that. They have that roaming player watching that flank watch, making sure there cannot be a flank. And Bryant have a really good chance to solidify success here, but they can easily be denied by the player in heaven as 2 of them are looking down onto the site, and Ranks will be the player that finds the kill. Semi-slept Varv not far behind as Divine takes themselves in just as quickly. And there is a 2-player difference between these 2 sides. Bryant University struggling, but it is the post plant that should technically be favoring their side. But a quick sprint from Bliss to come through this tunnel side, it's not going to matter. Riggs drops from heaven, sends one to the other place, and you'll find a third on top of it. It's now just up to Shad, and while they may be able to find a target, they're just going to get sprayed through the nebula by Clumsy, finishing that round off dominantly for Montclair State, and the rifles will go in Montclair's hands.
It's still scoreless for literally every player but Shed on the Bryant side. This is a very weird scenario. I gotta keep it honest, but beyond that, I think that the timing on that was really poorly played from Bryant. So they saw on the pistol round that the opponents from Montclair were playing retake on A. So instead of waiting for the lockdown after they've pushed in and then timing it to where they have to hold off on the retake, they just use it to find entry and only push a single player back. I think that was really an odd decision, and really kind of shows where the thought process there from Bryant was, and I don't think it makes a lot of sense.
When you're talking about now heading into the 4th round, when Montclair State have dropped a big old goose egg for the Bryant University side, the question is going to be, how do you move forward? And the great way to do so will be just to find an opening pick. Unfortunately, it's just 1 player too late. They've already bled 1, but it gets a nice shot towards window player inside of Garage, and Bliss will be quick to refrag. Penumbra is no longer in. Bliss has been dropped fairly low as that wall bang through window is successful. And while Riggs did take out Semi, Riggs loses to Shad, and it is wall bang city right now for Bryant. And it's down to a 2v2. This could be very bad, but a quick double spray down by Salio. It almost seemed precarious. Down to 40 HP by the end of it. One more shot would have been all she wrote. But it still falls to Montclair State 4-0. Bryant got to change something to put something together.
Hey, look! Some more Bryant have gotten on the board. Thankfully, Penumbras and Varv picking something up. But yeah, you know what? I wonder what'll happen if we just all peek one by one into Sheriffs. That could never go wrong, right? No.
Never.
Never. Bryant doing their best to take advantage of that before the nice little double spray down there by Salio does deny them. Here we go, back towards A for the time being. We got a Rolling Thunder as a possibility. Eat has spotted out one player, being the Jet up top on that site, but it's again a very quick rotation off the site because they're just giving it up. And again, there's so much invested here with the Rolling Thunder. This timing is just not ideal if you really think about it from Bryant.
Barb's going to go for the plant. Hunter's Fury, though, will force him off. He just got to play for the default, and now Numbers did a great job of actually avoiding that second shot, and the third will also tag nothing. Phenomenal job by Bryant University to not allow themselves to fall victim to that Hunter's Fury, but there's still plenty of utility that can be brought out from Montclair to give them an inkling of success. However, there's an Empress that is probably the only ultimate they have available for them, and it's the only ultimate on the board, and they'll choose to expend it. Now in the retake, there is no flank. It's just a straight bull rush down. It is a bull eco, and they're going to find 2 kills off the top. Salio may lose the fight, but it's not a necessity for him to step up, and the rest can do everything else too. Riggs finds a blind fire kill, swinging and spraying randomly onto Semi. And there is a fabulous nano swarm that sits, and Shed finds another kill with the rifle in hand. There's just no time left, and Shed will declare himself the victor. Literally, or essentially, the only player on Bryant University right now. 9-4, Vincent, and has been dominating. He just needs a little bit more extra, just a little bit, an inkling of extra assistance to start winning more and more rounds.
I know, man. This poor guy, he's got to get 4 frags for them to pick up a round. He's got to clutch up in the 1v1 too. Deny the defusal with the nano swarm. As Shed is just put the team on the back and says, all right, get on. We'll keep it rolling. Nonetheless, here we go again. Bryant, they did pick up that one round, but it's the cost of everyone but Shed. And not that at this point anyone else but Shed has been really finding successful frags. They got to get started sometime, some way, and this might be it.
You can only hope that Bryant are going to be able to start categorically across the board finding a higher level of impact. Unfortunately, Barb doesn't seem to be the player that'll get that impact this time. Clumsy will find the wallbang kill through garage window. Now they're going to be a lockdown employed. This is another attacking lockdown that we've seen fairly early on, and it's very interesting to see how quickly they've been able to get this charged and to give them the chance to fight. But what I'm thinking about, and the way that this round has already gone, Bryant have to dedicate themselves to the site, and they'll do that quite well. Clumsy had rotated back through defensive slink, makes their way onto the site and loses their life. Penumbras wins the shot against Bliss with the Vandal, and while Riggs is just absolutely tunnel visioning in on Eve, pays the price, and so does Divine. It's now up to a 1v3. Salio has to deal with an operator. It does not seem like a likely scenario, and Salio realizes it just as much as everyone else. Decides to make that hasty retreat, gonna head over towards probably Heaven on A's side or Link stage. It's gonna be Heaven. It's a smart decision to go to, and you'll see another successful round win for Bryant University.
Nicely done. And yeah, it was off the back of, a bit of a weird lockdown, I will say. I don't really know, like, the timing of it and the spacing was a bit odd, and that's sort of the reason I personally prefer the Cypher on this map, actually, but it was effective. You can't deny that, and despite the fact that there was a player stuck back site there, they got dispatched pretty quick and easy because of the help of the breach there to clear things out, making it look quite simple. So a second round on the board here for Bryant. Definitely what you want to see, and slowly but surely, the rest of the team getting involved. Still Shed with more kills than the rest of the team combined, though, is the one who has put them in this winning ways. One more buy for Montclair, as they are going to be buying in, but it is somewhat limited. One Spectre, or maybe it was a... no, I think it was a Spectre. My apologies.
No, you're totally all right to make that mistake here. I would not have even paid attention enough to realize their weapon at this point. I almost felt like them losing these 2 rounds in a row would have been enough, but obviously with a 4-round start and them not losing a lot of the weapons because they were near flawless rounds, it's probably very likely that they had the money to do so, and indeed they do. But forced into a post plant, Brian have done a fabulous job of splitting this objective in half, and it's off the back of that Cosmic Divide. They'll send out the Concussive Blast, hoping to work off of it as well, but Semi was only moving forward to actually pick up a weapon to work with, and Eve does not watch the rear. Divine plays that phenomenally, crouching underneath the turret to not allow it, and Bliss sprays down 2 with a stinger here, Vincent, guaranteeing this defusal. Shed is nowhere near. The lockdown doesn't even matter at that point in time. Montclair will find themselves a flawless victory, though they do leave 1 player left standing in the end.
The second time in a row, by the way, Riggs' post-plant recon bolt has found just so much information. All 3 players dinged on the site. That was the case last round, but there just wasn't anybody there to take advantage of it. This time there was, and you can see why it was so effective, because he finds everything off the back of it. So, with that being said here, 5-2, and you can see how catchy the buy was here for Bryant, as they only have a couple of weapons in this round, mostly going to be sheriffs and pistols as well. So, not ideal, but they certainly have found some success with this before at the limited weaponry.
Look at how aggressively Divine's actually holding here towards A long. They have a double angle. It is a hold from multiple directions. Salio's holding with the operator. Semi doesn't clear corner. Divine, trigger discipline, please! 1 single moment you could have waited. They did not know you were there. Semi did not clear your corner, neither did anyone else. And you now pay the price accordingly. Thankfully, Salio will find a refract. Guarantees at least an even trade, but Salio's also decided to use that Blade Storm, and there needs to be a bit more of an impact with it. 1 spray goes favored from Bliss. Make it 2 as he transfers up to Eve as well. And meanwhile, while Shed, the Killjoy and Killjoy Violence favoring Bryant, they're still at a player disadvantage, and the only ultimate they have to work with is that Rolling Thunder.
1 enemy remaining.
Rolling Thunder can be
Spike
deadly, but there's
down,
1 for 1. Montclair in position, Blade Storm out.
30 seconds left.
Now, just Shed in the hero, but he cannot be the hero for Bryant this time. Montclair, they are looking dominant there. I thought Bryant might be right back into things with those couple of rounds, but immediately answered back by Montclair State, where they've now equalized their advantage to yet another 4 rounds, and it's 6-2 on the scoreline.
That is a statistic. Now, I'll bring this up to you, Vincent. Is this a defensive or an attacker favorited map?
You know, it's a slightly... I was surprised, to be honest, but at least at the pro level, last I checked, it was slightly defensive-sided. So I think that depending on the level of play, that can be attacker-sided, and, well, maybe that is a nice, quick, and easy opener, as Eve has found that one. It looks like B is the place to be. The Semi found another shot through that one.
Yeah, it does tend to be, at least in the Pro League, it tends to be defensive favorited. But for any other division or any league of play, it's kind of attacker favorited, which is shocking. But it's not too different to see Pro League differ from everyone else. But 2 quick frags, dropping 1 for both sides. However, Montclair State are bled, and they need to start catching up. Clumsy will assist his team in doing so. They get rid of Eve. Now it's a 2v3. Tons of utility has been dumped already on that point, and they know they don't need to push. They have the Rolling Thunder. They just need to keep him alive, but he's flanking in from the C-Link side. Clumsy can tap this diffuser, gets Nebula away, tries to play close. Clumsy wins it anyway, and is concussed at this point. They'll send down the Nano Swarm. And it will not seem to matter. Shed will peek at the right timing, find the kill. Now, as I was mentioning earlier, which the whole point I was bringing it forward, in the collegiate level as well as the amateur scene, Haven tends to be somewhat attacker favorited. But right now, it's Montclair favorited for all but the player individually of Shed, who's 14-5. Thankfully, the rest of Brian have started to wake up, come back alive. They started to drink their morning coffee, or should I say late night coffee, to keep themselves rejuvenated. So there has to be a lot more assistance to Shed if they want to have a really good chance of continuing to get these rounds. It's been stagnant. Two for the other side. 1, they got to start piecing it together.
I'll keep it real. I'm not ready to call the rest of Brian awake until they can at least equal the amount of kills that Shed has. Like when 4 players have less than the amount of kills as Shed, They're not awake yet. They're still sleeping. So let me know when that changes, and we'll talk. Either way, Bryant, despite that fact, is still only down by 3 rounds, and that is an incredibly impressive feat, all things considered. Because Montclair, as a squad, have looked pretty much indomitable this game. Number 2. Remember, this is a best of 5. If you are just joining us, and map 1 already went towards Bryant.
And that will mean that it will not just be a clean, cut, and simple BO3, right? A glorified BO3, so to say. From the looks of things, Bryant still has a chance to make the return, but we do need to see the rest decide to show up. But look at this phenomenal bait and switch for this lockdown being employed on the A site. It will, in fact, detain 2 players. Why did they not leave? Why are they still over there? They're detained and now going to be a bit slow to react to this absolute stinger of an objective play on the C site. They'll go even in that engagement, though, which will guarantee a 4-on-4. Only 1 ultimate is available for Brian, as they have lost that Rolling Thunder to work with, and they have the Bladestorm they can contend. However, Shed gets rid of any opportunity for a lockdown to be employed by Bliss. We'll see the Empress go out. Owl Drone of Riggs is trying to gather information. Gathers that Penumbras is in that corner and needs to find it, but his teammates leave him out to dry as he gets blinded by the guiding lights. That gives Penumbras a double kill opportunity, and now Riggs is left in a 1v3, and the turret of Shed will be the last individual piece of utility that cleans up that very poor round for Montclair State.
Oh my goodness, I can't not mention it. Varv, poor guy. Shed's turret has the same amount of frags as Varv does right now.
Oh no, Vincent! Vincent!
Oh, it's not fair. It's not.
He did good
fair.
last map. His utility was really strong. He managed to
and
move
his
around
utility's
a lot.
been good here. Look, he has 4 assists. I'm not making any statements about his skill level, but it is kind of funny when you think about it. Is 6-4 is the scoreline, and you can see why Montclair, they are on towards an eco. This is the opportunity for Bryant, and well, they're taking advantage of that. Ethan Shed. There's Varv. See, he heard, and he's looking good. Double kill there on the eco.
He quite literally tripled his total kill count in this one round. He could go for the 4. He could go for quintupling his. Is it no quadrupling? I'm a bit stupid. You'll have to forgive me. You'll go for the quadrupling of his skills in the show. Thank you for forgiving me. Here at the NECC, we're all about forgiveness. Thank you, Vincent, for.
No problem. This cast is a shambles. This is great.
We're starting to fall apart here. Now we don't worry, Vincent. There's still at least 2 more maps to go. It could be 4. Who knows? Everything could start to get worse and worse. But we can just talk about how that round went down. I don't think Montclair State anticipated a success in that round. I think they just bum rushed down mid, so there's not really that much to talk about. I think here Bliss is just playing for an exit frag. Oh. Varv, buddy, come back. You wanted the 4K, right? Come here. Come on over. You want the 3. You'll get 4 kills total. Come on. Don't be too pressured. It's going to be Shed to rely on the first thing. Is he actually? He's flanking. He's going to go through mid on Hay. Could be a good opportunity, but Eve is going to steal it. Wow. Eve has no care for Varv's puny stat line, saying you're not going to quadruple your stats. Only triple for you. No.
We're getting close, by the way. Oh, no, we're there. Okay. Officially, Bryant University, they are awake here in map number 2, as they have equaled Shed's frags with the rest of the team's frags, which is, well done. We've made it. Nonetheless, 6-5. I mean, this is outrageous when you think about it, man. Shed has literally kept Bryant in this half, and now they're playing for the potential to tie the game.
See, it's an interesting thought. One, Bryant has had a bar none phenomenal return, right? And that's kind of how this has gone, especially in the collegiate scene. When you start to find momentum, you tend to keep it. And Montclair had a lot of momentum, and they had a lot of money behind them, especially after their really quick early round wins that they had. But beyond that, they just didn't really pick things together, and they started to get picked apart very, very quickly by Bryant University. And it's not just Bryant getting kills, which they were doing a better job of. Majority-wise, I would like to attribute it to the fact that Bryants were using their utility 10 times better the longer this game has gone on. We can see them already doing that. The Seekers flush out the player that's hiding in A. They managed to get the kill anyways, as Penumbras has that cut angle, and maybe they were a bit annoyed that they had lost once again the opportunity for the Rolling Thunder here, Vincent, as it will never be utilized in this half. There's still plenty of opportunity and plenty of time to work with, and the Cosmic Divide will make it even easier for Bryant to step onto this A site.
Yes, indeed. And once again, using these
30 seconds left.
early ultimates to get onto A when consistently we know that the A site has been consistently left open, but that's not going to matter because Riggs can shoot through walls with that Hunter's Fury, and he finds the
Lockdown
planter.
incoming.
Not before the plant can go down, though. This is a nice potential flank here by Varv, but might need to come in for success immediately.
Push.
This is huge. You're gonna have to pull through. Riggs, he's blinded. He still finds Penumbra. He's gonna destroy the lockdown, but no, he doesn't. There's one player detained. Varv is dispatched, and it's all over. Montclair confirm 7-5 once again, but I'm getting deja vu here in Infernosis. This is exactly how the half ended over on Icebox.
Vincent, message Mick right now, please. Message Dallas. We saw that last night where the lockdown says lockdown destroyed and it still detained 3. Like, it was on split. It was placed in tower, defensive side, the attacking side, and the post plant was kind of stressed. So they went through screens, came back around and destroyed the lockdown, but they destroyed it at the exact time it goes off. So it states lockdown destroyed, 3 players detained. Same thing we saw right there, but no one detained in the process. But still, I think it was 1 detained. When you have a lockdown that gets destroyed like that and it still goes off, that's got to be beyond frustrating for Bryant University. That should have been a round that's in their bag. That was a phenomenal position by Varv. He knew exactly what he needed to do. He rotated in good timing, but I think he honestly could have committed and been a bit more aggressive with it. He should have just stepped up and shot it down instead of trying to play around the edges and thinking that he wouldn't find it. Commit for the bit. You would have given your team a better chance to win that round.
Alrighty here, Montclair. They've been on the they've been the better, I should say, all half long. Now, they are up by 2, but it's a pissed around, and that means it's really anyone's game. 7-5, that's a score line that can go either way, and we just saw it go the way of the 5 rounds in Bryant last game in Icebox. Pretty slow on the uptake here for Montclair on the attack. Ultimately, they are going to be going in towards A. Divine is just trying to convince a few players that, hey, there's nothing working, no problems here, but it's actually not done very well. The rotations are coming, and they can't stop them. Bryant going to be walking into A.
30 seconds left.
The pistol round is a bit tricky. We know how quickly you can play this one, but it looks to be it's going to have to be a retake for Bryant. You've got a roaming player, your floating player sitting around in B. That's a strong position to be in, but at the same time, you're playing for the retake. You can buy a little bit of extra time, the icing on the cake, so to say. But he's got an opportunity to go for the kill. Barely misses, gets scared as the cloudburst will dissipate. That will at least guarantee that we see Montclair find at least a spike plant, an extra few credits to their pockets. However, there's still a full 5 they have to kill if they want to have a good enough chance to continue to win this pistol round and take the second as well and try to tie this one up. However, they'll start off strong. Shed gets rid of Clumsy, eats a bit of damage from Salio and Bliss combined. It won't matter for much longer. Trade equal for even 2v2. They get a bit aggressive and Bliss loses the fight to Semi. He just has to play long angle. Riggs, you don't have to peek this at this moment. Just bait for time, but it does not seem to matter. Semi finds it for the 3K. Is there enough time? I think there's just enough to get it done. Yes, 1 second available for them. And who would you guess it that's still alive at the end there, Vincent? It's Shed with literally less deaths than Penumbras has. Half the deaths that Penumbras has.
Indeed. I mean, I just can't get over it. This Shed, where was this Shed last game? Exactly. I don't know.
Not on Killjoy. Not on Killjoy.
Not on Killjoy. That's the key. Yeah, I mean, listen, sometimes you're just insane at one agent or another, and it doesn't matter that agent isn't a duelist. You can frag from any position, and that's sort of a mindset thing, I think. For a lot of players, they think, well, I can't do anything. I'm the insert non-duelist player here. That's not true. Look at what Shed's done. He's taken over the game. He's nearly about to help Bryant equalize here right after the half, assuming nothing crazy goes down here in this anti-eco round. Should be good enough, though. Bryant have the big weapon advantage.
holding very middle range. That's exactly what you need to be doing here on the defense, especially if you can kind of keep them funneled in on this C main side. And we can see that Long has 2 players attempting to push forward. They get a player holding close on middle B, and then 2 players coming garage. Semi destroys Riggs with utility. The numbers will be the second to fall suit. It's a Stinger to find the kill, and they'll pull out the classic to find Bliss. And though Shed may be dead, Bryant University apparently doesn't need Shed every single round to get it done. Varv steps up for the second to last. It's just Clumsy left standing. And Clumsy has a bit of a hill to overcome. It's between a what's the phrase? A mountain and a molehill? A molehill and a mountain, something like that. It seems like the mountain.
It's between a rock and a hard place, but they're making mountains out of molehills.
There you go. That's it.
Yeah, a big deal out of something that's not so big a deal. Is the way that goes. If you're curious what that actually means, nonetheless. Montclair.
Look at my euphemisms. I've been screwing up my euphemisms today, Vincent.
Oh, see, that's why I'm here. I'm here to help you out.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate positivity at the NECC.
Exactly. We're a team, and well, Montclair is a team that is about to get tied, and well, I'm pretty sure you don't want to survive here if
Clumsy?
you are Clumsy, because you don't get money.
Clumsy?
But now he gets no money no matter how it goes. So, yeah. I mean, you can look $1,000 credits. Clumsy.
He gets 1,000. He gets 1,000, right? Like he was at 1,400, and then he got 1,000. He's at 2,400.
That's
Clumsy. You have to die. You have to die. You can't play for an exit frag.
Not on the attack side.
Not on the attack. It's not a thing you can do, right? They don't need to hunt you. You're not worth the money. It's better to destroy you economically than it is for them to find the extra few credits for a kill. That is a huge misplay, Vincent. It's something you would not anticipate. It's kind of like Overwatch when you leave somebody left out to dry where you just refuse to kill them and then you stagger their spawns. That's kind of like what it is, but you're staggering the eco instead, which is the most important part of this game. You need it for utility, you need it for guns, you need it to even be remotely successful when facing a full rifle bot.
Yes, indeed. As here comes the push. Oh my goodness, Divine. He's spotted a little head right there. Half shot gonna come through. This time it pushes out Clumsy.
Down, C.
And he might not have had any good weaponry, but he certainly has nothing in his pockets now as he becomes a ghostly figure just gonna haunt the seaside. As Montclair, they fall. Bryant looking to take the lead for the first time in the half. This would be crazy. Shot. Oh my goodness, there goes the Rolling Thunder. That's a great usage. Semi, and be good for that frag. The follow-up is there. Okay, Semi steals that away as well. It's going to be the numbers on the back side to pick up the follow-up, and Semi joins the double-digit club as well.
Cheeky. That's a good thing to have. I'll go ahead and say it, Vincent. A very, very solid start for Bryant University to make the return. And it's not just everyone coming back alive, which it does kind of feel that way. It's really that I just think they look more comfortable here on the defense. They went around, they're not expected to win. Montclair State kind of put themselves in a very tough predicament, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they just didn't have what it takes. I feel like it was their own shortcomings. Once again, like we had talked about utility previously, it felt like their own shortcomings. They just didn't take advantage of the space that they had, and they fell victim to proper utility usage of Bryant. They don't need good guns if they have the utility. And that's where Breach comes in, right? That's where he actually does be successful. That Rolling Thunder was insanely impactful, especially considering that he did get to use it once in the entire first half. 12 rounds of play, Vincent. Didn't use it once. And coming into the second half and uses it, 3 rounds in, 4 rounds in? That is a very good performance from Bryant University. That is a resurgence of them, and you can feel them breathing freely again as they no longer feel that constriction around their throats, that pressure on their backs. And they're starting to give themselves some leeway. They're a round up, and it's going to be an eco buy from Montclair State.
Yes, sir. And with this, I think that it is pretty important that Montclair do some eco damage here. You know, obviously winning in the round is definitely I won't say impossibility. They certainly could, but it's definitely not a probable one. But a couple of kills would be nice. And look at this nice setup by Shad. Really strong work on the site. And could deny everything. Those rotations very quick. Even before the full push comes through. Divine, the first one out and in. Still nothing found just yet. The Nebula going to be denying this area. Flashpoint through the box. Pushes Salio back for just a moment. But again, nobody taking these fights, and it's actually going to be a walk back with 2 out of the 5 players here for Montclair as they head towards the C side of things. So it's really crucial to find an entry or 2 here for this for Montclair, for this C rotation to actually work out. There's just 1 player there. So they need to find something. Umzi and Riggs, one to pull it back, but Varv and Eve both on the site now as they have come to fruition, and that is not a very strong start either. Shed next even more. I say that the Salio, Clumsy, trading back and forth. Semi is rotated in, and it's looking like it's all over for Montclair. They have been unable to connect on this fake. It is pretty much all but done. And now, indeed, it is 9-7 for Bryant.
A very ugly start for Bryant, though. Let's think about that. They push up through A, they take short and long, and they get a very nice sheriff shot into the head of Semi, which almost kills. But with that distance that was there between there and the entrance into the A side through tunnel side, it wasn't enough to actually finish the job. And so you're able to make the rotation back. You're able to head over to Penumbras and say, bro, please, it hurts. They'll get their regrowth heal in, and they'll bring themselves back up to fighting contention, right? And they're able to assist for the rest of the round, like we saw there at the end. Semi made the rotation to C and was impactful. It wasn't just, I'm here and I didn't find impact later. It's here, and I was probably one of the more impactful players of that round, even though it is an eco, and Montclair did a pretty good job of removing 2 of the weapons out of Bryant's hands. It still was a very solid performance despite that. Good tries on both ends, but a Trailblazer sent down short, gathers a ton of intel. You don't need a Sova if you can use that in a lot of ways. Sova's still a little bit better at it, but they'll quickly make a rush onto the A site. Semi is caught off guard by the Vortex, eats the shots from Divine, and will guarantee that they have first pick, and they'll be able to get that plant down on this A site.
Spike planted.
Quick, fast, and easy. That's what I like to see. Montclair now on the retake for Bryant. It's a 4v5. Now, one of these players tagged relatively low.
You want to fight it?
Needs to have some information. And oh, that's a late on Cosmic Divide. I really like that. Barb denied. Bliss finding the shots. It's Shed there for more, but Bliss again on the denial. This is looking like Bryant should just run the heck away, and yes, they are. Save those weapons. Make sure that you can get away with things, and this is a great example of where saving is the right call. You want to make sure to keep everything that you've got, and you've got weapons to work with as well, in addition to the fact that on the defensive side, you're going to get all of the money.
I'm very impressed with Montclair's performance in that round. I am. In a position where they have not found a round win in 4 rounds, which is strange when you're on a half start. And before that, they'd only found 1 round win in the past 8 rounds. Right? All of the rounds that they've had were won at the very beginning, where they had a flurry of 4, then lost 2, and then won 2. They have been semi-struggling in the latter half of this game, but they're still trying to keep it close and competitive, and that's the right decision. Bryant, though, still have plenty of money to work with, and even beyond that, they'll buy an operator to have that long-range defensive capability, and they're sending it in the right direction. They'll place the operator down a long, and the second that cloudburst dissipates, there'll be a great option for them to go for the shots and try to find that first pick. But with 2 short players already in and waiting for the opposition, this may be a bit difficult, but this could be a bait and switch with this lockdown. They're going to go to B site instead with that spike.
This is a scenario you often see. The lockdown's destroyed. There's no chance for that to work out. He fails as the plant goes down. Penumbra's going to deny Divine. And the plant stops to try and fight back against Penumbras. Penumbras is already out of there. He's fighting Salio as well. Now Fancy, Clumsy, able to connect. Does fight 1 back, but it's still 3 versus 4. There's a lockdown here for Bryant. You put that down at any given point. Semi trying to use that trimmer in order to deny the plant. That's just that. Now it goes through. Clumsy. Finally getting that spike planted, and that's going to allow for the lockdown to come through thereafter. No chance to deny that. All the way back in that site. Clumsy with the double. Now can go deny. That's huge, but there's not enough time. Varv coming through. Somehow not found out, but Varv, look the right direction. No, Clumsy He's found a quad. This is now all onto Eve, who's left in the 1v3.
Yeah, I don't think this is a great situation now for Eve. Play this one, save the operator, and maybe play for an exit, but on the looks of things, Montclair State are actually hunting for this. I think they're aware that Eve has the operator. It should be fairly obvious for them. They're going to want to remove it from his hands. It's a position you cannot allow to stay. They'll remove one. Now he's going to hide in the opposition, the opposing side of that main default placement on a site, and will be able to survive. This will force as well Bryant to buy around this. Maybe we don't see them buy because Varv doesn't have money, right? Typically speaking, if this had gone any other way, and Eve wouldn't have had money either if they had lost there. But with still having an operator in play, you kind of have to build around it. You need to have that supplementary force to back up that one-man glass army that you have being brought to the table. So they'll flush up, they'll buy out, and now they're going to have to start finding a bit more impact as Montclair are building some momentum behind them.
Well, they also had enough money to drop a gun over, so that was the other reason to buy back in here. Varvis just pushed W all the way through C. That's a huge amount of information being gathered.
What happened? You're muted in Discord.
Is already there as we push forward. Montclair. This is a fantastic take that they've made in towards the A side, but Bryant, they have everything that they need to make the retake.
Fairly impressed with the utility placed on the flank. Their turret's down, gets removed quickly by Bryant University, and that will allow for them to swing onto the side, but Divine wins the fight against Penumbras. Semi finds Divine and then turns and finds Clumsy as well. A double spray down, Ricks to find another. Shed removes Salio. It's a 3v2. Bryant have the player advantage, but there's a huge defensive presence still available for the post plant until Semi and Eve can have something to say about it. 3 players left standing for Bryant. That is a round they were in desperate need of winning, and I can't say anything but I'm very thankful, or you should be very thankful for Bryant fan, that the operator is still in play because Eve found impact with it and was able to give themselves a chance.
Well, it's not just Eve though. You gotta keep it in perspective there. Semi and Penumbras both using their ultimates, the Rolling Thunder plus the Seekers. Those give us so much information, not to mention deny the ability to re-peek and swing in certain areas. So Riot using those ultimates to great effect, not to mention obviously Eve's impact with the operator. So Montclair down here by a round, and oh my goodness, Clumsy didn't want to peek that. He just wanted to jitter it, but ultimately overswings just by a little bit, and Divine picking up the pace has found a secondary opening before Varv can shut that down, make it a double. Varv has had some limited success at times, but certainly finding back big time in a round like this.
I have the spike.
When Varv makes impact, it's very noticeable, and it's not just because we're like, oh, we get to say Varv's name for the first time in a while. No, Varv's impact that they make is 1 to 2 to 3 kills in a flurry, a succession. They're not missing these spray downs, and their utility usage has been fairly spot on. That was a vortex that cycloned them into one single individual spot, and that's what allowed for Varv to have an easier job of decimating those 2 targets. Proper target acquisition and knowing where you need to lie. Great decision making and a proper play. However, Bliss fails to find the kill on their doppelganger, Killjoy of Bryant University. That's going to allow for every single player for Bryant to either dive in on this last lonesome player to remove them quickly, or we'll tell them, hey, avoid this section. Let's hunt for the spike. We know they don't have it, and we'll work towards a different direction. But you see Semi drop window, and in the middle of dropping there, Vincent finds the head of Bliss. Bryant University left 4 players still alive. Our scoreline is 11-9. Bryant University are 1 round away from reaching match point.
And 1 round away from, match point, but 2 rounds away from putting themselves up by 2 in a best of 5 as the underdog. And that's craziness. I cannot help but mention it again that this team lost 2-0 to Montclair last time they met in week 6 of the regular season. Now they're looking at doing the exact same, the opposing way, the opposing direction. Now, granted, this is a best of 5, and that was a best of 3. But this is on Fury, and it is very much difficult to hit a elusive jet when they're dashing and and updrafting as such, Reef is going to get away without any damage done.
If you're on the side of Bryant, you need to play this safe, right? You don't want to give any leeway, and you want to continue to use the momentum you built to continue going forward. However, you lose the first fight, and Bliss makes it very difficult for Penumbras to go further, and while Varv can give you some wiggle room, Varv can't stay alive beyond that, forcing you now into an even more precarious situation, a 2v4. If I'm Bryant University, I'm not exactly sure where their eco may lie, but judging from what we see right here, it's 5,800 in the pocket of even 4,800 in the pocket of their Killjoy player, but I don't think they need to save this. The operator would not be a terrible decision to save just because it's an operator and you don't want it in the hands of Montclair State, but if they're on the attack, I'm not sure they would necessarily use it anyways, but it does seem like a bit too big of a hill to climb to try and go for this retake. So I think they're properly saying we'll play for an exit frag. Maybe one or two players from Montclair State will push through the defensive side, trying to remove a weapon or two. And we do see Varv was teasing towards that direction, but it doesn't seem to. Sorry, not Varv. It just does seem that it's. I just see an Astron. I think it's Varv. We do see Clumsy was teasing towards that size, but takes a step back instead, and that's a thrifty round win for Montclair State.
Every time I think that Bryant have things on lock, it's Montclair that answer back. Wow. And, you know, I gotta give credit where it's due, man. Semi, he's come back and had some phenomenal impact in this game as well. For the Bryant side of things, where, you know, Shed had a really strong first half, but it slowed down very significantly here in the second. So, and Semi's picking up the pace where that was the case. That being said, Montclair, they've equalized things just a little bit more. Now, granted, it's still an 11-10 scenario, but with a chance now to find their 11th, Montclair are in position to make this a very difficult second map.
We could definitely see Montclair tie this one out. However, they still have to deal with the utility placed on the A side. Typically, you leave one individual player to work with, and while it is fairly easy to clear the utility with a single shock dart, it is a guessing game to see where that utility lies. It's placed all around that default planting position, which will allow for them to do exactly this. Drop the nanoswarms all at the same time and buy time for the rest of Bryant University to make their way back to the point or start to use some of these ultimates. And there is a Rolling Thunder in the pocket, but it's not choosing to be spit just yet. And I will say it seems like a bit of a slow rotation coming out here for the Jet on Bryant, as they were still hanging out on C for a good portion of that. They did not move until after the spike was planted. Would have assumed information would have been relayed, but Rolling Thunder sent. Jed will avoid his teammates' ultimate, but he will still remove Clumsy from the count. Now with 4 players left standing, they'll use their lockdown. You either die for the lockdown, remove it, or you try to play this one close, and they try to go for the lockdown, and it fails emphatically. 4 players killed, now make it 5 as Salio collects 3 all by his lonesome. And it is a dominant Montclair State round win. And there is still plenty of money on both sides to buy out, but Penumbra is a little bit poor, but has the pockets of Semi to assist.
There was so much to love there. The set piece initially there set up by Bryant with the Rolling Thunder and everything coming in. The double kill to deny anybody on the site was beautiful. But even better, Montclair, their setup, that player, the updraft to get over the top, and of course the Cosmic Divide to deny any information initially by Clumsy. That makes that so much more viable, so much more interesting as we get down to it. But here we go again. Eth on the site denies Salio, the opposing Jet, in this round. It's 11-11, meaning that basically anyone's game here. This is a huge round to win for both sides.
Essentially, the game could very well be on the line if we see Bryant win this one. That I think Montclair could be fairly strapped for cash, and it goes vice versa for the opposing side. Bryant could very well be strapped for cash if they manage to lose this one out. This will guarantee at least one of them goes to match point here, Vincent, and beyond that, it's really up still to anyone's game, but a pivotal round to succeed within. And Bliss places the alarm bot, but it will be shot at immediately by Shed. Bliss actually wins the fight against the insanely dominant player of Shed for the majority of this game, but it does not seem to matter. 2 kills dropping very quickly for Montclair State. Divine sweeps the feed out from underneath Bryant, now leaving this one in a 4v2, and Eve will have to do a ton of dirty work to bring this one close. Operator shot rings out, takes out Divine, and Semi has an opportunity to use the flashpoint in utility to go up this middle stage and try to root 2 players on this ramp's edge. Cusses player and Rabbit, flashpoint's main side, has an opportunity and uses it to find the kill. Eve takes out Riggs, needs to tap the diffuser. The Cosmic Divine does go down, but Semi finds the kill. The time is now, and Bryant University give themselves the chance, and they take advantage of it, giving them match points. Vincent, that was an insanely close round to do it, though.
Match point.
Oh my goodness, down to the wire. You called it, man. That was incredible. And beyond that, Montclair, they had so much going for them there. I just realized that the last round, that Cosmic Divide that allowed for Montclair to get to 11, that was actually Varv's Cosmic Divide. It wasn't Clumsy's. And I think that's a good example. Both of these rounds, a great example of how utilizing that Cosmic Divide can be so tough, because it not only gives you an advantage, but can really give your opponent an advantage. And that's exactly what happened there to Montclair. Here we go. Eve once again. It's like looking in a mirror. Last round started with the Eve pick. This round, the exact same thing. Divine coming up in with the Empress. Popped out, gonna be denied entry for the moment, but it's a quick and easy shot in towards Semi. No damage done, no frag found. We are gonna come out as Divine, trying to really convince players that this is something that's happening. This A hit's definitely here, but ultimately, I'm not sure that that's actually the case, all things considered. As you can see, the spike, it's not actually all that far forward in towards A. And Divine no longer with the Empress here, going to just be a normal player as they enter into the site.
It's an interesting play. We'll have to see how it pays out, but it's seemingly doing so. Typically, when you're defending the A site, you're playing for the retake. You're playing for the post play. Even if you're on the defense, you're not really going to sit on site. There's too many corners that are more advantageous to the attack to peek than it is for you on the defense to do so. So they'll work a little bit more different, and they'll do so and do it successfully. They have to play from above. They have the player advantage. Bryant University have what it takes to get the job done, but there are 0 ultimates on the board, especially when the only ultimate that was available for Montclair State was that Blade Storm. That's no longer available for them. Shed places turret. The guiding light blocks it, though. That is a interesting decision, but it seemingly works out. Divine sprays down 1, loses the fight as they don't dismiss, they devour, but we're seeing Bryant University bleed at the seams, and it's now up to a 1v2, and Clumsy will not so clumsily find that last kill. We're going to overtime here, Vincent, and it's infinite as it is dreaded.
Bro, map 2 OT, let's get it. We have a incredible game on our hands. 13-11, that was the score for the first map. We're here 12-12. It's going to be even better. Who can take this? As Montclair, they have, I think it's fair to say they were in the driver's seat for the first half. Now Bryant, they sort of kicked them out and took over, but Bryant, they have answered back whenever they needed to, and the same is for Montclair. Now overtime is ready to go. Remember now 5,000 start money for each round. You swap back and forth as you go, because now Montclair on this defense, and Bryant on the attack.
It's a bit of a slow and steady wins the race. It's a tortoise versus the hare. You need to play this one methodically, but you also, if you're going to commit, you have to commit. And we do see Bryant go for the commitments, but Salio has their own level of commitment. They'll play to die. They'll swing out through tunnel side from that garage entranceway, and we'll still find too, which actually evens out the trade that Bryant was going for. And that might be the hero play that Montclair State need to guarantee them to have good success in this round. Keep in mind, the actual objective in that generator is no longer wall bangable to the same level as it used to be, but they'll have to go around to go for the shots, but it's not even a necessity as VAR views themselves around in the first place. They'll find the next kill, gets rid of 1. A 2v3 in effect as Montclair State have to figure something out. A poorly placed recon bolt will make things a bit more difficult, but Divine is the player to come out on top. Operator shot rings out from C Long. They've got to swing this player, bait and switch to go for it. He'll take the shot and miss. Now needs to be run down. They go for the play through garage tunnel, and Shed and Eve will be the players to find the kills, and Bryant will win round 1 of OT on their attacking side.
Yeah, and remember, the attacking side is where Bryant found the least amount of success in the early stages of this game, and it is definitely fantastic for them to find their early lead in overtime. They're on the attack. Now it's Montclair's turn to do just that. So we say hello to the bear in the window. Howdy. Bryant. Can they close?
Thanks, Colby.
Yeah. 13 to 12. 14 will give them the victory and send them up by 2 maps in this best of 5.
It's a definite possibility that we see Montclair State win on the attack. We know that this map has been very good for the attack, but it's also been really good on the defense. It's been even. Obviously speaking, we're in OT, but it's hard to really give an inkling for which side has been more dominant and who's been dominant on what side, especially considering that we were once again 7-5 at halftime, and that last round could have gone 6-6. So
yeah,
I can't give a nod, but Riot will swing things in favor early. They take out Salio, which will give them a huge advantage. And now that the information has been relayed over that they're going to be pushing in from that garage tunnel side, it's just up to Bryant to properly use their utility to keep them at bay. You can see the Vortex go down, stopping them from running. Shed sprays down Divide with no chance to contend, and will toss their Nano Swarm down as well. If a secondary player does attempt to go for the rush out, it could be dangerous, but they'll lead a Shock Dart, which does make it a bit harder, but Varv damages, humiliates almost Bliss as they try to peek in from a different site. It's down to 2 players left standing for Montclair State. Clumsy's coming up short and kill Shed here as the teammate assistance inside ton needs them to step out at the same time, but it does not matter. Penumbras and Eve combo in for the last 2 and guarantee Bryant University, despite a extremely sloppy performance in the first half of that game individually, Shed was phenomenal, they still managed to win it out and take map 2.
Wow. I mean, that's what I have to say. Number 1, obviously able to pick up that first map. That's huge. But the second as well in 14-12 fashion, I gotta also mention, there's a couple of things here for me, but Eve's first bloods on towards Salio really limited Salio's individual impact as a Jet. And that is a big problem, was a big problem. When Salio, the Jet player for your team, is sitting down at the bottom, tied for the last place in the scoreboard at the end of the round or at the end of the game, that's a big deal. And the fact that Eve continually found that opening frag on towards specifically him makes it so much worse. So that, along with the individual performances by Shed and Semi, I mean, Shed obviously had a really good performance on Icebox as well, just continuing that, but on the KJ, just so impressive.
It was a spectacular performance for both sides, but eventually one has to be crowned the victor of map 2, and we saw who it goes to. The Bulldogs will bully their way through, finding success where success will be had, and it required OT to get the job done, Vincent, but it still gets done. But the job's not done. Not in its entirety. You may have cleaned up map 2, but there are still 3 possible maps to be played. You need to win this next map, make it a glorified BO3, and finish things off swiftly, or you lose, and you're giving a chance over to the opposition to start to climb up and make a return. And once again, it will remind you, Bryant was the underdog coming into this one. They lost in the main season of Montclair State. This is a team that they came into this knowing that they were weaker against earlier on. And here we are, 2 maps up, and in a very strong fashion to do so. However, we're not done yet. Job's not done, like I mentioned. We're going to head on over to a quick little break in between map 2 and map 3. Stay tuned for the massive conclusion that will be the finals here at the NECC.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Well, imagine this, the underdog going up against Montclair, finding 2 maps in a row, all max rounds, and now we're down to bind. My name is Vincent, joined by Infernosis, and we have had a brilliant series thus far. I gotta be real, but the fact that this is technically match point and it's for Bryant blows my mind.
Is that a pun? Underdog for the Bulldogs, right? I mean,
no, it wasn't meant to be a pun, but hey, here we are.
Here we are indeed. And if I remember correctly, I know it just got shown up, but I'm a bit dumb. We are in fact heading to the map of Bind.
Yes,
I love this map. Absolutely my favorite map beyond Ascent. Ascent's probably my favorite map just because I played too much CSGO, so it's very reminiscent of that. But Bind is my second favorite map. I absolutely adore it, and I'm super excited to look forward to seeing what we're going to have for agent selection. Montclair will choose Silva, Raze, Reyna, Viper, and Killjoy, and we're really? I can already see.
They've broken my rule in Prognosis. They didn't listen to the Vincent school of picking.
Let's see it. Let's
you
hear it.
never pick Killjoy on Bind. It's bad. Terrible.
I have to agree, actually. Cypher is just so much better on the majority of maps. This one more specifically, he's literally made for it. He was released when this map was released. He was the only one it was made and accustomed for. It's his baby. It just doesn't make sense to bring the Killjoy.
Well, you know, I don't even think that matters. I think I agree that it's good here and it's, you know, in general. But the worst part about it is that the lockdown is just so ineffective in comparison to every other map on this map. It's just, it doesn't line up well. There's not really good places to put it. It really doesn't work super effectively. And for that reason, I gotta say, I'm not loving that pick from Montclair, but Clumsy's been good on the picks that he's had. I just think that this one's not the best option. That being said, on the other side of things, let's talk the Brimstone. Sure, not something we see all the time, but certainly can be effective. And that's not a breach, just for the record in Prognosis.
Yeah, I initially thought you were very upset about the breach pick, right? That's initially what I thought you were upset about. Or the Brimstone pick.
You did it.
Man,
anyway.
I'm so bad at this, dude. Like I'm sorry to say it, but they look alike, and I've always thought that.
Color hair.
I know, I'm colorblind. Okay, like it's even worse for me. I just see orange, like, oh, it's either one. Who cares? It's what it is. But I thought initially you were thinking that, right? So I was worried about that. But I think you're 100% right. Killjoy is just not as strong on this map. And if you're gonna play her, yeah, the turret's fairly strong where you're seeing Clumsy has placed it. But beyond that, what do you have? You can throw down your nano swarms as they drop out big window for Hookah, but beyond that, there's not a huge amount of utility gain for A. Yeah, you can stuff them short when it comes to their short entrance, but majority teams are going to be bringing in Jet and Raze for the double duelist, and they're going to be able to just get past that too quickly for you to deal with. But in all honesty, we're not seeing that. We're seeing Reyna and Raze, which is a normal standard comp for this one as well, and no Raze for Bryant. They're going cheeky with a baseline Jet, and I can't blame them with how strong Eve has been recently. But it is a slow and methodical approach down A short. They'll swing in through U-Haul. They'll remove out Salio, giving themselves plenty of space to work with. And they'll put down this plant, but Riggs wants something to say about it, but he will be denied. Silenced by Eve with that ghost.
Looking easy here, Bryant. Looking good. Here is Clumsy. Taking some pot shots with the Sheriff. Bliss moving through the decay. Not looking the right way in Varvin. Dispatches him, alleviates him of life. Jed does the same towards Clumsy, and it's a near flawless victory here for Bryant. Like to see that, and well, a nice start. Remember, this is Montclair's pick in Prognosis. I don't know if we mentioned that, but with Montclair picking into this map, yes, match point for Bryant, but obviously you got to imagine Montclair are comfortable here.
You have to be very comfortable playing on this map in the first place, right? It is a pretty back and forth map. It's well known. It's one of your old trying truths. If I could give any comparison, it would have to be towards R6. It's going to be your T3, T4 specials. They've been there forever, right? They've been there since the game launched. They've been there since everything has been set in stone. So you should have a pretty baseline strategy for this one, which is why you typically see very standardized meta picks. However, we are seeing some fairly off-meta decisions for agent selection, and we haven't really seen any super metalized strategies as it is very early on in the game, so these rounds don't really mean that much in all honesty, but we are seeing a X being placed across the map. It's that Viper's Pit employed through for the defensive side of Montclair State, all the way across through to Hookah as well, and the attacking side will use it as a sightline denial towards that Heaven play. But with the fact that we saw Bryant win, they have the weapons to deal with an up-close and personal player, Bliss. They'll also clear out rigs from within showers. It's up to Salio alone on site. They'll remove one, a very nice opportunity, but not allowing anything further as Penumbra sprays them down.
Speaking of Salio, I'd really love to see Salio have a better performance in this map than we saw in the prior. I talked about how Eve did a really good job of shutting him down on the jet, and now on towards that Reyna has a little bit more freedom to work with. So as I'm saying that, Divine has actually found 2 frags in towards the opening. I thought it was sort of all over, but no, I've been misinformed here. As Bryant just have 2 players left alive. Now that spike has been ticking for a while. Semi has very little when it comes to the HP. Now it's a 2 versus 1. Quickly, Semi finding that frag. This time on the on the opener, or rather with the pistol. My apologies. Easily done for Bryant, but it got a little bit dicey there at the end, didn't it?
It did. And in all honesty, Bryant University had a very, very successful start to that round. And yet at the end of it, they only have 2 players upstanding. It's not the best performance from them, but it is still a solid round win. And that's really all you can ask for in round 2. But it also does put them in a bit of a tricky pickle, a fickle pickle, as some would like to say. How whatever rhyme scheme you really want to work with, you can go for it. It does not seem to matter. No matter what, it's a tart spot. You don't really want to be in that. And to be frank, with them forcing with a Phantom as well, they're going to be a little bit stressed for cash. This could be make it or break it for them, with everything being taken into consideration for their eco.
Certainly the case. Well, this one's a little bit on the slower side. You see Bryant, they've spread themselves thin across the map, just kind of defaulting. And now it looks to me there's a rotation in towards the B side of things, which does make some sense. Now, granted, 3 players are committed to A, so at the moment, it's a good idea. Barb going to walk his way that direction as well. And getting ready with the Trailblazer is Semi, who is working with the Sky now, no longer on that Breach or Brimstone, whichever one.
I'm not really sure. I don't even phrase this. They'll send the Trailblazer through Hookah, which does give them the intel that there's not anyone on the open sections of site, which means they can use their Brimstone to dump down these Sky Smokes and begin to figure out which direction they want to push from. However, there is still Killjoy utility to work with, and they don't really have that much to do so. They have to kind of bide the time for those nanoswarms to disappear. They've got plenty of time to do so. There's 15 seconds left, and they can actually go through the firefight on the site. Shed finds the kill into Salio. It's their second for their side. Bliss is on the flank, though.
Oh, no.
Bliss, you cannot miss this many shots. This is a terrible position for you. And to make matters worse, you're a player down even further. A player in Octagon. It's Shed. He's got the boost as well. But Penumbra's doesn't need it to find the 3K. Bryant saved themselves from a very precarious situation. 3 rounds in a row to start us off strong. Montclair, I don't have words, Vincent. I don't have the words for Bliss right now.
I mean, you know, we've all been there in Pronosis.
Yeah,
you know how it goes.
I feel it.
And yeah, at this point, you're in the grand finals. Listen, this is the time where you can't miss those shots. That's the harsh reality. That being said, you know, obviously we all understand, you know, being in that position, it's frustrating as much as it is to watch, as it, you know, it's as frustrating to watch as it is for, you know, the player at the moment, because you feel like you're right there, you feel like you're on target, but you just can't quite connect. And either way, gonna have to shake it off. Does Bliss. Gotta rethink, reset, new round, new me, and move from there.
Yeah, reduce, reuse, recycle.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. I think that's exactly what they were thinking. Oh, that's a gun barrel. Bliss.
Oh my God, no. Bliss!
All right. Reduce, reuse, recycle.
Hey, dying is good for the environment, man. We ruin the environment, and our bodies decompose and provide energy for the earth. There you go. That's what Bliss is trying to do right now. Unfortunately, that's concrete. Right? The only thing you're going to be growing is weeds, because they can literally grow anywhere. A rose complains when the salinity of the soil is 1 degree too far. weeds will grow within concrete and be completely
Where are
happy.
we going? We've derailed.
It's derailed, but honestly, it's a little hard to come back from that one. But Simi and Barb start off strong. Shed will find one of their own, but Salio takes out 2. This is the only glimpse of success Montclair have been able to find, but unfortunately, glimpses are only momentary, as he'll lose his life to Eve. 4-0 start for Bryant University, and the weeds are starting to grow.
Well, you know, here, I'll bring it back. Bliss's salinity level is certainly through the roof at the moment, as Bryant are up by 4. This is a strong start, and you know, drawing some through lines between the series, it's actually been Montclair to start 4-0 every single map till this one, but it's been Bryant to take the win. I wonder, does that mean that Montclair will win out this game? I don't know. I'm just putting it out there.
Man, I'm loving this.
I brought it back.
Oh man, that's so funny. Such a good position. It's such a good position. But we'll see a start. We'll also see a Hunter's Fury being employed that will at least try to dish out some damage on the B site, forcing them to get off the main stage of B, forcing a player in back of spawn towards their hallway side, which is Bliss, who manages to find a kill. Congratulations. And it is a wallbang 1, and you also have a player in elbow. That'll be Divine, but they lose to fight to Bard. Viper's been employed. Spike will go down, and this will be a bit of a tricky spot. Keep in mind, you may have a Viper's Pit up, but you're at 14 HP, and now you've lost it because a simple shock dart can get the job done. It's mathematics at its finest, trigonometry. You're essentially Hanzo version 1.0. And we're seeing the orbital strike also go down. This is Brian in a desperate state. They're trying to get themselves together, and they'll even things up. Penumbras takes out Bliss. They'll throw the molly around elbow, giving them some space and some leeway to work with. The breathing room basically a necessity, but Penumbra steps up big, finds Clumsy, rigs with a refrag to Semi, but Shad and Elbow able to find success as he gets the kill into Octagon. Salio has to swing out from Elbow side. 2 players to deal with, but Penumbras will not be denied. The 3K all thrice for him. 5-0, a very solidified start for Bryant.
Emanations from Penumbras as he finds the triple kill to set himself up for that 5-0 lead, man. Oh, Montclair, this is a good timing, I think, for the timeout. We often see teams not take, you know, well-timed timeouts, but I gotta say, Montclair, they've impressed me. I think their timeout usage has been pretty good thus far. Unfortunately, it has still left them down by 2 in a best of 5 grand finals, but it doesn't mean the decision-making was poor. And beyond that, we also are, you know, getting a moment, I think, to talk about that Viper's Pit. When is it the right time to use it? And is it the right time to use it when you're down at 15 HP? I gotta say, it's hard to anticipate, you know, something like that shock dart. But man, I think as soon as we both saw that, we were thinking the exact same thing. Inferno says, uh-oh, this could be dangerous.
Yeah, I didn't super see the... Okay, it's hard to dog on them when they find the win, right? It does make it a bit more difficult to prod and poke at it. It seems a bit more reductive than not, but yeah, I didn't feel like it was a proper usage when you're that low, because you are the most important person on your team when you drop the Viper's Pit, and you're too low to swing any fight into your favor, right? You're both at the disadvantage sightline one. You're both at the disadvantage for your peripheral view. So utility that deals damage, if you see Montclair still have their Raze alive, or still have the Sova with shock darts, or even still have their Killjoy with nano swarms, even snake bites on your Viper. There's 4 agents on their side that can kill you almost instantly that don't need sightline to do it. It just didn't seem like the right decision. However, you don't necessarily need the right decision if you make the right decisions afterward. One mistake doesn't necessarily mean you lose. You need to make the right decisions. That's exactly what Brian did. They played it well, and they held on in the post plant. But for the next round to officially start, you see that their Raze has taken a lot of damage from Montclair, but beyond that, everyone's still alive and thriving in the 5v5.
We go on towards the push. Clumsy, gotta get tagged up and out. The numbers looking forward to the entry as Beef does the dash and push in there after. You've got to find the opening here. There's one player left alive there on the backside. Clumsy's down and out. That's going to be the molly thrown in to deny re-entry as Penumbras finds another frag. Oh, Eve over the top. That's phenomenal. On towards Riggs. Finds yet another one. He's got a triple. Looking for the quad. Bliss. Can he deny it? That was interesting as Eve basically goes flat for just a moment. But it is enough to force the missed shot and Eve to close with the quad.
Well, I think first and foremost, the thing we need to talk about is going to be Eve, right? When you get a 4K in a position where you're at 2 kills total beforehand, yeah, you're starting to see yourself come back alive, and we need Montclair to come alive, Vincent. It's the wrong side. We don't need Brian to continue to come alive. We need everyone else on Montclair to step up, and unfortunately, we're just not seeing that. All 5 ultimates are ready. They could have used any of those in that last round if they had found it necessary, but they're trying to wait for the perfect situation instead of creating it. Sometimes the ultimates need to be popped out of necessity and not desire, and sometimes you do need to use it out of desire instead of necessity. What's the worst situation you can do is desperation and not desire. You need to be very careful about those positions, but a frag drops for both sides until Bryant is able to find one more to separate the distance, and then Varv finds their third. 2 players left standing for Montclair State, and keep in mind, no ultimates have been used, and we're still in a spot where they have to work with. Finally, Shed utilizes the Empress. We're engaging now, Vincent. There's a possibility here that Montclair State have a massive hill to climb, and they'll be able to do it very slowly. Salio steps up, takes out Varv. Clumsy's got some extra assistance, going to step in through U-Haul, but you already have a player in there, but Clumsy finds success. The Lear shot out. Shed finds the kill. Just needs to keep swinging towards U-Haul. Clumsy wins that next fight. It's a 1v1, and Montclair State are looking the wrong direction. Bryant, aka Eve, specifically swings through showers and swings themselves to their 7th round win.
So, I mean, listen, Empernos, are you sure you're not making a mountain out of a molehill here with regard to those ultimates? Because honestly, I get what you're saying, but if it's not going to be effective, then why throw it down? Now, sure, you can argue all the time about the Viper's Pit and using it early and all that, yada yada yada, or the same for the Showstopper, for that matter. But I don't think that it necessarily means that it's a bad decision. Though I would like to see them make some plans in the future for those ultimates.
Yeah, I feel like I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill for the ultimates, right? That's not really where I'm coming from. But when they have this many that are available to utilize, and they haven't even felt, I guess, pressed to do it. Oh, cheeky attempt there.
That.
Oh, that is such a cheeky play. Bliss, unfortunately, doesn't get it in the right spot, but still gets it pretty good. That ruins the lineup to a degree. Phenomenal play. That was teased on Twitter 2 years ago when Valorant released, and then it got brought back up on the Reddit a couple months ago. And that guy who initially posted, who's a pro player now, was really, really mad, Vincent. Because I did this 2 years ago, and you guys didn't like it, but now you're doing it now, and everyone likes it. I'm so upset. And I agree, it has to go that way, but Penumbra finds the first kill, removes Divine, and Montclair once again with a bit of a stagnant start.
Well, Rio pushes forward. It was not an A hit, so ultimately that fanciness that we just saw would be somewhat useless. Hunter's Fury to deny the plant. And it's actually not the Hunter's Fury. It's going to be the usage of those nano swarms to do just that. But it's just for a moment. 3 versus 3 engaged here. There could be a pit available for Montclair, but the Blade Storm's online for Bryant. As they push forward, the Owl Drone connects on towards 1. Now, Bliss knows that there's 1 player here at long. The second, and that's Eve, who's found success. The number is doing the same. It's all under rigs. Can't find anything more, and it's looking like it might be all over from here.
This doesn't seem likely, and that's exactly what we're seeing. This is an 8-0 start, Vincent. This is an icebox. This is an icebox. What are we seeing? It's bind, right? Like, oh, and let's talk about this as well. Not to continue to make a mountain out of a molehill here, Vincent. They had 5 ultimates 2 rounds ago. Now they're down to 2, and they found literally nothing off of them. They use the lockdown, it gets destroyed. They use the Hunter's Fury, it doesn't really get them that much. They're using the ultimates, they're just not finding success. I feel hard-pressed to say they're getting killed. A couple of these rounds are getting close. So I feel like they would have had these ultimates once or twice more, probably just once more, and they could have been winning at least a couple fragments of rounds here and there if they had been using those to, I guess, take the hurt onto Bryant, because that's a lot of what we're seeing. Montclair get engaged on swiftly, and Bryant just refused to go down. Bryant are jumping into the site, killing everyone they can get, and Montclair is forced to pay the price. They need to be taking the hurt to them instead of waiting for the hurt to be dished out themselves.
Yeah, I'm with you there in principle, and well, in practice, it's certainly not been very effective for Montclair. That being said here, Bryant, they have some ults to work with. You know, let's talk a little bit about theirs. You got a Blade Storm, you got a Seekers, you got some Hunter Sherry to throw forward should it be necessary. And there goes the Seekers. It's going to be a B hit. And here's another weird situation. Montclair have 3 players at A, yet they've used the Viper spin at A. You would think that they'd stack over towards B. Now, granted, they are finally going to push forward, but at the cost of players on the site. And there's Varv on the entry. Riggs down and out. Divine still here and making shots to connect, but Eve has the Blade Storm pulled out and ready for more. He's found one, making it double. Can't quite hit the headshot, so he's going to run out of blades to throw. It's 2 versus 3. As Clumsy fights one back to equalize just a little bit the numbers and go. Rotate to A to plant that spike.
Spike planted.
Bryants are actually struggling in this round. I think that's a really good indicator for the Montclair State are starting to find impact. But keep in mind, they expended 2 ultimates to do it. The Viper Spit kept them off of A for a little bit, but it's not going to really do that much beyond it. And then on top of that, they use the Showstopper to little to no impact. There's nothing left for them. They're out to dry. And while they have to continue to play this site, Bliss is 15 HP and has a dream. This dream may swiftly become a nightmare as panic throws do go forward, but he'll make sure to get this one just a little bit closer. No one can tell him he didn't try, but it's not going to matter ultimately in the end as Varv swings in. The Viper on Viper doppelganger combo will fall in favor of Bryant, giving them 9-0. Vincent, it's totally a possibility, man. I'm saying it right here, right now. 9-3 curse? 9-3 curse?
Why would you do that?
9-3 curse?
Why have you done that? No. Oh, Bryant and Bryant fans all need to go troll Impronosis in the chat because
please do.
He's done them dirty. But nonetheless, you know, we'll see. We'll see. I'll say I plead the fifth for now. That being said, Montclair, what has happened to them? This has been 2 maps in a row where we've gotten max rounds, and I mean, to be honest with you, Montclair have looked the better team as a whole. Now, granted, they haven't won either of the maps, but still, it's been effective. It's been nice to see. What then is surprising is the fact that we're sitting at 9-0, and I wonder if it's a bit of a mental break, if they've kind of lost the sauce.
Lost in the sauce? Is that really I'm still trying to digest what you're saying. Yeah, Vincent, that's exactly what it is. They're lost in the sauce, and unfortunately, it may just be a bit too thick. They've made it quite cream. Or if we're thinking about like marinara sauce, then they may have put a little bit too much condensed milk. But it doesn't seem to matter so far. First kill will drop to the side of Montclair State, but Divine will... for Bryant, but Divine will find themselves a refrag. Clumsy is holding close, but Simi and Jed each have something to say about it as the orbital strike finds impact and will give Bryant another player-man spread. Riggs, though, holding close cubby, gives themselves a bit of leeway, but Dalio has been caught out and left to dry on that A site, forcing this one to the 3v1 until Riggs can once again be a bit of a thorny presence. Takes another one out, a 2v1. Where have we seen this before? Just last round. But it did come down to a 3v1, then the 2v1, then the 1v1. From what we're seeing for Bryant, they'll plant in default and make rotation to play elsewhere. They'll send their jet all the way back over through showers, and they'll leave their brimstone actually on site, teasing towards that U-Haul side. They can always molly if necessary. They can always use their utility to their advantage. And of course, they can set up the crossfire for the post-plant denial for the defusal, but it's not even necessity. Shad will find the kill, lopping the head off Rings and eviscerating any chance we see for Montclair to find themselves that round win.
That's what I'm talking about. You know, Montclair, they're just not firing on all cylinders here. They are like, there's just no reason if they were this bad on bind, Montclair wouldn't have picked it. And that just leads me to believe that this is a mental hurdle that Montclair are just you know, they're floundering a little bit. They didn't expect to be down by 2 in this series. They kind of lost their way a bit, and now they can't quite find it back. Nonetheless, in nothing. Double digits gained here by Bryant, and we're seeing potentially 11th come forward. But Divine has something to say, trying to deny, and he's denied too. Making it 3rd. There it is. Divine on the triple. Simi able to bring things back by just 1 as Bliss falls, but All Divine might have done it here.
Last
No,
player
Eve.
standing.
No, shot out. Divine wants this round, and he wants it bad. Simi is the final player left alive, and with 30 HP to his name, I gotta say, this looks like it might be a Montclair State round, and yes, it is.
It's been done. It's happening. Return.
Last round
It's the
in
full
the half.
sweep, the full reverse sweep.
You know what? All I have to say to that Infernosis is that there's no 9-3, so heck you.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, the curse is less likely to be true. Look at the cute little bunny. Look at the cute little bunny. Open up and server shouting with it. Thank you,
We're
Bobby.
having
I
far too
appreciate
much
that one.
fun.
Also, look at the center of your screen right now for that scoreboard. 10-1, 10 in a row as well. Do we see 10 in a row for Montclair State? Is that what we maybe see happening next? It's maybe hard to tell, but you'll see Montclair State pop the showstopper early. They're just zoning. This is what we talked about last time for the Jet Ultimates previously. And this time we're seeing it for the showstopper, which is one that is more preemptively assumed to be a zoning ultimate more than the Jet Blade Storm tends to be.
Well, no, one you can actually use as a zoning ultimate. The other, it's not a zoning ultimate.
No, it's a zoning ultimate when I use it and don't get kills. Okay, Vincent?
Right,
Take that away from me.
of course, with the exception of Infernosis. My bad.
Not
yeah.
copium at all. All right.
No,
That's what
none
I wanna hear.
whatsoever. Penumbris, not on the copium, has denied Divine, and that was the hero of last round. Varv denying Salio as well. And okay, that's a bit interesting on the spray, but you know it's fun to press the button and use the karambit there. So I'll let it slide.
Bryant's has a two-player advantage. They're going to quickly be faced to a bit of a funnel as they jump onto the side, but they'll employ the Seekers to assist, giving them an extra few levels of play that can be added on top of what they're bringing already. And unfortunately for them, Bliss cannot stay alive longer than a couple seconds behind the base tube. Doc Dart sent. It'll go Sin or 2. Does not seemingly find enough to do anything, especially does not find a kill. Montclair State in the 1v3. Riggs, we know what he's capable of, but he has to face the wrath of not just one, not just two, but three. And Semi, speaking of three, finds their third for the 3K. That is halftime, Vincent. We're 1 round away from match points. If Brian take the pistol round, I don't even think I need to say what would happen.
Let me clarify and correct for just a moment. It's 1 round away from series point, from grand final point, not just map point. And I mean, this is obviously a big deal. Obviously, something that Montclair have to contend with. And well, this is the pistol. He could certainly do it. I mean, I've seen a comeback happen from 11-1. I have seen it. But I've seen it once, and I've probably casted thousands of Valorant games at this point. So, certainly a rarity. We'll see, can Montclair pull off the impossible?
This will be a very difficult situation to overcome. This is quite literally a Mount Everest of a mountain to climb. They have to go forward. They have to find success in doing so. They'll start off strong. Frenzy in the hand of their reign of Salio. Get rid of Varv out of corner of U-Haul, but a Shock Dart drops Divine to about 5 to 10 HP. That's going to be a very rough player to try and keep alive. And they need to do more than just that. They need him to find impact on top of it. The post plant is forced. That puts a time constraint on Bryant University's defense and make things worse. They're losing players left and right. Not just 2, not just 3, but 4, with 1 player left all by their lonesome. Shed will have to shed all his preconceptions of winning this one in a good fashion. And he'll also have to shed any preconceptions he had that he's actually been practicing his aim lab skills, because that did not work out. A flawless round for Montclair State. I did not think I'd get the chance to say that after this map had started, but that's what the first poster round will start off with in this second half.
And sometimes I think I'm a little bit mean, and then you come up with things
I
like
don't want
that.
to be mean. They're actually like a billion times better than me, but I got to bring up aim labs, man, you know?
Yeah. As if there's a sponsor obligation or some such.
I just absolutely love aim labs because they finally put something in for R6. So I'm actually very impressed with their software. But
so what you're saying is you're just a shill. Okay.
I'm a shill.
All jokes aside, this is a nice position by Bliss. He's gonna deny all 3 players. Poor
Great play.
Shed.
round.
Poor Shed.
Oh my goodness, that's actually a really, really good round there for them. I will straight up say, Varv has had a brilliant map this time around. I mean, we can just see it already on the board, tied for top frag overall, 9 deaths, 3 assists. The utility that Varv has been bringing to the table has been ridiculously strong, and I would like to say that's probably one of the big inklings we have seen from them for the success of Bryant University. The toxic screens have been very strong. The Viper's Pit, though, we had dogged on it for a little bit because we didn't really understand or maybe agree with their decision to do so. It was still fairly useful for them, and I just think that Montclair State would probably be much closer if it wasn't for the total utility usage of Bryant. It's not just outgunning. A lot of it is just the proper utility and strats behind them.
That's absolutely true. Though I will say that the shots have been on point as well. And that's a great example of a situation where Divine falls, maybe shouldn't have, but Riggs is on the opposing side. Rare you see trade from shock dart to shock dart. That is what we see. Talio giving his position away there. This is obviously a key round because Bryant have the guns in hand, and that is unfortunate for Shed. Can't really deny anything, but denies entry via the site. Gonna find one, looking for more. They go. 4 versus 3. Shed around the side of the boxes, finds another one. Talio blinded for a moment, but on the retreat finds success. 2 versus 3, and both players fall. Shed and Eve both find their frags, and it is gonna be 12 for Bryant as they're on grand final point.
Match point, series point. It's match point for the game, series point for this BO5. And this may just be a glorified BO3, right? In its retrospect, it's just full playing all 3. It's kind of like our Overwatch for the base season. It is a BO3, but you play all 3, right? And I think that's kind of what we're hitting right now. And I don't want to say anything negative about Montclair State. Map 1 and 2, they were spectacular. That first half of map 2 was one of the best pieces of Valorant I've been able to watch for the NECC in this division as a whole. And unfortunately, Shed just was literally too angry to die and carried his team through to make it to OT and then to win OT. When you're looking at the way this game has gone, it literally could have been anyone's game. We came into at the end of the break or beginning, once the break started, you said, we think we're going to all 5. We legitimately believed that this game would be so close, we'd go to all 5, but we did not anticipate how dominant Bryant University would be on the map of Binds. This is an unprecedented play, and it is a brilliance to watch.
Well, here we go again. Montclair looking to deny Bryant victory for now. And that's an opening. Divine able to find just that. Salio on this Empress is kind of nice shot on towards the numbers. This Shed denies Divine for now, but it's going to be the spike plant for the Montclair State side. Here comes the retake. Semi going to throw out the guiding light. Comes in over the top of the smoke, finds Shed before now Semi left alone before Varv can find one frag. 2 versus 1 is the lockdown technically available. Semi, no bullets really to work with, and Clumsy is gonna put him to bed anyway. Triple kill there for the KJ as we get into another round to Montclair.
I'm bad at the game. So you can take a lot of what I say when I'm dishing out or bringing in rhyme schemes to maybe dog on an individual player like I did previously, which is never in bad touch, right? I'm not doing it in bad faith. I would have absolutely panic popped that lockdown. That is proper trigger discipline, not with the rifle, but with the ultimate use for Clumsy. I think that they need that going forward. In fact, I guarantee that they're going to have to use it to win a round. So I do believe that that was a good decision from Clumsy to say, I can win this via gun skills and I can get the job done. But now coming into this next one, it is obvious eco savior for Bryant. And they're going to have to start piecing things together slowly but surely. Divine swings out, takes out Semi, but Penumbras goes through Hookah as well to find the kill for the refrag. A quick implementation of the lockdown down in Octagon. They're really trying to bring the fight to the forefront, and barely making the escape through was Eve. He's going to have to fight Bliss, still linking out in between here and Link. He'll save by Spices. Bliss finds the first and second, looking for the third. The Commando in hand. He's just going to use the snake bite to finish the job. A quick throw, an easy toss, and Montclair State reach round 5.
Yeah, but listen, that was, one of those underhanded throws,
No, it definitely came out forward. It was not thrown underhand. He can't do that. KO can do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Obviously, metaphorically, that was a bit of an underhanded toss there to Montclair. You know, they had it easy, is all I'm saying, against the pistol, right? Bryant now have the weapons, Eve with an operator, as well as full guns to follow up, and things can get a little bit dicey here. Ooh, that could have been scary. Eve had already elected, though, to dash out before the player came across his screen. So Salio gonna live for now. You see the Viper spit bomb. He finds entry on the Divine.
You give yourself a quick start, you have to continue to go off of it. And thankfully for Bryant, Shed will do that. They'll find their second, but the Viper Spit has been employed for Montclair State. That locked down a good portion of this A side, but the Seekers get sent through the Viper Spit, which flushes them out of it. And to make matters worse, the Trailblazer almost found impact. Bliss has to pop back into the Viper Spit to keep that integrity rising, and will be kind of flushed to stay stuck in showers as that snake bite will eventually dissipate. Now swinging back through. You can see two players up on boxes to give them a sight line to maybe try to contend. Bliss is just inches away from Semi's line of sight as that Viper's Pit wall is quite literally the bane of everyone's existence. With a recon bolt descent, gives the intel. Bliss acts instantaneously off of it and finds Eve, and Clumsy does the exact same. For number, frags back, takes out Clumsy, a 2v3. Bryant still need to get through this Viper's Pit. You still don't have a plant actually going down for Montclair State as that spike is locked down and left waiting for its owner to come and retrieve it. It's like a lost and found at Walmart. Somebody's got to claim their package, and it's failed once again. Dropped right where it was picked up. There's 10 seconds to do the job. Bliss, you got to go for it. There's no time.
No time.
That just ends this game as Bliss does not have the time to do so, and Montclair State cannot find the chance. Bryant University will close out at match point 13-5 on the last map. That is your 3-0 victor here for the finals.
Wow. I mean, talk about a crazy upset, man. The Bryant Bulldogs, they came to play. They came to have fun, and they came to dominate. And dominate they did, especially on that last map. But, man, it was close otherwise. Got to give respect there for the Montclair State University side of things, because they played a really strong Icebox and Haven. And and you mentioned it during that cast, if it were not for the play of Shed in map 2, we would be looking at least a fourth. At least a fourth. No doubt about it. Not to mention the fact that Icebox went down to a 13-11. It's all onto one singular clutch round. That's all it took for Montclair to fall short there as well. Wow, I just cannot believe that we have seen such a dominant upset, though, in 3-0 fashion. That is what I think really blows my mind the most.
Man, it's so hard to say. In case you guys forget the scorelines we've had all day for this game, Bryant took map 1 and Icebox 13-11. That is a 2-round differential to guarantee the game. It could have gone to overtime, 1 round away from doing so. That's how darn close Icebox was. Map 2 was even closer. It went to OT. It actually went all the way through, and it was an abysmal performance from Bryant on that first half. They just made the return in the second. They said, hey, perk up, folks. We'll come back in the second half, and they did just that. They got their points. They got their rounds. They led us to OT, and they take it 14-12 off of a very cheeky play in one of those OT rounds as well, so keep that in mind. And then on the last map, I don't know what happened. It's hard to say. I just don't think Bryant, how do I phrase this? I don't think Montclair State anticipated how strong Bryant was going to be. The Bulldogs bullied their way through that map. They were let loose off the leash, and they proceeded to own every single piece of that land. They marked their territory everywhere. It was their map, and there was no glimpses we saw from the MSU side to have a chance in it. But every other map was just smidges, so close. It was such a fun game to cast, but ultimately a team has to come out on top, and they did it in only 3 maps.
Very impressive nonetheless, but we are getting prepped and ready for an interview, by the way. I don't know who we're going to get to talk to, but I'm sure we're going to get to talk to somebody there from Bryant. I would hope maybe Shed. That would be cool. Either way, we're going to go to a quick break before we get there and pull back this interview, so don't go away. We'll be back in just a moment with that interview.
Welcome back, everybody. My name's Infernosis, joined here by the oh-so handsome Vincent, and I'm sure you guys are tired of seeing or hearing our voices, so we'll go ahead and bring on in a special guest. It's Penumbras. How you doing tonight?
We are doing amazing after our 3-0 win against Mont St. Clair. It's great to be here.
How you feeling after that win?
I'm feeling really great. Our team played phenomenally. Shed and Ethan were just pillars on our team for the first 2 maps. Like, really, everyone was able to do their role and communicate effectively.
It was a really, really fun game to watch. I'll bring up my first real question that's not just small banter going forward with it. Shed. That's who I'm going to talk about. Map 2, you guys had an abysmal start, to put it bluntly. You guys just weren't performing in all cylinders. I think at one point it was 9 kills to Shed, and everyone else combined had 4 total. I think it was 1-1-1-1. How do you guys come back in that map on Haven and win that one out? What was the comms like? How are y'all feeling?
It really was all mental because we knew that our defense was incredible for Haven. Like, we understand that we would just they were just playing an excellent defense, and on the back half we could really settle down and play our game.
Good.
So Infernos has just talked very specifically about the about map number 2. I want to zoom out a little bit. I want to talk y'all's expectations coming in, because here's the thing. Y'all came in as underdogs, obviously, from as the number 2 seed, but also you lost to this team in the regular season. What was your expectation coming in? Did you expect to have the sort of performance that you did? Obviously, you never go into a game expecting to lose, but were you thinking that it was going to be this sort of dominant one-sided 3-0?
We expected all the games to go like the first 2, to be honest, but we were totally ready. We looked into our own faults after our loss, and were able to push forward with basically a new vigor from that crushing defeat for us.
Now, crushing defeats, that was definitely what it was probably like for your Montclair Steroid side on the map of Bind, right? You guys introed in 10-0 at a point in time. You guys did not give up a single round. In a couple of those rounds, there was not even glimpses of them finding success. What went so right? What did y'all do differently? How do y'all take Bind in a map that's somewhat back and forth and completely unilaterally just dominates?
I really have to give props to Varv. He was really able to just infiltrate and be just a menace on A site with his Viper. Just anything, like, he was able to stop rotates from occurring and rotate when needed. It really helped us to push out into like the B-bomb site whenever we needed to.
And to follow up on that, whenever you guys were looking at, a really rough start, like on Haven, but also on Icebox, it wasn't as if Icebox was, all sunshine and rainbows. It was, a 7-5 half to your detriment. How are you able to keep things reasonable, keep yourselves, grounded in the game, not get too, overcome either by emotion or just by, anything else that would vie for your attention?
It was really because of some of our superstar performances where time after time we would have these clutches or big moments from individual characters that kept our mental game strong. But other than that, we just have a system that we like to work, and we know that we can work it well. So we'll be able to stay on track.
And I loved your answers to these questions, Penumbras. It's sometimes hard to get a response out of some players sometimes, but I'll give you a moment. Thank you very much for all your answers and replies. You got to have people behind you that's supporting you along the way. Give them a moment to shine. Go ahead and shout them out. I'll give you a moment to do so.
Yeah. It's just like my mother and father. They've really been there for me and all throughout college, whatever I needed, whenever I had a chance. But honestly, like the rest of my suite that I live with, they have been very supportive and helped us achieve this goal.
Beautiful. Absolutely lovely, Penumbras. And once again, from everyone here at the NECC, congratulations on your finals victory. I bet it feels so sweet to come up with the W at the end of the day and in such a solid fashion as that.
Thank you very much. It's great being here.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Penumbras. That's all we have here for the NECC between me, Infernosis, and Vincent. I'll have to, unfortunately, say goodbye, and we'll also have to enter in 2 new pretty darn handsome as well, caster. So you'll still be in pretty good hands. My name's Infernosis. You can follow me on Twitter down below, INFERNOS1S. Vincent has been here joining me as well, killing it as always. It's Vincent Cass right below his name as well. Behind us in the booth, we've got Bolby, who is doing the sticks, keeping us and carrying us through it. And of course, our producer, Michael, who is carrying us as well by leading this show. Thank you guys very much for watching. Stay tuned. There's another BL5 coming right up to determine yet another NECC finals.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you may be. Welcome to the NECC. It's Valorant, and it's going to be Cup of Frag joining you with Binks. And Binks, how are you doing this evening? What's cracking? How's your day been?
Well, you know what? I'm pretty tired, but the moment I realized it's NECC's finals, I knew that I right away had to wake up and get ready for this series.
You gotta wake up, man. That's right. The key phrase, and I'm going into some sepia mode there. I don't know why my webcam's going, but either way, from the rustic look of my webcam to why you are here today on this stream, got a bonanza coming up for you today, and it is gonna be for RSU Esports taking on Blue Gold Esports B, and it's going to be super competitive. It's a best of 5. So if you've ever seen a best of 5 before in CSGO, Valorant, whatever it may be, you'll know enough to say it is going to be an absolute gong show. It's going to go the full distance, and that means one team has to get 3 maps. 3 maps. That's a lot to ask.
That's a lot. Like, do you ever sit down for a rank session, play 3 maps, and say, all right, this is good enough, I'm done? Mostly when it gets to 3 maps, I'm like, I won 3 times. Even at that point, I'm saying, all right, do I want to do something else? I need to go. I am mentally gone. I'm drained. I need to move on. But regardless, these teams might have to sit through all 5 of these maps. And what are they going to be?
Tired? Is that it? I'm above the mark?
Yeah, I think you hit it. They're going to be tired.
Yeah. Real tired from us in Canada all the way over to the States. And I'm still going in slow motion. Hopefully the players will be going in Sonic the Hedgehog of fast motion, as you'll see at the bottom of the screen, the map selection that we are to see here today. So a nice little variety bucket of maps. And I think that's the beautiful thing about Valorant. Whatever map you play, it offers that unique spin on kind of what you expect as a viewer today. And as a caster, as an analyst, we're always left guessing what kind of playstyle is going to be thrown into the mix. Before we do get into things, I just want to touch base on Chamber. Have you had a chance to dabble with Chamber at all since his release then?
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I love him. He is so much fun, and he changes up the meta completely, in my opinion. His ability to have save rounds as well as completely change things up where you wouldn't expect him is completely game-changing. For example, whenever you see him, let's use one of the maps we have here. Haven. If you hop up on the boxes that you can actually see in your screenshot there from RSU, that 4th map, in case you're wondering which one it is, you can hop up on both those boxes, place a TP on either side, do this during the prep phase on defense, and you can hop in between them, and that's absolutely huge. But regardless, that is not going to be our first map, is it?
It is going to be our first map, but on a sense, similar to Breeze, Haven, Bind, Split, I'm just naming off maps at this point, going the full spectrum, a rainbow of maps. Chamber is the cool addition available in these finals 2 players. But interestingly enough, probably not going to see too much of it. Bit of a risky agent select. People aren't going to be ready for that. They haven't had the time to prep. So these defaults, even seen a little bit of brimstone action. Ooh. Love it. Bring back the boomer.
Bring back the boomer. That's a good way to put it. But speaking of who always calls Brim the boomer, we have Astra, DKT, on the side of, I do believe if I have that right, that's going to be Rogers State. They will be able to take Astra, and I personally think Astra is the bigger pick. Oh, they all just waited for the timer to tick down. But Astra has so much more versatility, especially with her ult. I feel like she's a better version of Brimstone, depending on what you're planning to use her for.
Yeah, you know, I'm that guy that's I'm a boomer as well, so it makes sense. I'm stuck in the Brimstone age. I have not got adapted and put my skills towards Astra. I've got to. I really, really do. With the concussions, the gravity wells, you've got so much variety of stuff that you can offer. And if you aren't rocking Astra right now, I don't want to say you're putting yourself at a disadvantage, because those stim beacons can be pretty gnarly put in the right situations. But you do have the full distance of the entire map from your intergalactic form versus Brimstone. If you can't see it, like, within a few feet of you, you're kind of stuck, aren't you?
Yeah, that is very, very true. I actually didn't even think of it that way. But regardless, we're going to be hopping into our first round. And as I always like to say, this is the calmest we'll see things. This is the calmest we'll see the storm. For the exact reason that Valorant has very little stoppage play. Unless we get a timeout. And even at that point, you know that tensions are high. So as we see, I believe we have Blue Gold starting their attack. Or sorry, their defense. Sorry, I'm losing my mind.
You know what, man? What we're doing here, Bings, we're getting rid of the cobwebs in the first couple of rounds, right? That's absolutely fine, and that's the way to do it. And hopefully these teams are going to do the same in this first of a best of 5. So strange to say best of 5 out loud, and it is such a slog. I can't emphasize it enough for those watching. It's so difficult, and I challenge you to try it in ranked. I dare ya. It'll be nowhere near as difficult as this, but still, the challenge is going to be there. 5 versus 5 still, a minute just ticking away. No one's seen each other yet.
Not at all. It's interesting to see that they went for the pick and then the rotate right away. Viper wall now coming in strong as all 5 players are springing into action here in this B site. Thick and Drac able to find one as the door is being closed on Clarkley, and the plant has been successful. Turret now being deployed. The benefit of rushing onto site is that they now have all this bundles of utility to deploy, and suddenly they become the defenders.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it's a bit of a flip of the switch, isn't it? Turn the table. The table's been flipped to the standard on top of it. That's going to be Roger State RSU dominating all the way through for this pistol round. And, you know, don't want to say it too early, but Blue Gold not running scared, but so much precaution already being given here because, yeah, they're all set up for that post plant, and you shall not pass. Almost maybe a flawless on the table here. And indeed it will be. That's dominated for the first round. Flawless for RSU. Whoa, that's a round.
It really was, and it just shows how we're going to be hopping right into the action. I really like how even with that push, they got the ultimate orb, which is on the right side going towards A, and then all four or five of them made their rotate towards B. I believe they might have had a player lurking B listening to hear what the action was like. And especially when you hear all that noise around A and the uneasiness of having no action, no picks at that 40-second mark, you know something's going to come out. On the side of Blue Gold, what they have to try to do is take things back a little bit easier. And if they need to be aggressive when they don't see a push, just get into a better position as we see a repeat of exactly what Roger State did the previous round.
Wrong with that, right? If you're able to do so, and you're going to have some territory to do, you've got the weapons and all, the Spectre, the spray, good for that frag of the day, a little bit of hip fire action. I love a Spectre. The griefing is real when you're just full run and gun. Don't mind me just going on a jog with my Spectre and your head in my crosshairs. 5 versus 4, where 2 Bings.
Well, it's going to come right back down to this B site. As we'll see this guy jump in, DXT able to find one, immediately refragged because the rifles here are just too much as it appears that Blue Gold has gone for a full save. He'll try to come out from Lorelock, but that won't be successful as it's blocked with a smoke by some unknown line of sight. Rudolph Earl is going to be able to find Clarky, and that's going to be absolutely detrimental as they'll be able to find a second one and a third as quite easily Roger State win their second round.
Doubling down, always good to see off the Spectre bite. Nothing worse than getting Spectres and you're not getting any weapon or getting any frags or a round off of it. Flipping this script to look over to Blue Gold, of course, they got those Vandals now. So discipline saves. Only 1 frag across the team right now. It's got to be said. You've got to quickly mention that. It's something that you're going to look beyond, though. You've got to put the pass rounds behind you, take it round by round. A bonus for RSU as well.
Well, first round was a bit of surprise. The second round was a bit of, okay, let's take a look, understand, have no expectation to win. And the third round, you already start to change that with Salty getting a kill.
Good start. Very, very good start, mate. The lockdown as well. That wall, that completely prevents that lockdown being useful. That's superb from Sage.
It does. It doesn't really give the defenders a chance to push up. They still have to vacate the area, but the attackers aren't able to make use of all the utility, and we saw them preparing for it, which is a very smart thing. And look at that play. Having the turret set up when you break the wall allows it to be active and act as a double whammy. And a very smart pick there. Twitchy able to find one onto Thick, a second onto Dukar, and now he's left both the Brimstone and Killjoy as the 2 remaining players. Keep in mind, those swarm grenades can be a pivotal role, but as Clarky eliminates Dalton, we could possibly see the first round going the way of Roger State. Just waiting, kills from the round, 10-10 is gone, and that's going to be the first round for Roger State University.
RSU get that champion beat, just banging in the air, banging the drum of success. I got that skin the other day. It got me an ace. I'm not joking. The first time I bought it,
Me too,
I got
dude.
an ace. No, seriously?
100%.
Okay, I'm not BSing, man.
I'm not
Facts. You know
either.
what? We had a bromance moment right there, and
that's
also
bonding.
I think. Yeah, that's bromance all round from the casting desk right into the server. RSU, step right up. No ace, but it's going to feel like an ace as they get into the race, putting the right foot forward. A Guardian is to replace with those rifles. Not perfect, but that'll do, Donkey. That'll do.
Well, I'm surprised, to be quite frank. I was expecting them to... I've gotten so used to it. I was expecting to place down the alt and rotate right around to B site once again.
Have been very persistent with that strat, haven't they? This one straight from the belly of the beast. Oh my goodness. Almost a free kill being given away. Checking that corner rather late as you push mid. Risky business here for Blue Gold B. RSU, not just the back foot, back against the wall in this 5 versus 3.
It's quite interesting to see how they're switching up their push every single time, and it seems to be effective. Rogers State has been caught completely off guard, as 1010 is going to be able to attempt the plant. Ducard even able to get the information that Twitchy is right around the corner, but it won't be enough as they'll be able to snap onto their head. Pushing up now, Twitchy is going to get caught in the way of a swarm grenade, able to destroy it though, as this race of both Lordlock and Twitchy. Lordlock able to find one onto Thick, as this round is starting to look winnable.
Yeah, this is so winnable. It's 2 versus 2. Sage and KJ versus the Viper KJ.
Player standing.
This Viper's pit, though, going to be a very, very big problem. Still not able to turn that Viper. The integrity of the Viper's pit is as thick as it comes. And a stick with 2 Cs. Nothing you can do with this one. Just getting slapped, battered and bruised. And that's 3-1 for Blue Gold B.
I'm quite surprised by that round. I was hoping that Rogers State would actually be able to overcome it. The unexpectedness a little bit, but just the way that Blue Gold had such a confidence in maneuvering around this map just shows such control, in my opinion. It shows that they have the ability to toy with their opponent and push when they want to, ultimately dictating play.
Getting map control, being able to control the flow of the game. If you could do that in Valorant, you'd have to be the best aimer. It's just being able to fake out you two and get things done. Sorry, is it a coughing fit there? I managed to get it off the mic, thank goodness, but be careful. When you have a drink, make sure it goes down the right pipe, if you will. Back to business, though. Back to action as usual. My voice definitely sounded a bit more rough around the edges as we do head to this timeout. Do bear with us, getting everything sorted out for the players in the server. Talking of Ascent, though, that courtyard area in middle, that push that we just saw, I love the action in mid. There's so much that happens on Ascent. Not everyone's a fan of Ascent. How about yourself? I didn't even ask you this, Bings. How rude. What's your opinion on Ascent personally? You an Ascent fan?
If I'm gunning, I'm always a fan. If I'm not gunning and I'm just getting gunned down, like Salty in that case, then I'm not a fan. But look at this! Once again! 1010 is there ready with the Killjoy. But once again, the Sage is blocking it. I'm interested to see how the adaptation is there. If they are going to get caught out. Oh, the counter lockdown now. Now, the interesting part, all the players have already pushed onto site. They are now actively stuck. But Ducard has made it up. Is he able to disable in time? He most definitely will. And that will lead to the false perception that the spike would not have been planted. And what a change of events. Now spike is planted in a 5v3 favoring Blue Gold.
5 versus 3. Make it a 5 versus 2. 2 players remain. Lot to do with a shorty here for DKT. Maybe a little bit more than one can chew. Worth a go, though. Might as well. And this position, this is great for Cubby. This will remove Thick. Potentially, and I spoke a little too soon. Good flick coming in from Thick. Gonna be too quick from Thick and Co. 4-1.
I'm not too surprised. That's a very tough round to even expect to win. And it was once again a save round. Interesting that we actually saw the Killjoy ult come out on a save round. I think they might have been hoping to catch some players off guard or force them into unwilling positions. But ultimately, it almost worked out. Had the Killjoy of 1010 been able to, sorry, not 1010, of Twitchy been able to win that gunfight onto the Sky of Dukar, then that would have been a completely different, as that the lockdown would have detonated.
And that's it, right? It was a split second. It really was like a millisecond away. Lucky. Grabbing Kenta flying like Superman. Getting trained out by the lowest lane, though. Salty. In this case, good for the double. Great aim. Supreme aim. I think unlucky not to get the third, really.
Yeah, quite unfavorable. Dukar will be going for the rotate as both the other players, once again, like their usual setup, have been waiting right by this B door. But will they be able to successfully pull it off with only the power of 3? The players of Rogers State are spread quite thin, so if executed properly, we could see that they will be able to overwhelm this Astra.
Possibly, maybe. Get your stars and your nebulas out my way. That's what I'm sure Blue Gold are looking to say right now. Rogers State, though, things looking a bit up as a 3 versus 2. Are going to see the Seekers come through here. For the likes of Blue Gold, is it going to be the saving grace, though?
Sprays from the judge coming out. Dukar will collect his 3rd of the round, and now with 30 seconds, they're also going to be the one to get the plant. It seems like Dukar is just doing absolutely everything this round. Showstopper ultimate is still an option, as Dukar will be shut down. Spray will miss, leaving the shots from Thick to have to win out. But Lorelock will be there, securing the 2nd round for Rogers State with more than enough time to defuse and a free rifle to pick up.
Yes, difficult to run and gun with a Guardian. That's what Lorelock came in with. Not a preferable weapon for me. You know, if I see other people have Guardians, like one tap, put the gun under their leg, behind their head, one tap. And me, when I pick up the Guardian, I swear, man, it's cursed.
It's cursed.
If it's a Vandal, I can one tap from 10 miles. But a Guardian, the movement of it's so difficult to master. It really, really is. And we're seeing that to get RSU back in the driver's seat. You can top that?
If it's a Guardian, I can't do anything. If it's Chambers Headhunter, basically is Deagle, then I can do it from a mile.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking with the one taps. That's right. Give me Chambers Sheriff, no problem. 4-2, RSU. Back at it again. Chasing the attempts here to get back into this game.
Look at this. This is interesting. All 5 players are stacked up on A from the side of Blue Gold. That implies that they might not go for this rotation, but look at where this Killjoy is. Killjoy is now in the perfect position to be able to hear the rotate and call it out to the team, prompting the 3 players who are waiting on A, all able to rotate back. And that audio is clearly audible. Twitchy now making the call. You can see from the look back and forward, just waiting to catch at least one off guard.
Great call. Yeah, this is absolutely perfect. At least 1+ here. Play the cards right. Twitchy, good for 1. Twitchy, wide swinging, not good for 2. The trade, good for 2 though. And that's a 3K. Coming in for Lorelock, traded back in. Is a 3 versus 1. All down to Brim for the win. Stimmed up. We're going to be aimed up as well. Spike in hands. Does have the ultimate though. But bad news bears, I'm afraid, here, Binks. There's no smokes. None at all.
30 seconds left.
Well, when there's no smoke, or if we smell smoke, there should be fire. He does have that fire in his hand.
Oh,
and he'll be able to collect 2. How does that happen? 8 bullets left. Salty right around the corner. And his switch guns not able to win it out. Salty will be there with that Reaver Vandal. That was the RTX, or basically the RGB bundle. I actually have an interesting point about that bundle that I don't think a lot of people.
RGB bundle?
Well, it is. Regardless. An interesting fact, people always love to talk about things, the Blastex, the toy bundle, and how like, you can see, you can see what bullets go through the wall and when she gets stuck. Well, an interesting fact about the RGB bundle is that depending on the color that you're shooting, you're actually able to see if it goes through the wall or not. When it goes through the wall, no color on the wall. When it doesn't, you'll see the color outlined on the wall. Big brain play right there for the players who are using that gun.
Wow, big brain calls from you. That's a new one. I've not heard that in hours of Valorant I've cast. So that's one to definitely write home about. Put that in the memory banks and keep that for those special moments, those special clutches, if you ever see it in. Courtesy of Bing, DKP, trying to be the judge and the jury. The hammer, just poised and ready over a backside. Oh, the timing, that's so close to being something special.
Well, like we've seen before, it may be 3-4, but just like that, the roles have switched. The remaining 4 defenders of Rogers State are going to have to go for their quite crazy retake onto this B site, with all 5 of these players guaranteed to be in position. With such a small area that almost guarantees you'll be able to free-fire one of them, and that's what Twitchy will be able to do, as well as Clarky.
Good.
The leader will come out and kills all around for Rogers State, as they'll be able to completely clear it out. Looking for the rifles, maybe a better skin, but they have more than enough time to defuse that spike, and I believe that is 4-4.
That is definitely 4-4. Like you mentioned, the seek out for the skins, it's definitely a thing. And sadly, the rank that I play, and I think that's enough said of the rank that I play at, the more skin searching goes on the frag searching. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's a bad vibe, but you definitely got to get the skin for the win. And when you're in that zone, picking up someone else's rifle, then fragging them with it, it's a feels bad man moment. So's the econ right now for Blue Gold B. Not looking good. This is an attacker, sorry, it is a defender-sided map by 53% to the 47 on the attack. But Blue Gold, first save we've seen them on all this game, or in a very long time at least.
Well, I did notice something else. Roger State is ready ×5. In other words, all 5 of them have their ultimates. Which means that even though if they don't realize this in the eco run, they could end up wasting these ults or just win these rounds off a single ult.
That's a very good point. That's a golden nugget of information. Big question, are they engaged with their ability use right now to say, okay, please don't use those ultimates. They're on an eco. Don't do anything crazy. But you can see those panic ults sometimes. Let's see if they're going to be calm and cool and calculated. The timing could be perfect here, but oh no, it might be perfect for RSU.
Lions coming out. Clarky now having to smoke off. That's the defender's Killjoy's ultimate lockdown coming out, and right in the middle. And look at all these attackers having to swarm through mid, and this is an absolute... If this is heard by the defenders, they'll know that there's trouble in tree, and Clarky once again will be the first to fight this action. 2 of them spraying from up top. Clarky was able to get out with a headshot of the Dukar, and Lorlock inside will get gunned down by Dalton. DKT going to find both Dick Rudolph and 10-10 as well. That's 3. Giving all up to Dalton and Salty to finish it off. And so the first time, Rogers State will be taking the lead.
Taking the lead, and well, they definitely got the will to succeed. Not burning through too many ultimates ever. You definitely underlined. They got those readies in front of them. Who's getting trigger happy? Not too many people, actually. That's fantastic. 1 ultimate to trade out for an eco. I think that's a fair trade. And the lockdown doing wonders to push all of those attackers up to catwalk, up into the gardens. And, well, the gardener plucking the flowers right out of the lawn. It's going to be RSU.
Interestingly enough, we haven't seen more of a split push from Blue Gold. They haven't ever tried to go for, you start here, we'll meet you in the middle. Get those cross angles. I haven't seen that from them, which has been a cause for concern. It's worked out for them in the past where they have someone lurk and then they meet up before pushing. But it's once again this save 5-men mentality as they all rush on the site. And although they can get control half the time, when you have so many people crowded in an area, you are almost guaranteed to hit one just spraying in.
You know what? Exactly that. You know your lineups. You know your setups. And, well, it's looking real good for a lineup for success. For one team in all, but it's back to the balanced beam. It's Rogers State. Blue Gold back to the 3-on-3.
Dalton waiting inside a tree. They have the plant. They are on defense. Now this is an ult being activated for the side of Rogers State. Reyna is going to be looking to push up. I believe that is Salty. Meanwhile, Dalton still in shower. Salty looking for the headshot. Not able to find it. 10-10 going to come out on top. Clarky spraying out, also activating her knives. Meanwhile, DXT able to find their second of the round, and there is no chance all of these remaining attackers will have to rotate out as they have been able to win it as the spike detonates, and that could be very harmful for Rogers State's eco.
Yeah, that is going to be a real set of splinters, not just the one splinter. You can see consideration of, whoa, what am I going to buy? Well, what do you want out of me? Like, I don't know what I could do with this kind of economy. Maybe a sheriff? Okay, get the full buy going. So full buys across the board, but money definitely looking slightly bleak for RSU after that. And that is the fine line that both teams are walking right now. It's the flip of the coin. Who's going to win this? It's 5-5.
It's a really close one so far, and might I remind everyone watching, our loyal viewers, this is only map 1 of possibly 5. These players are getting ready to go the distance.
Yes, sir, they are. Anyone that opts in for a best of 5, they're a madman. So I tell you that. Such an endurance race. And you're seeing a lot of vigor. You're seeing a lot of excitement. Adrenaline flood right now in the server. I'm interested to see where they'll be by map 3, potentially 4 or 5. The concussion coming through, slamming down on the opponent. Back to the 3-on-3. Oh, Roger State could be able to hold this for the victory.
3v3. Salty looking for his pick. 3 is a lot more manageable number to look for on site.
Oh, the Viper's pit.
The Viper's pit coming out as well. Sprays coming from Salty, not able to line it up. And there's the res. This could be a key changing point. The Sage gets caught in the Nano Swarm. That's going to eat up a big chunk of health. Clarky able to line one up through the wall. You madman, switching over to the Vandal now. More sprays coming out. They need to find the Viper in order to knock this down. And 10, and Rudo able to find one. Twitchy with the refrag. They're out of time. They have to spray as Viper rotates right on out. Looking for the snake by spraying out to be able to find it. But they get
no!
No, you just had to wait.
No!
You just had to wait.
Oh no! It's a 1G moment. It's a Summit 1G moment. Except it wasn't your own nade. Someone else's util does the same damage and perishing to the snake bite. How tragic. How tragic.
You can see their health popped right back up before they died, right? Oh, it popped back up to 60 where they were supposed to be. It was all the decay from the Viper's pit. Oh,
we've all been there.
It hurts, right?
It does.
We feel your pain.
You
just have to watch it.
Right at the end of the half as well. That's a oof. That's a kick to the stomach. And same with the econ there for RSU. Just the back of so many rounds that linked together for success. That infamous stage wall blocking for now, but broken immediately. And there goes that lockdown. We've seen this so many times over an A site. It's been the site to talk about this game.
Interestingly enough, you did mention the lockdowns, but we actually haven't seen Sky's Seekers too much. Salty will get caught out. Whether or not they get spotted out is a different story. Dukar not able to find them. If the timing's right, he gets the kill, but no, Dukar will be able to flip back. Lorelock and get a quick frag onto Stick. This could be a bit of a tussle for the final bit of the round. Viper on the flank watches to find his third for the round. Lorelock now left in an undesirable 1v3. End off this half. Spraying out, will be able to finish off Dukar, but Spike has been planted. Rudo getting ready with those lineups. All the way to the other side, as well as those nano swarms. This is quite a daunting task here for Lorelock. Rotating out, trying to find Rudolph. But now, they're out of time. What can they do? Nano swarm, snake bite, and just like that, Blue Gold will be able to finish off their half on top.
That is so frustrating. And you know what? I love that. I love every single darn second of that post run. Nano swarms are one thing, but the snake bite. You don't see enough Vipers being utilized on the map of Ascent to get that done. And that is perfect. You can go over to Cat. I know a couple of post parts there myself. And it doesn't take long to learn them. But once you have it in your repertoire, that's the damage that you can inflict. That's the pain that you can inflict on your opponent. And Blue Gold B closing out a really, really good half. 7-5.
I'm really interested to see now, on Blue Gold side, they're split up. How quickly are they going to recuperate? Because we have become so accustomed to seeing them all play as a 5-stack together. And just overpowering by force. And that also opens up the opportunity to this clear split push that we're seeing from Roger State. If they're going to be able to isolate these angles and pick off each of these players one by one, the way we saw them do when you had all 5 players stacked onto B site.
That's such a good point. Yeah, they have to play very differently now. And that's what happens. It might be defender-sided statistically, but when it comes to the gunfights, you've got no one to bail you out of trouble every single time. And that's what we saw with like a whole group, a group of hooligans just rushing the boss in that first half. Nice slow round tier coming in from RSU.
Interestingly enough, we see the utility already deployed. They're setting up in a very strategic way, and this is quite refreshing. Because look at all these cross angles. You push one way, you're going to get shot from another. Twitchy able to find one onto the Killjoy, but meanwhile, Rudolph with a refrag, Twitchy finding a second DKT to stack onto that. But now with 45 seconds, they're getting ready for the plant. The wall there to assist. The Killjoy bot, hopefully not facing the wrong way, will be able to properly set up to act as a notification. Yukar going for the parkour, won't be able to line it up. This is interesting. How often are they going to try to attempt this before they just rotate? Just once, probably the best idea, because we all know the definition of insanity.
Exactly. Gotta keep going for that jump, and eventually you're gonna get headshot. Just trying to do like whack-a-mole from your opponent, but it's gonna be a double peak. And you said about this, they perform well with the numbers game. Numbers game not in their favor. Get the fame here right now though. 3 versus 2. Make it a 3 versus 1. Clarky really just intimidating. Down to 10 HP. Thick. Not giving away the frag, but the spike, he's going to take it and bag it instead. Pistol round. Going in the favor of RSU. 1 player survives. By no means a flawless. We saw that flawless pistol round before. No flawless hit. A surviving factor though. RSU able to take a little bit of a lead in this second half, but for how long?
That's a good point. How long we'll be able to maintain it? I think with the force here, we're just seeing it's symmetry really that we're seeing from the first round, and whether or not it's going to be a complete repeat and we'll see overtime is still up in the air. But look at the differences in these push, just based on the current player position. Is something we haven't seen from either team.
It's the split. It's that split that you were talking about.
I'm interested to see which will be more effective though. Something out that's a Vandal buy in the second round, something that Reyna players are quite easily able to do, because as soon as they get their first kill, look at this cool thing called a dismiss. Now you're overhealed to 150, the equivalent to having a full shield.
It is. 1 frag coming in here for Clarky. Puts it to the 5 versus 3. Vandal, it spells the dub. It spells victory here. Fly it through. Superman. It's not Clark Kent. It's actually going to be Rudolph. Not successful in the attempts. Flying through the sky like a bird. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's nothing to turn ahead at for this moment. 5 versus 1. Maybe a flawless coming for RSU. And that would be such a confidence builder. So helpful.
It definitely would. It also begs the question, though. How will they be able to recuperate for next round? Will they now full buy again? Or are they going to play the eco? How are they going to remaneuver or reallocate their resources to be able to better fit what they are going to be doing? Flawless, like we all expected. But now, look at this. The shields. Are they going to go full shield, half shield? Are they expecting to lose? Full buy? I'm curious to see how this will work out, especially since they're now going up against, look at that, full rifles.
Full buy coming in. A couple of Spectres still just lurking around. I say a couple, it's a quadra of Spectres. So the bonus round is going to be engaged here for RSU. You've had this many good rounds in your second half, and that's 2 for 2, right? You might as well, worth the risk. If they had a shoddy second round, maybe make a different kind of decision. But in this case, just let Salty be the probe, the prong, the spearhead of this attack.
Rudolph has been holding this angle quite effectively. You know, the Jet will push in to be able to find Clarky quite easily. Snakebite also coming out as the rotate now has to come underway in a very successful fashion. 10-10 finding one, not able to find the second as DXT will to find one with that Spectre. Rudolph has now rotated all the way back behind 3 bots. We now will be to find Salty looking for a third. That's going to be Lorelock off the board, but DXT once again there with the refrag, also getting the spike down. Duck now swinging right on around DKT finding their third, completely blinded, won't be able to see Duck as there you go. 3 seconds on the round, done. And look at that. Symmetry.
Symmetry is enabled, and that is Key Blue God and the scoreboard for this second half. 2 on the trot, 2 on the go for RSU, but it's stopped in their tracks right in front of you. Spectre being picked up by Rudolph. Money isn't great, right? And let's not sing the praises too soon for Blue Gold. They've still got some econ growth, some investments that they've got to work on, but it's definitely something to compete with RSU. Their money even worse, actually, than Blue Gold right now.
Interesting. I was not expecting that too much, but that does mean that they did full buy, so it does make a little bit of sense at least. Now, an interesting push as well. They've all scattered out throughout mid, as well as towards B. I want to see what they go for in good use of these Astra smokes or Astra nebulas. Regardless, they're strong. If you look at the line of sights they're blocking off, it allows them a lot more freedom. But is that 4 players stacked on this A site? If so, that would be a very impressive read.
Ever. Really would. Spraying desperation. Delta really trying to make sure that play is deterred. Get off my land. Get off my grass, says the Boomer.
But the Boomer can't act beyond his grass in some case, whereas the Astra is freely able to do that. We saw that Astral plane use to place a smoke for that Reyna to rotate almost immediately after being asked, and now the heal from Sage, it's back to an equal 5-on-5 as Salty pushes up.
Nick trying to do something. Be the best player possible. Not going to be able to do the business, but Brimstone will. Down to the 2-on-2.
One enemy remaining. I have this fight.
Salty has absolutely eaten damage this round, but they're going to have to eat a little bit more as the remaining player of 10-10 will be pushing up towards heaven. Spike initiated, 1 nano swarm in hand, as well as 1 turret. They'll be able to use this utility effectively. It could turn the time of the round. First optical will be Salty. They've been hot. Will they be able to find it through the box? Yes, they will. Salty will be right there, even things out. 8-8, very huge round. And as we predicted, it does look like we're going all the way.
Yeah, we're going to go all the way. I don't want to curse production and call it the caster's curse for the production desk and say as you will, this is just my first time stepping in here, so I'm going to kick the door down with the hot takes I have to say. I think we're going a full distance. I really do. I don't think this is going to be a clean sweep for anyone. Such even-seeded teams here in this grand final of the Navigators side. Just to give clarification, if you're just tuning in, this is the first seed against the 3rd seed from the Navigators Scion division. So, really close. Looking over their match performances, so even. So many sweeps and 2-0s in these best of 3s they performed in. And Blue Gold continue in that kind of fashion. RSU going to be too much of a problem. Updraft, loving the action here from Clarky.
Clarky's starting to be a little bit more adventurous with his pushes, and it's something I'm a huge fan of, because it's enabling him to open up frags not just for himself, but for his team as well. When a Jet plays all sporadic and you don't know what they're going to do, and you can't predict them, it causes you to have to swing, look around each corner, expect them above you. And what does that open the door for? A double push, a double swing, a different angle they didn't expect. And just like that, the knives will attract a lot of attention. And whoa, what just happened? Oh, wait, that distraction allowed everyone to push on the site.
That's the treatment. That's the Blue Gold treatment. That's what I'm going to call it, because we saw that so many times, didn't we? In the early portion of that first half, Blue Gold around the world, going all the way around, and the plant's going to go down. How are they going to respond to their kind of play?
10-10 lining up. We'll be able to line up the headshot. That's going to light up Salty quite considerably. But there's the heal, quite luckily. Nice from Clarky. Will hit the headshot as well. Dalton's known for those headshots. He'll hit it. Refragged by Salty, however. Spike still counting down as the push needs to come out. Salty finding a second, looking for a third. Shut down by Thick. Twitchy finding one to duck. Lorelock able to find the second one. And with 5 seconds, all of these players will be able to rotate out safely, not losing their weapons. Solid round from Roger State as they will now take the lead.
There you go. On your bike, that's telling them to head on their bike, and that's talking to Blue Gold B. Every reason for RSU to take this as well, and I'm talking of dethroning the #1 seed. To be able to say that walking out of your division after the grand final, such a, I want to say a relief, but just such a pride.
It's a mic drop.
It is a mic drop. Thank you. That is so much better than anything I was going to say. I've used so many phrases, my brain's run a bit dry, but you, sir, the mic drop indeed. who's going to be the mic dropper to get the
What does
first to
this
double
mean?
figures.
That's a lockdown right there. And it looks like it's going to be enabled.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ta-da! Planning it out.
Drum
waiting
roll.
for the rotates. But what's this? I talked about the diversion.
You should run.
Is this a
Look
fake?
at the other side. 4 and
It's a
5 on the top left of your screen. That's Jet getting ready to push up with only the lone contention of the Killjoy. Ultimate will come out to destroy it. But look at all these players who already rotated. That's 4. As Astra of DKT has pushed up. If they're up to win this gunfight, that would be
10-10
huge.
though.
But no, 10-10 will shut them down. Spike down. Alarm bot triggered. And now all the players on the side of blue gold will be prompted to rotate over to B.
Great read from you, and great read as well from Blue Gold B. RSU not really able to get a foothold. The spike's finally going to go down though. Not after a few bodies have fallen in this flurry of frags. 4 versus 3.
Rudolph able to find Lorelock. That is a very important kill because it does allow things to even up. Rudolph finding a 3rd on the round, but Clarky now left to defend the lead. His team has established 6 health. Rudolph with the 4K coming out here. 23 and 12. Ladies and gentlemen, he is looking to spice things up and even finishing off the spike. What can this man not do?
Facts. Absolute facts. That's the mic drop. The mic drops the stats that you just dropped off the rack there. 23, 12, and 7 for a Viper. It's a Viper! A battle Viper. I heard someone else say it in the lineup I'm casting right now for the Valorant Midwest Showdown, and someone mentioned Battle Viper. It's a thing right now in this server.
It
Absolutely is.
I'm interested because I haven't figured this out yet. How about what's your favorite agent?
My favorite agent, you know, I'm a bit of a hybrid agent, but it's either Viper or I'm going to have to go probably Reyna. Viper or Reyna. And talking of Reyna, Salty, I'd love to hear yours in just a moment as well. Salty's been so OP with the Vandal from this early on. There goes the Leer. There goes the Tailwind as well. But the Judge's going to be too strong. So much damage from the Brim.
Oh, that is so unfortunate, but when it's Reyna, you know the opportunity to heal is there. Salty getting caught in the corner. Door will be pushed down, locking Stick out. No, it's already been destroyed. Never mind. He's basically a door crasher. Killjoy lockdown also being initiated. This will prompt possible push from Salty swinging out spray. But now all 3 of these players rotating away. Thick able to find Salty. This gives a lot of freedom here for Rudolph as well as comrades to push up. Spike defuse will now be attempted. Twitchy finding 2 huge headshots. Rudolph left to go for this defuse. Gonna fake it out. No one's gonna fall for it. Swinging out Lorelock with that Guardian to find it. 10-9. Rogers State really wanting to take this map.
That's so unfortunate for Rudolph there. I say that. Both players were on like 10 HP after that. 10 HP. So frustrating. The snake fight did its job, was a deterrent, but it is not going to be enough to get those pests out of your floorboards. 10-9, double figures for RSU. The underdog in this grand final best of 5 story are having a good time right now, and they've got to continue with this vigor, with this momentum. It's a save here for Blue Gold B. They're starting to sweat.
Right away, Viper ult coming out. Rudolph hasn't had the chance to use it thus far, so I'm interested to see how it will play. This does look like it is on a save round, so a very smart choice to be pulling out that shorty. Because as soon as someone swings around the corner, you kill them, take their gun, and hey, it's not their gun, it's your gun.
Repossessed, that's it. Finders keepers. Shorty lurking in that Viper's bit.
Oh, wait.
Twitchy. Oh, this is so sneaky.
10-10. Hello.
Is that the spike? Oh, I think I recovered the spike just about. That was a close call, though. Spike going in there, leading the charge. Probably not what the doctor recommended, not what the doctor ruled. Doctor Twitchy knows. There's someone in there. Get out that pit.
Look at this.
What is this round?
They're in the spawn. They're in tree. They're behind you. Salty.
No.
Oh my God. Salty finds 2. How do you let that happen? Let them
Trigger
going
discipline.
down. Right next to the Viper smoke. They have to push it with the shorty. They already know where they are. Slow orb. Rudolph has to wonder what he can do, as well as a nano swarm. What have we just witnessed? I talked about how the roles are swapped when the spike is planted. But the roles were already swapped. They were already in defender side spawn.
An attacker is in a defender's spawn for the early round. Interesting. Really, really interesting. Minute plus. What are you doing in my spawn? Get out of there. Whoa, they're going to get the defenders out of there. This is my land now. Down to the 4-on-1. Rudolph still just chilling in that Viper's pit, but I got bad news, my friends. Your pit's gone. Where are your friends now? We need to see some frags.
They gotta swing. They gotta try to do something. Try to find a gun. That will not be... They'll still get caught out. At that point, when you have a pistol, it's better to die. You get more money.
Exactly. Exactly. That's something I've got to remind myself always in Valorant, because there's that little bit of you. It's like, what are you doing? But no, you're doing the right thing, getting the best econ recycle. Weren't able to get any frags out of that. The Viper's pit is going to be burnt as well. You've got to respect it. It's an eco. You've got to do something to deter the opponents. But that Viper's pit didn't really do much, quite honestly.
Interesting enough, 11-9. First time Roger State has a two-round advantage. Sorry. Don't close it.
Closing it. Sorry, man. I don't like the draft.
Man, you know it gets cold in here. I don't want to put on a sweater.
Waste of my heating bill, just leaving the door open. The door slammed shut here. RSU, no, there's a player by Boathouse, potentially at least. Good.
Interesting.
Also,
Look at the
just
Reyna.
holding back. Hold on.
What? This could work out quite well. The door's closed. There is the alarm bot. That could be the reason for the closed door.
Yep, there it is.
Will be destroyed. They'll know right away that there is someone rotating. But look what this prompts them to do. Viper and Raze now are looking back. Sky rotating back towards spawn. That allows for a lot of freedom here as Twitchy gets ready for this push. Now, they will have to deal with a lot. This is the first time we see the Cosmic Divide come out. Rudolph waiting for the rain to spray. But don't look at the wall! Look at where your opponent is! Clarky finding one, DKT finding 10-10. And now the site is completely open. And this could be the grounds for match point. There is also two more ultimates on the side. Both Jet as well as Sage in case one of their players go down. But no one has fallen yet. With all 5 players being ready, they are not stuffing themselves for the back on Boathouse. They are prompting to spread out a little bit more, which is the right play because it gives the now attacking defenders a lot less freedom to push. Salty here, looking towards defender side spawn. Lear being placed, looking to find Doc. Not able to see him as he's up on the box. Line coming out. Time has drained. The hourglass has stalled out. Twitchy finding Duck, and Dalton gonna opt to save that Vantal.
So
Vantal?
Vantal? Mantle with the Vandal? You could say that. That works.
Sure, we'll say that.
Yeah, we'll say that. What's up? We take those. And also, RSU, they take those. The underdogs, the third seed, taking out the first seed for another round. And this could be map 1 in the bag. Look at the econ. It's abysmal. It's abysmal for Blue Gold B. They could barely buy Spectres.
Twitchy 20-12. That was a great. 2012 was a phenomenal year. But regardless,
cracking year.
That's quite interesting. Look at this. Salty, 1 away from their ultimate. Twitchy, 1 away from their ultimate. 2 of their players already have that ultimate. And look at the other side. 2 ultimates. The other 3 players are nowhere near. Interesting predicament. Dalton has to find this frag for his team. Won't be able to do so. Showstopper being deployed. Shutout. No joy. And that will hurt their team a lot. The Seekers are still in play. But there's the knives that were able to be activated as one of those pocket ults. As well as all 4 of these players who we mentioned possibly getting their ults now have them in their pocket. If these ultimates are used properly, we could see this series over, this map over right here and now.
Easy, Tiger. No, definitely not the series, but the map indeed, you're right. It's looking like it's lights out. It really is. Blue Gold B looking to strike back a little bit. Draw some blood. The resurrection coming in as well. Let's make it the 5 versus 4. Make it the 5 versus 3. No resurrection for anyone on that team to see. Lockdown going to deter them as well. Oh, this is going to take something so special here out of Blue Gold B. The timing, I think that's it, yeah. Night-night.
Thick, luckily able to find that frag. Will be able to save them. Duck, you gotta get out of that. That's a lot of damage. Now lighting Duck all the way up to 44 health remaining. Thick will join up with his comrade as they look to make a final hurrah onto this site. But with 4 players ready and waiting, it is quite unlikely. Swinging around, will to find Twitchy. Nope, it will be Twitchy to find 2. And that's gonna be the first round as we have the phenomenal music from the new Champions Pack playing in the background. Map 1 going the way of, I believe that was...
It was RSU, my friend. It was RSU. It was so close. It could have gone either way. And you are right. The outro with the music, with the tunes, is a fantastic way to wrap up map number 1. Ascent, go the way of RSU. The 3rd seed, take out that 1st seed in this slog, as we mentioned. Best of 5 coming your way. Really good stuff from RSU and very adaptive gameplay and a bit of a tough start as they got into that second half, but they really, really turned it around from that first half performance.
They did, and I think that was largely in part to the freedom that was given to them. When you're the defenders, you don't have as much of an ability to set the pace, whereas you see in other attack defend video games, you have, or first-person shooters to be more specific, the defenders often say, you're coming to us, let's choose how you come to us. Especially on Ascent, the attackers oftentimes were setting the pace of the round, like, okay, they're coming here, adapt to this, adapt to this. When they were given the freedom to choose how the defenders adapt rather to a 5-man full push, they opted to keep rotating around. And one of my highlight rounds for that entire game was when all the players of RSU were actually in the defender side spawn, and that shows their ability to maneuver around and set the pace. Now that I need to highlight, that was a save round, and they were trying some funky stuff, and it did work out. So I got to give them credit there.
No, you know what? I don't think it just stops at that round, though. They built upon that. They're like, okay, this is working. We've just got to be hyper aggressive. They're not watching all of the angles. They're trying to double up on their peaks. And you mentioned it in that first half where double peaks, team peaks are definitely a good approach for your attacking side. But when you go to that defender side, you don't have that privilege. You do not have that privilege of having a triple stack, a double stack. Sometimes it's going to be 1 versus the world, and you've got to hope that you're ready to step up to the challenge to take on the world's worth of frags. That is RSU for game number 1. I do believe we'll be taking a short little tactical timeout of you all for the casting desk. Give us a few minutes. We'll be right back with the rest of this fiery hot best of 5 for the grand final.
Welcome
hello.
back. Whoa, I miss you.
Miss you too. Hello, fellow Canadian, and hello to all of those other people, in fact, America's Canadians, wherever you may reside. Welcome back to the NECC. It is another helping of Valorant, of course, while you're here. And the first map of this potential best of 5. Get out of here, Ascent. We've had enough of you, and so have the rest of the teams here. RSU taking that map by storm. The underdog story begins. Is it going to continue as we get into the second of the BO5? BO5s, man, like, I mentioned it before, and so did you. You've got to be in the right mindset to be able to go the whole way. It's going to be a long night.
It will. And with the start of every hero's journey, or depending on who the hero is in this case, you always have that troubled start. You always have that conflict that forces you to improve. And now we get to our agent selection for Bind. And this is going to be quite an interesting one for both Blue Gold and Rogers State, if we're going to see some switches in who they select. However, it does not look like we're seeing any switches thus far, as even with these 60 seconds, the entire roster for Blue Gold looks the same, and Rogers looks the same. Unfortunate, but I'll admit, I'm a little bit insulted.
Insulted? Like, listen, give me some variety.
From you.
From me? What?
You didn't ask me what my favorite agent is.
I'm sorry, I forgot, okay? There was some other Valorant to cast. I've got time now. It is looking like a mirror match last game. Do tell me, Vince. Go on, Zayden. What is your favorite agent? Spill the beans.
It is, drum roll, either Chamber, Sage. I got 4. I like to be versatile. Chamber,
okay, good stuff.
Sage, KO, or Sova.
Okay, that's a good variety bucket. You got some initiator action in there as well. You know, a good Sova or a good KO on your team can be so darn impactful.
Or Breach on a rainy day.
Here, so on a Breach on a rainy day? Okay, Breach pretty useful. I think that sort of that EU vibe of Breach is started to become a bit more contagious with champions, with the NACC from the kind of variety of agent selection. But this one right now is a bit of a staple of agents, right? Not saying anything too spicy. A Brimstone, though, on Bind, I think could be more powerful than a lot of the maps in this entire game. I don't know what your take on that is, but Brimstone, you chuck a Stim Beacon in Hookah, man, it could go really far.
It can. It's quite concerning. I also want to make another point about Breach. If we saw, as you see that big Valorant Champions billboard, I love that extra detail that the devs put in the Liquid, cool. And I believe, why am I blanking on a name right now? Regardless, Liquid made phenomenal use, has been making phenomenal use of Breach's Rolling Thunder, his ult.
Yes.
Because of how much you can clear a site, an entire site doing that, especially when you know everyone is there, post-plant, pre-plant. And that's something that both these teams, especially when you know that it's going to be a 5-man push, could be absolutely pivotal. And that could be integrated by one of these teams throughout the series. Regardless, we've already seen a pick come out as Salty will be the first to act rotating onto site. But no, as we've seen with Rogers State, they might be going for a nice little rotate.
Nothing wrong with rotate. And if you're going through sort of a late night game at a best of 5, doing rotations, you're tiring the team out. You're forcing them to think, and it does kick up a stink, right? It starts to get people a little bit salty. A little bit. Are they rotating again? Really? They can't take gunfights? That's what you need. That's the kind of mentality that you want to initiate and engage in your opponent. Salty is going to be doing that 5 versus 3.
Smart plays thus far. Plant will now be successful. 2 players still on site while that happened. Good use of that Sage wall. Nothing beats how powerful a wall is, especially in the first opening round. Dalton vulnerable from that same bot as it affects both sides, I do believe. But he will now have to push up, rotate, and swing out into the line of sight. The Killjoy will be able to find Twitchy. Salty finding a 3rd for the round. Dalton can find a 2nd for the refrag. 10-10. Quick refrag onto Lordlock. And now looking for the defuse.
No.
But they're on the other side. Creep up from Clarky will go for the plant twice. Wall breaking. This caused them to look everywhere. Swing out. Clarky to find it. And quick rotate in through the teleporter. Nope, they don't need it. They know their timing.
Good stuff from Clarky. And I just wanted to correct you on something. There's something I just realized right now as well. only difference that we're kind of really seeing in these lineups is the Sky, right? The Sky formerly for Clarky was Jet, if I recall.
Oh, yeah, Clarky is
I think
Sky double healer. Interesting.
Yeah, so I'm all about the healers. I think Sage is a really, really important agent, and I don't even know how I insulted myself as a former Sage main to not include Sage within those agents that I like to choose. But seeing the Sky Sage combination, you've got so much heals. Like, you've got no excuse to not make the aggro peak, and that's a good position for RSU to be in if they want to increase their lead beyond just the one map. Looking good so far. Spectres, the Crisis Spectre, clickety-clack, the sound effects all over the place there.
Duck. Still playing in the back of the site. This is interesting. I like this 2 and 3. They're not getting overly aggressive. You have the Raze here to make the aggressive peak if you need to. Boom bot if need be. One blind. And here's the second blind waiting to be sent out by Duck as soon as he feels it appropriate. And he has the dual peeking abilities because he has 10-10 at his side. Quickly ready to pounce.
Very good read. That blind is going to do its job. Oh no, being caught out with under the guiding light. Getting a bit greedy. Trying to give him a fright with the flashes. 5 versus 4 through the nebula. Oh, nice shot from 10-10.
That could make a very big difference if they are able to rotate up and grab that rifle. But for now, Rudolph, the single player going for the flank, as well as the 2 players of Raze and Brim inside of Lab. Salty gonna find one. He's notorious Vandal second round pick coming in strong here. Finding his 3rd for the round. He just makes it look easy when he's going against pistols. Clarky finding 1 onto 10-10, and now Rudolph, the final player alive, will have to deal with Twitchies with fingers on the Marshall.
I love the Marshall. I'm a big, big fan. If I could write like a love letter to any
Hashtag
weapon,
bring back Marshall skins.
Dude, like, where have they gone? Where are they?
They're gone.
Like,
the last one was Mage Punk, right?
What have I got? I've got
Mage Punk 1.0, let me remind you.
That's going way back. That's going eons
all
back.
That time.
I have to find the name of the one that I have. I always forget because it has been that long a time.
Sovereign.
I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it. Give me just a second. We'll come back to
Does it have an animation?
It doesn't. It's the one that looks like it's made out of, like, garbage.
Wasteland.
Thank you. See, makes sense. Waste, garbage. You know, we were getting there. Giving a clue to give Cupper a clue. 5 versus 4. I'll scream 5 versus 5 if I could get back on the bike and stay alive fit.
Oh, he might catch him off guard. You can't get caught with your fox out. Meanwhile, Salty will be able to find the headshot. 10-10 now forced to hold down B on his own, while Viper will be looking to rotate up.
This is an eco for what it's worth here for Blue Gold B. I don't think they have too much to really bring in. For this, the wide swing. Salty says, don't insult me. Don't try anything like that.
It works out. 10-10 finding a frag onto DKT, trying to even things out, looking to find a second. They need this frag, Lear being used effectively, but it also allows further rotating from the players of Blue Gold as Raze is on this flank. But they'll have to contend with both a Nanostorm and possibly an Alarm Bot from Twitchy. But no, Thick will win out the gunfight, allowing them to split the site here. If this rifle wall could be properly utilized, Clarky stuck inside. We're gonna find one. He'll be able to find 10-10. You know, Thick has to push on up. Refrag from there, Lordlock. Thick needs to find this kill, and he'll find it now, but doesn't have enough time to get the spike defuse. Waiting. He has it. He has it more than enough time. A huge flank from Thick, as he will be able to find the first round here for Blue Gold.
And that was all off of that Lear. You said it yourself. There was some great use of Salty's aggressive duelist abilities, forcing the Lear right into those players' face over at hallway. But they split the gunfight really, really well. And to do that with Spectres alone and a couple of weapons that you've salvaged, really impressive stuff there coming out of Blue Gold B. And on their way, on their road to a healthy pattern over on Bind. Had to think where we were there. Once you've cast so much Valorant, it becomes one big map. It's like a battle royale of Valorant. It's like, okay, Bind split. Is it Bind? Is it Haven? Is it Breeze? I don't think I've seen any Breeze today. I did see Breeze, the potential maps. Would love to see it. Big fan of Breeze.
It's next. Breeze is going to be our 3rd map tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Heck yeah.
So that's going to be an interesting thing to see. nothing noticed from that Sky Duck. Or sorry, not Duck. Sky Dog.
Could be a duck.
Regardless, that might give a bit of false perception on how they're able to push a site. Duck once again getting ready to go for their flash. However, the problem with a flash like that is that it won't be able to do much except when activated like that. Duck using it quite effectively. Leader now coming out, not able to spot out Salty. Salty's done a phenomenal job, as we both have mentioned now, at finding and using those Leers to get kills and convert them to frags. Now, Spike being planted, the player going for the flank in this case is going to be no one, as all players are opting to go for labs, as Killjoy had made a very prominent stay over on the side of A, prompting no players, giving them no option to rotate. But now this defender, Killjoy, unable to be spotted out from the attackers, could make a very big difference in the round.
The Seeker's the lockdown. One player's going to be detained. Don't know if that's going to be enough to really get me into the main frame, though. The trade's coming through. 3 versus 1. All down to the 3 versus 2. Can Dalton do the unthinkable here? We saw it last round. I don't think it's going to be able to happen again. Not going to waste that orbital strike, that airstrike to be called in from that satellite. And the Boomer will survive with a rifle, staying alive into that next round. Sorry, I had a little chuckle. I had to step away from the mic there for a second. I imagined Sky with a duck for her ability instead of the bird, and then it would quack when it goes into their face.
I started laughing.
I just thought, like the satire of Valorant, you could have some really, really fun things. I'm going to keep the rest to myself. We'll save those for a rainy day, maybe for a podcast. But for the meantime, though, in this grand finale, it's looking like RSU, they're in control. I don't think there's any other way to say it. The Lear plays have been phenomenal coming out of Salty. And it comes down to like a one-player show at this point. That Rainer, that tank-like agent, is being used perfectly.
The spot out, and look, Dak is expected to push every single time. They're both going to blind each other. Keep in mind here that Blue Gold is going to be on a save round. So this is a very smart play. We've started to notice this one player lurk. It's ensuring there's going to be no push. Martial shots coming out will light Salty up. He has now a one shot from almost any of the weapons until he gets a heal from one of the 2 healers on his team. That's a big bonus. He can also heal himself. Regardless, he's going to get back up there as you see his health going right back up to the top. Dalton holding things. But look, all is quiet on the A front. All these players are now looking to rotate over to B. But all this utility is set up from Killjoy. 1010 has been really making it their job to hold things down, and these nano swarms that are set up right next to Hookah window to do just that.
Found them. Bomb grenade.
He's here from Blue Gold B. Spoke too soon, though. Had to do something. Had to try and contest the push. The contestation is going to be too much, though.
It's interesting. They still got the plant down. 1010 opting to rotate back, wait for his teammates. But this is, once again, a save round. Interesting that they use the ultimate. Will be able to help them get a kill. But 2 kills now found from that overextension from the defenders. Now looking to push up 1010 and once again in a undesirable position. Shots from Rudolph. That's their second one, I believe, with the Marshall. Salty going to find 1010. Lordlock to find Rudolph. And that's 1-4 favoring Rogers State as they seem to be running away with it.
Blue Gold B getting run down. And you don't want to give them an excuse. They had weapons there. They had the guns. They had the rifles. Had a Marshall in one. So it wasn't the best buy. But they're just not having the best of luck. And to see a tactical timeout happen right now is, I think, an expected result, an expected outcome of what you'd want to see of a team that just they're getting clapped right now. I don't know how else to say it without being disrespectful. It's the number 1 seed. It's the number 1 seed. Number 3 seed are absolutely dominating them right now. And we're looking at the results, looking at the stats, okay, before this game, and trying to get an idea of the teams that would be in this grand final. Blue Gold B's results over this division season have been considerably better than from RSU, from Rogers State, okay? So for Rogers State to be putting on such a show right now, it's like being at the carnival and the clowns are juggling, they're juggling flames. This is fire hot from RSU.
Hold on though. Simon, you're forgetting to mention that if you look at their regular season, every single one of their games have been won on the side of I believe, yeah, Blue Gold has won every single one of their games.
Yeah.
Except one. And this is from 2-0. But who is it to? Rogers State.
My man.
And that was an 0-2.
Golden
Being
Nuggets.
the one team. This could be the kryptonite of Blue Gold.
100%, man. I love that you've seen that as well. And this is why we're making a sick duo. The Canadian icons here, the up-and-coming talents in the server. But no, we're the idols of the talent of these players right now. That's a massive fact. That's a massive fact. And they've clearly got an understanding of how to outplay them. It's evident.
Chat, clip it. Thank you. Send it to my Twitter.
Clip that right on my Twitter. Immediately on my Twitter. Thank you very much. 4-1. What was talked about in that tactical timeout? I hope it was words of wisdom. I really, really do. For the likes of Blue Gold B.
You saw him. You gotta tap that head. Unfortunate missed opportunity. Blind coming out, looking to find one. DKT finishing off that. Once again, looks like a save round as they aren't able to completely afford. Showstopper will be able to find Clarky. Nice shot from Thick. That will leave things in a weird position now. 4v3 on a save round, favoring the defenders. Whether or not they're able to find rifles, we know Thick has that Spectre. Can they make it work? Wonders. DKT going for the plant. 40 seconds will be successful. That will limit things now once again down to 40 seconds. Salty. Rotating around, 2 Leers in his pocket. We know how potent those Leers are. Lorelock reviving Clarky, who was previously killed by that Showstopper, and getting lit up. This could be a very quick heal from both sides. 2 healers healing each other. That is a very comforting thing to see. But now Rudolph getting the frag. He has the Phantom in hand, looking for 2. Knocked from the Astra. 10-10, Sheriff in hand. Clarky finding 1. Has all hope been lost as Salty will connect. All left up to Rudolph. Finding 3 for Rudolph. Needs to find 4, but there's Salty to shut things down. 1-5 for the attacking side of Rogers State.
Rudolph trying to run it back like it was map number 1. We saw some ferocious frags. I think it was 23 frags when we checked him with Rudolph. It was more than that by the end of the game, but between 20 and 25 and a mere 5. 5 frags, the top amount of frags right now with the number 1 seed of the division. That just doesn't seem right to say. 13 in 2 for Salty. Represent Reina. You know, I was talking to someone about this earlier on. Reina really has started to be one of those agents that isn't the one-size-fits-all that she used to be when the game first came out. But seeing Reina represented so well, you've got to use those Leers right, Salty. Maybe fighting off a little bit more than one could chew, taking a dink to the head on that first peak.
Well, it doesn't really matter. Won't be at 150 health, but they will go back almost to 100. And I gotta emphasize the power of these heals. The fact they've been able to make room for these 2 healers, and we've seen how you mentioned it. You made this point at the start of the game, and you have not been more right to say that they can go look at these initial engagements. They got headshot, come back, heal, and what happened the second time? They find the headshot, and they win it. Dalton gonna find 1, Rudolph to find a second, and this might be the round for Blue Gold to come back into this. Salty swinging, finding a second, looking to find a third. The Brimstone of Dalton has creeped their way into U-Haul. They should be able to find an unexpected frag here, but here's this wall to block them all. Dalton having to rotate back, and Salty just waiting to see if there's a second one. Salty finding 4, looking for the ace. He has them in their line of sight. 10-10, swinging around. The most powerful here, swinging out. Salty with the ace. Will be able to find his team the ability to go 1-6 here, putting the team on his back, 18-2. If that's not an impressive scoreline, then let me add on the fact that they have 3 assists.
18-2, baby. That is, take a picture, take a screenshot. That's beautiful. That's a KDR masterpiece.
9.0 KD.
Sheesh, that's a stinker, man. That's one of the KDRs that you look at, and you know that in Blue Gold B's voice chat right now, it's like, seriously, almost at like 40 frags or 30 frags, and we can't do anything. There's nothing they could do. They don't have a response.
Well, if they're on the West Coast, it might sound like that. If they're on the East Coast, it might sound like, really? Anyone have another Red Bull?
Get me some caffeine, please. Something's needed. I don't know what the missing ingredient is right now for Blue Gold B, but the recipe is understood by RSU. What can they do?
I think Salty found a frag already, too.
So, we've seen this before, though, right? Like, Blue Gold B do have the ability to trade in. They bring it to the 3-on-3, the 2-on-2. These clutch X-Factor players. There's too many on RSU. You put any of them in this 1 versus X, especially Salty. Salty hasn't been getting fragged at all, and he's just carrying the team. Jumping my backpack. I've got this, but the spray over Garden.
Oh my goodness, with how many kills, those fattening kills, he might be a goose at this point. Duck being able to find the right position could definitely help his team come out on top here, and he still hasn't been spotted out. Lorelock is going to be able to find 10-10, getting things down to a 2v2 stage, not able to heal themselves just yet. But Lorelock finding Duck, now down to a 2v1. Lorelock still not healing. A spray from Dalton could find them the kill that they need.
That's the heal.
However,
That's the heal.
will come out. Dalton giving away his position. He has to find the stage. Tower's not coming out. He'll find one onto Lorelock. Now, DKT playing long. If he can find this or get to the spike in time, this could be a very big change on the round. Spectre will be spotted out. 8 bullets, not going to do you too much. The reigning 2 won't do you much. DKT 1-7 now, and it seems Rogers State has completely destroyed the mental of Blue Gold.
I want to explain something there for Dalton, okay? That wasn't picking up another Spectre. There was a Vandal on the ground, I swear, okay? I'm the second set of eyes. But the Spectre was picked up in error, and that's going to be a nasty bloomer, an unfortunate error. Not what you need. 2 bullets. Nope, that's not going to do.
Even with the Astra being lit up, 2 headshots. I don't know. It might have done it.
Maybe.
But it's not predictable enough. I don't think they shoot right together. I think it goes one, then right to the side. It's very hard to read. Duck is going to be able to flash multiple, but these flashes aren't going to do you good, my friend, if you can't make good use of them. Oh, that's interesting. Going to wait a little bit too long. Able to find 1 frag, but there's 3. Good choice on choosing to hold your life. However, 10-10 won't be as lucky to escape with his life. Salty already coming alive from this round with a single refrag. Twitchy getting revived as well. Clarky stacking up onto Thick. And it seems like this same symmetrical push we've seen in the past will be coming into fruition as Clarky will snag one onto Duck. Orbital Strike won't be able to find anything as the attacker Killjoy will now be put into full force. Dalton finding a first one for the round. He's lit up to 45% health, and it does not seem like there's much he will be able to accomplish.
Nope. Those boomer joints gonna be hurting, feeling the aches and pains of the bloodbath that has been defined.
The inner IGL has to be telling him to save. There's no other mentality. He can try to steal a frag, but he can't keep pushing it. Get your frag and get out! Get out of there! You're not winning this, Dalton! As much as I want you to, save your gun. Your team needs you to save that gun because it allows you to keep rotating.
But they can't. They're stuck. And that's the
problem,
I think.
Not for long. They have the ability and a very good choice.
Okay.
Denying the rifle. They're out of there. And just like that, a good round from Dalton.
You gotta kind of salute the effort, the thought of, I'm really going to try for this. But as you're seeing, they're not being given any opportunities to do anything as an individual. There's a bait and switch play. There's a util bait and switch play. There's playing for post plant. I'm just mentioning default things here from RSU. What they're doing isn't crazy complicated. It's working. And if it ain't broke, you don't fix it, right? I think that's something that you got to remember.
If it ain't broke, why are you making your man DKT broke?
Right.
You have $8,000. Buy him an operator. Be generous. Let him get full shield. You're forcing him down. It's the skin. Never mind.
So you got to get the right skin. The request could have come in, but DKT said, listen, I'm buying this. This is mine, and I'm going to show you what I could do with an operator. 8-1. This is not what Blue Gold B needed for this map number 2.
If we can get a highlight on this Astra, I need to see this Astra's play-by-play for the round. We got to see what they do with this operator. Will they disappoint? This is what it all comes down to. I also have to highlight. I give a massive shout out to our spectator. We'll be been able to find so much of the action, including that ace coming out from the Reyna of Salty. They found absolutely everything we need to see and has kept it interesting for you. We cannot highlight enough how much the observer's job, as well as our production manager, Michael Martinez, they do a phenomenal job, and they make us, the casters, look a whole lot better than we actually are. So thank you. We appreciate that.
Couldn't do it without you, and that's something that's it's more than just the player facing, the caster facing. We could not do it without the whole team. And for Blue Gold B, I hate to say it, but I don't know if they're gonna be able to do it without the whole team. I tell you, you can. It's Salty. Don't matter who they're up against. Spraying and praying. Aim is the game, and that's 2 to the name for Salty. 5 versus 2, and yeah, you gotta just hang your head now and just be like, well, I guess it's one of those games, say. For Blue Gold B, I don't know what else to say. I don't know what the counter is for a team that are playing so well.
Well, if I were an IGL in this case, I basically tell them stacking up isn't going to work. They're pushing in a way that we need to try to deny them at every turn. That means we have to take early gunfights together, play back for the heal together. You have the Sky, so Sky can flash, you peek, and you rotate back and get healed. The same mentality that we see on the side of Rogers State. Now Dalton, this is the same scenario as before. My man, run away. Run away. Get out of there. Okay, you can't run away, that's fair.
No running, my friends. No running in this area, thank you. The sign was seen, and well, Dalton just gonna fall, gonna perish to it all. 9-1. Could we see a 9-3? Could we see the 9-3 curse reverse?
Oh. You're talking about its name.
I spoke of it.
You say
Production
that and it
are flaming me.
resonates.
I'm kidding. They're not. But it's one of those things where, yeah.
I have production in my
happen.
ear right now. They're saying that's not a part of the script, man.
Take that out of the script right now. Delete that voice memo. Whoa, that's what I'm sure RSU are going to be thinking. But Blue Gold B, they've got to be hoping for more. They really, really do. Couple of weapons have been brought into this, but it's such a scrappy buy, and it spells broken mental. You said it earlier. I've got to agree with you there, Zayden. The mental's completely snapped into pieces here for Blue Gold B, what it looks like.
You have a point. This does look like a save round, as we have seen those very nice share skins. But the sprays, left and right, I do believe that was a singular buy, though, from the Viper with the Vandal. You need to have a lot more control. This looks like a half buy then, because we do see Dalton and some others. It possibly a force. Regardless, they look like they're trying to go for something. It has worked out thus far. They have the 4-on-4, Salty off the board, a very key and influential player, the Reyna. But that doesn't mean that utility is gone. All these actually have more utility in some cases, just not the flashes or the blinds that you are looking for. Twitchy able to take out Thick. Bring this down to a 3v4. Swinging around, Dalton will find a very cute and clean angle. Gonna find a nice quick headshot, but you can't swing into that as the Lordlock will find you. Spraying right through, Twitchy finding one. Duck able to find two. That's 3 on the round. Now just has to find one more. Pushing up, he has the Seeker, he has the blinds, he has the Wolf. Whatever he needs, he has it at his disposal. Blinded out, knows where they are. Second blind will be broken. Spraying it will be Ducker. Fighting for this 9-3 curse. Wants to force it onto the other team. Defuse will be successful. 9-2. Ducker 8-10. Really fighting to keep his team alive.
So I'm just grooving to the music, and hopefully that's gonna inject some energy into Blue Gold B. It's gotta. That's where you get that skin. It's the music. It's for the music. That's why I did.
I vibe with the music.
Do you like the song? I've listened to that song so many times.
I do. I really like the song.
I'm trying to think.
It's called Die For You.
I'm just gonna. It is called Die For You. Check it out on YouTube if you haven't.
Just look
I
up
do not
Valorant,
make
Die For
anything
You.
off of that. No royalties.
I wish I did. I'd make so much.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I think we'd be very, very rich. Very, very rich indeed. $100 in the back pocket.
Check it out, guys. Check it out. That's all I'm gonna say.
Check it out. Check out my new tune.
Check it out,
Just
guys.
dropped. Check it out. Check it out. The check it out is going to be going on here from Clarky. Sending out that Instinct Tiger. Have a little sniff around. See what's available. Seekers. Having a sniff around as well here. Lockdown.
Well, it is the final round. All these ults need to be utilized before they go to waste. Unfortunately, that Reyna ult will be going to waste, as they were taken out early. Duck in a key position. Teleporter door is open. They're spraying as if there's someone there. However, there is not. They're waiting on, to be honest, a ghost. But look, speaking of ghosts, they're all in hookah, spraying out. There are 3 players looking at nothing. Blue Gold, if you want this curse to come true, then you gotta start rotating. Brim will smoke out, possibly hoping that they Big brain. Big brain. Blue Gold, you're big brain. That smoke gave the false perception that there was actually players on B, and now these Seekers as well will now spot out that all these players are indeed on A. Could we see a second rotate all the way back with these 30 seconds? It's a possibility, and it will come to fruition. Astro going back and forward. Where is this plan going to go down?
They've got no time. They have to go for this. Whole W. No question, no choice unless you just want to give up and put your gun down. Spray coming through. Great plays to Brimstone. Dalton doing God's work with the Vandal.
Twitchy having no time to rotate. We're going to see the 9-3 split as things don't seem to be ending this right away, to say the least. 9-3. You called it. You called it.
Said it.
I'm getting scared.
Don't call me the Curse Master for anything. No, I'm not called that. But I think that's what Blue Gold B need to have the mindset of. Okay, we got it to 9-3. That was a shoddy half at best, but we can do it. We've got a couple. I think as long as you deny double figures before that second half rolls around, there's nothing worse. There's absolutely nothing worse than a 10-2. Like, if you've ever finished a game at 10-2, oof. Yeah, I had 11-1 game I came back from the other day, but the odds of it happening, they're slim. And for this one, it's looking real slim for a Blue Gold B.
It 100% is. It's looking slim, but slim doesn't mean no chance. Slim doesn't mean that they are not going to be able to get it done. Slim means that there's a chance. It means they're going to be fighting an uphill battle. Slim is the equivalent to going to an exam that you didn't prepare for enough. You can still possibly do well on it. It's just not as likely.
It happens. I've done it before. I had one exam. It's my English exam. And it's ironic because I originally am from England. But I went into it and I was like, I have no idea. I had one friend that put only Smarties have the answer on a test. That was probably, I think, the funniest thing I've ever heard. But, give it your best.
I made a drawing for a math test when I didn't know the answer. I drew a drawing for the teacher, and it just basically said, I don't know.
I don't know. It's a pretty picture, though. And a pretty picture, as well as the dub, is what we need to see out of these attackers. Such a slow round.
It really has been.
Rudolph. Red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose. Gets one frag. Can he see any other that he knows in front of them? Not at all, actually. Just one. Sight has been enabled, though. The smoke's coming in. The util pours in for this first round. Such a big round here. Rudolph try their best to get the aggro play. The aggro play not going to be seen today. Saying that, though, Blue Gold B, they're popping off.
No surprise there, though. I gotta say, no surprise there. They're on a roll. That's 3 rounds in a row. I wouldn't be surprised if after this round, if they get the win. Actually, I'm not going to say after this round. After the next round, if they are able to win after we see a full buy come out from Rogers, then that will be the pivotal point where we see a timeout and things will be switching up. That's where we're going to see, as I like to call it, and you might be able to get a kick out of this, it will be the TSN turning point.
It's the TSN, yes. The turning point is real. I like that a lot. Thank you, I needed that.
No problem.
Pistols only. Just a shorty available here for RSU. Literally all they've got in their repertoire. But that's good. They don't do anything too risky. No need to do anything too crazy. But listen, let's just save. Let's just save. We've got so many rounds in the bag. We've got a nice little gap between them and ourselves. 5 rounds to be precise. A lot of cushion for them to just sit on and just chill out. Rudolph has a good feeling here. I think someone's pushing market. Gardens being run up to as well. The grass sound happens. You all know what that means.
Means that they're going to be pushing on to this site. You know that they're coming from a certain direction of the map. DKT hidden in a corner. That's an ugly nade, and that looks like an ugly amount of damage. Swinging out, not even able to find one, as Thick does have that rifle to really help him out in that case. Twitchy finding one. Can he find two? No, Dalton will shut him down. But now 10-10 going for the plant, and will be successful in this case. Will be planted on default. Swinging around.
Oh, the
There's
timing.
a kill for Salty.
The
He has
timing,
the
the
rifle.
gun.
Salty with two. Overhealed. Almost 250
No
health.
way.
But now Salty
No,
with
no,
three
no.
has almost completely shut down this push. Left all up to Thick. And have bait out the defuse. Thick throwing his nade will be shut down by Salty with the 4K. Huge play. 26 and 8 now. Although it's not as glorious as before, it's what you have come to see and expect. Well played from the Reyna.
Well played from the Reyna, but a misplay on the name. That should say sweet, because we've seen nothing but sweet treats all night long from Salty. Sweet and
He
Salty.
leaves the other team Salty.
Oh yeah, does it ever? Maybe that's what it's about. Maybe that's me just not reading deep enough into it. Yeah, you see that Salty is about the right phrasing for it. The Vandal, the infamous early game Vandal coming in for Salty. The save has to come in here for Blue Gold B as well. They put all of their chips, all of their eggs in the basket, and the basket is going to get dropped. Bit of a blunder there for Blue Gold B. Nothing weaponry-wise. Classics and a shorty. One shorty, to be precise, is all that RSU had.
Oh, Thick! Oh, close. So very close, my friend. This is very brutal for their utility because it puts them in a really awkward position. It's a matter of how you want to set up. And on a map like Bind, where you have these teleporters, it's hard to say, all right, let's go for a 5-man push. You have to go for the split, which is something that we didn't see them perform quite efficiently in the previous map. But now we see a split, 2 different entry points, both long as well as they're going to be looking to go for hookah. If they are to take control of both of these, we could see a split in the round as what could be a very typical push. Looking around, he will be able to stun out DXT. Bring down to 99 health. But look at all this utility.
Oh, this is great.
Oh, you gotta look to your right, Duck. That's gonna be a free kill for Twitchy. Looking for a second one. He will find it. Goodbye, 10-10. Spraying through the wall. Gonna be able to find 3. Do we know how to count? Yes, we do. That is 4. Huge kills for Twitchy. And that's gonna be now 11. 4-11 for Rogers State University. And the 9-3 curse does not look like it's gonna be coming true. Highly unfortunate, but glad to see it happen.
Oh, to Twitchy, just to give the little highlight as well and call it the NECC highlight moment. We've got the TSN moment, but we're all the NECC here. Twitchy, with the 4K, also loves to ride motorcycles. So there's a fun fact. I'm going to try and give you a bunch of plugs as we go through this best of 5, but as smooth as a motorbike ride into the sunset, Twitchy. Teeing off with that 4K and just continuing, saying to the team, hey, jump on the back of the bike. I've got plenty of room for everyone, and it's going to be a nice, smooth ride. Well, not for Blue Gold B. They're riding on square wheels right now.
That'd be an interesting concept for a map, for being honest. If you could have, like, basically a whole bunch of different transit systems. Like, it's a massive map.
Okay.
But you have, it's basically zones. The same way we have Fracture, you jump to different sides. You have a whole bunch of different ways to get to different sections, and it's like main sections where you're gonna have contestation points to get in. It could be such an interesting concept if you have a haven that basically looks like a triangle rather than its current shape of the horizontal sites.
You know, I dig
Riot,
that.
Riot, my DMs are open. I'm looking for a job.
If you want some more ideas, let me know. Hit me up. I can hit you up. You know what, though? Fracture does kind of include some of what you're saying, and I think that's a great direction, right? You got the zip lines. Maybe it's not a vehicle, but did you know you can silently go across the zip lines as well? You can shift across them.
Just shift, make no noise, but it takes a long time.
It does. I actually got shot in the head while silently ziplining the other day. I was so upset. I actually yelled. I full on yelled. A lot of yelling going on right now for these attackers too, because they're locked out of hookah. Hookah said, listen, you're inside. You can't smoke anymore. Get out.
10 seconds left.
It's a smart choice. 10 seconds. They can't get this plant. Salty has the ultimate.
Clear.
Twitchy finding Quentin. Duck. Salty finding 3 now. They need to find Duck, but no. Time has ticked right on down, and DKT with the Spectre will be able to find their frag. And even if we look at the lineup of how many kills have been distributed, I would genuinely think that on the side of Rogers State, just based on the ability for all of them to get frags, Salty and Twitchy have been stealing the show naturally. But where does that come from? 2 healers. Are healers expect to get frags? Maybe if your name is Duck, but Astra, are you expected to get frags? No, you guys are utility. You guys play at the back. You set your friends up. You guys basically make them look good and get none of the credit. Producers.
Oh, wow. Hot takes and a hot shot coming out of DKT. Early frag, and that's got to spell GG, at least for this map. You got to give credit where credit's due. We've seen some double-figure plays. You've seen a bit of life, a bit of a pulse check to Blue Gold B, but there's just a difference between the two teams. Built different. Salty, built different. Sitting on 29 frags. The showstopper could give a lifeline. Could be the foe to friend. If a frag could be obtained, one frag, one for one. Salty says, I don't care. I'm going to one-tap you the way through.
Last player standing. Spike down.
Man, oh man, this is coming down to the wire. Rudolph needs to get this plant down. Gonna use the poison orb, but it's a very common place to plant. Lorlock now finally pushing up. He has the spy the system. Shooting out. Lorlock will be able to finish this round off in a stylist fashion. Quick defuse as well. Beautiful map here from the players of Rogers State. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going flying towards a map 3 with one of these teams already on series point.
Smooth sailing for one team, and I'm going to give you a clue. It's not Blue Gold B. It really isn't. Like, Rogers State have stolen the show here today. It's a one-sided affair, and I don't really like to kind of go and approach from that kind of narrative, but the underdog story, they're biting back, and they're biting hard. Talking to Lorlock, by the way, Lorlock is in the process of a video game designer major. So really doing a good job of helping that team have some structure, just like on the day job as well. With that being said, that's 2 maps of a best of 5 just gone. Just like that. You've seen Bind, you've seen Ascent. We do have a bit of a vacation for both of us nerds here in the server. We're working hard, we're studying hard, but Breeze, the sunny, picturesque Breeze is coming up next. I don't know why it came out as Piska. I'm not sure what that is, but we'll leave that one alone. Any last thoughts on what we just saw there in Bind?
I am interested to see if the adaptations from Blue Gold will be seen in the next map. Because it's understandable that when Blue Gold was playing all these other teams, they were easily able to keep pushing and pushing on throughout their entire series. But will they be able to adapt to play Rogers in a way that fits their own style while beating theirs? It seems like they're perfectly matched right now. Find out in 5 minutes when we return with NECC. Good evening, NECC. We're coming back with a lot of energy. I'm Binks, and I am joined by my friend, Kappa. I say friends because there's a lot more of us that you don't see, and I keep highlighting them, but I can't do it enough. I need to talk about my friend, Bolby, who is our spectator. And we also have Michael, who's our producer.
Yes.
In case you're wondering, it's not Michael's fault that he looks pixely. That's Kappa's fault. Michael's the one making it not look worse.
We're not going to hate on Canadian internet providers, but I'm going to do real quick, without saying any names, not doing a good job here. What it is doing a good job
One of them sounds like one of the team names, ironically.
we're gonna leave it at that, but it's making me feel like I'm in the Matrix, like in the budget version of the Matrix. Either way, it's not a good look. But it isn't about me. It isn't about my pixelated, really, really pale face that we're to focus on. It's Breeze that we're gonna focus on. And for these two teams, for RSU, really don't need to talk about them. They've got two in the bag. They're one away from taking this grand final and getting a seat at the throne, which would be for the division tournament final going forward later this year. In fact, I believe into the new year. But for the other team, so much work to do. So much work to do. What do we need to see to take down RSU in this game? What have we not seen out of Blue Gold B?
From Blue Gold B, we haven't seen them really isolate the frags. Frag, then rotate, frag, then rotate. We see a lot of big force. Chamber, salty. Sorry.
Let's go.
But this is what we need to see. A change in agent selection. This will allow them to rotate around the map differently. This will be a very interesting take on a lot of different abilities to rotate. If we look on the side of Rogers, they no longer have access to the Killjoy. They still are sticking with that double heal mentality, which should be good because Salty won't be able to heal himself anymore. DKT, Viper is very strong in those lineups, and a good choice to switch off that Astra towards the Jet. Astra, while very powerful here on Breeze, the Jet has a lot more versatility with those two smokes they can deploy out, as well as those dashing abilities.
Really informative take on Breeze, and you're so right. Good to have a Jet. I think even a Raze. It's recently something I think I heard Sean Garris and DDK talked about in Champions. With Raze on Breeze, it was very common to people like, what are you talking about in early Breeze to whip out a Raze? But the maneuverability, being dynamic on your movement is essential. And talking of Chamber is an absolutely deadly aim demon on this map. You've got long angles. Talking of the Sheriff, right? We talked of how to use that. This map, I think it's built for Chamber. I'm not gonna lie. It really does feel like it's built for Chamber.
It does. And furthermore on that, Chamber has the ability to go low to high. That means multiple setups on the side of both B and A with the vertical aspects. But regardless, it will be the Jets to fall first, where we see Twitchy coming out on top with the gun advantage of the GOAT. Bringing out will be the first slow, DKT. Being able to find 10-10 thick, finding DKT in a quick refrag. Salty, very beautiful angle. You see, since he has his teleport here, he can play that vertical angle, then rotate right back up towards the pyramids, or go to the pyramids and rotate right on back. Dalton being shut down right away by Salty on that plant. He has no teleport available with where he is currently. Thick finding his second for the round. Salty now being able to push back up into his safety spot. Not even opting to take a headhunter this round, I should highlight. That would be 3 for Salty. He doesn't need to have the headhunter because he already finds them with the ghost. Well
right
played.
In his face. That beautiful man.
Oh, look at that. In case you want to see what he looks like, to the moon, guys. I'm telling you.
To the moon, baby. Look, that dog is so happy. And I think that's Salty. That's a selfie of Salty, of how happy Salty is going into that second round. You know what? You made a great point. Not needing the headhunter. I'm that guy that gets the headhunter, gets my alarm bot, gets my armor, and off to the races. But that ghost did so much work there from Salty. And once again, Salty's got a Vandal in round 2.
I don't know if I trust that. No, the Reyna, it works. The Reyna works because Reyna heals right back up. But in this case, he can get lit up and get double healed. So it does balance out in some odd manner. And now, while we detonated, Twitchy pushing up, finds one, not able to dash back fast enough, as Rudolph will get the quick refrag. However, that was your Sky that you missed. Entry will be a little bit harder, but the util gone won't be the worst thing in the world.
Trades, the double, the dynamic duo plays continue here, coming out from RSU, and it's a great way to retake middle. You lost middle, no problem.
Quick frag from Clarky. Thick off the board. Flash won't last long enough. Clarky finding 2
bullets.
Will be able to find the final kill for the round. Yes, it is. There's Clarky. And this is once again an explosive opening from Rogers State. And this is concerning because you know that Blue Gold, especially since they're on that attacking side, are looking to make a big opening impression. First map was their pick. Second map was Rogers' pick, which can be very explanatory for why they're able to win it so easily. Now, for this final map, what could be the final map, let me rephrase that, what could be the final map, they have to show a big movement, a good mentality that this is our map. This isn't your chance to take a vacation. This is our chance to walk right over you into our next map.
It looks like it could be a vacation, right? That's the deception, the Decepticon of Breeze. You're like, oh, the views are so pretty and I got one tapped. Whoa, you got to focus, keep your head in the game. A bonus round here for Rogers State, a great opportunity for Blue Gold B to get some kind of victory, even a small one.
DKT with the Marshall. This is a bit interesting. I wasn't expecting that. But Duck finding 2 huge kills with that Vandal all the way on the other side of the site. Things have seemingly been trapped, locked up. Lorlock stuck with a Stinger still that he found last round. And a Ghost. So Stinger and a Ghost, winnable. But not now, as Rudolph will be able to take out Twitchy. All on his lonesome. 1v5, disabled, or suppressed, sorry, from KO's knife. And now looking for a single frag. Looking to possibly die here because they know that they'll have the credits for next round. You get more credits for dying. Rotating right around. Everyone's gone. This is an interesting concept. We'll only be able to find one.
Oh no! Oh no! You know, at least they were able to get fragged. I think that's the one sort of silver lining for the game designer major for Lorlock. Little facts about Duck as well. Something I've just been reading up on here for Duck and for 1010. Fun fact, they once watched a whole season of Cobra Kai in a day. Okay, I'm a big Cobra Kai fan.
Don't mess with them. Don't mess with them.
They're scary, man. The scary dynamic duo. We need to see that right here, right now, though. They have been ever so quiet, and we need to hear those hollers, those yells. We need to hear some energy coming from the attackers right now. Started things off, got off that goose egg nice and early, but Salty, as Salty does, spreading the sodium chloride all over the opponent. Already a 5 versus 4.
Oh, Dalton, not able to rotate out. Twitchy getting aggressive with a good intention. That's exactly what you want to see. Twitchy, once again, not giving this up as the remaining 3 players will be spotted out. This prompts Twitchy to now rotate back. And I want to highlight this. With all 5 players, look at how fast both these players who are lit up will be able to get right back up to full health if they see fit. Rudolph, as well as Thick, in their own spawn at the minute mark. That's not where you want to be. This is just showing how oppressed, the lack of confidence they've had in their ability to push because of how prominent Rogers have. Look down! Look down! You can't
Look at discipline.
Spike down, B.
That hurts. It hurts you and it hits you right in the gut. Meanwhile, DKT,
30 seconds
previously
left.
seen on Astra, is going to be looking to use that operator effectively. Rudolph once again going for the flank, going for the reset. Swing from long, will be able to finish the round. Twitchy with that 3K. Nicely done there. Ultimates are now starting to come out, but still 3-1 for Rogers State. And I gotta ask you, do you think they're running away with it?
Yes, indeed they are, mate. And it's even more fitting now. Twitchy on Jet. The motorcycle kind of vibes, you're feeling it. The wind in your hair. You're just trying to replicate that feeling is Twitchy, even in the server as well. Right now, though, the full buy does come in for Blue Gold B, right? They do have enough money to invest fully once more, but if they were to lose this round, you got to be concerned, and they've probably be calling their banker to discuss, hey, so can we get a loan for any weapons. That doesn't happen in Valorant. You can't get any black market buys, not in the server.
That'd be cool.
Be nice. It's like is it Loba from Apex, I believe? Not mistaken.
Yes, yeah, it's Loba.
Let's go.
Black
Wrong
Market
game.
Boutique. That's her ultimate.
It's a decent one. No black market buys available in the server. Outside the server, maybe Rudolph trying to get that nose into some dirt at mid here, but oh dear, Twitchy responds real nice.
You know his hand was shaking, but he finds those shots regardless. Salty also being shut down. That's two very high fragging operators on the side of Rogers State. And this could be very promising for the players of Blue Gold who need this win. But they'll have to contend with the operator that's looking their way. The Lorlock, who has been known to show up, will also be able to find a quick refrag onto 10-10. That leaves us at 3v2, a winnable situation for Rogers State. We've seen that the Jet, and I believe that is Duck, who's been able to rotate onto the Jet, has been quite fraggy this round, finding all three of the kills thus far. That leaves everyone in an inopportune position to be looking towards his B site.
Lucky. Trying to scan, flick from angle to angle. Knows there's someone at Arches and McDonald's as it's known. Flick could be sick here. Yep, Clarky's good to put it for 2 versus 2. Seekers at the disposal. This would be a great spot for Seekers. Send it.
He won't even need it, but no, Duck, he might have needed it. Duck finds 4, but there's the ace from Duck, keeping his team alive. Top of the leaderboard, 7-3, exactly what his team needed. And we even saw that he nearly activated the ending part of that beloved champion skin. In case you don't know what I'm referring to, if you have the skin equipped, you go and you inspect it after you get your final kill, and you look up, it will actually continue part of the Die For You song by Valorant, as well as change the sky to red. It is pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. And I think you can also see, is it Brimstone that's just like lurking above you, or is it Cypher? I think it's Cypher actually to like take it back.
Brimstone.
Is it Brimstone? I was right.
Brimstone.
See?
Okay,
Nice.
Brimstone's okay to look above you. Cypher's just plain creepy. I'm sorry.
That was scary. That's why I haven't gone all the way yet. I haven't gone all the way. I'm like, oh man, I don't want to get scared.
You don't want
scared
nightmares,
by a
no.
Cypher. No nightmares, please. I'm looking at you for good vibes. Good vibes only server right here, right now. 3-2. Blue Gold B. Putting it back to RSU. There goes Cordelifals, I do believe. They too, says Salty.
The Seeker's also being used quite effectively to find some of the players inside of that Viper's pit. But now pushing up, he has 3 more bullets remaining, and 3 more bullets remaining on the other. 3 players remaining on the other team. Harky also on this flank. This is quite interesting predicament. Shots coming out, not able to find it. Thick finding 2 huge headshots. Dalton finding Salty, and this Viper's ultimate could be ultimately, pun intended. No, it wasn't. What turns the tide of this round? Dalton finding Clarky. Lorlock last alive.
Couldn't have made that pun be even better because it's just bang on. Definitely, they've converted this. They have put the ultimate best play forward. The best foot forward. That was the Viper's pit. Good use of the Viper ultimate over on Breeze, and I think it's one of the better maps. I think Icebox and Breeze, top 2 best maps for a Viper's pit. Even Fracture, just with the different multi-dimensions and different layers that you have to it, it can be really cool. Good round there though for Blue Gold B. Make an even game, and this is the most even game we have seen over the past 2. It really was a sort of a good start, very competitive. The second map, super one-sided over on RSU's pick, but this one looking a bit more of a fair fight. With that in mind, Spectre is the best that we can see here for Duck, so fun still limited and trying to build up some of that financial gain that they can. 3K apiece and 3 rounds to their name.
Here comes the Seekers though. And that one, I think it's important to mention, especially in the BO3, that's exactly what you get to see. You get to see these highlight plays like Twitchy putting down 2 players, but those quick 2 refrags from Rudolph. As this is Valorant, my friend, anything can happen. You snap your fingers, and just like that, it is down to a 3v3. But that does not stop Salty. He's looking to find a kill, and it looks like he doesn't really like that headhunter because he does not need it. He sticks to his Vandal. Swinging out, he'll be able to find one. Rudolph has found 3. He'll have to find the ace to win the round. Looking to find his shots onto Clarky. Won't find them initially. Throwing up that wall. That's going to be the perfect play. As soon as these players try to push through to contest him, they will be lit up, but they've already made their rotate. They have Spike. They realize that. But now his wall will have to come down.
Oh,
Don't hit
no.
yourself.
Oh,
You're a little bit
no.
vulnerable. Oh,
Decaying.
man.
Decaying
Regardless.
dreams, decaying rounds, Rudolph. Bit of an oof there, but that's okay.
30 seconds
Recovery could be possible. Oh, the timing.
Oh!
The timing. Definitely, I hear the strain in your voice, and I'm rejoicing on that strain as well, because exactly how I was feeling. RSU gonna get it done. Unfortunate there for Rudolph. I mean, it's hard to get an ace at the best of times. Against a team like this, though, third seed, more like fighting to be first seed right now. And that bear, that face. Is that RSU? That's RSU for sure.
I'm going to introduce new evidence. This
Please.
can change the entire case. It might change the tables. It might change the way we look at things. When the first seed is the first seed, but is playing the team that is the only team that has ever beaten them historically, are they still the first seed? Are they still the expected winners, or does that make them the underdogs? To maintain their reign, you'll be able to continue fighting for what they've worked to obtain.
You know what? That is a fantastic point. That is a really, really fantastic point, because they've got to defend their title. And at this moment in time, RSU having a bit of difficulty seeing this one through, though, over on Breeze. Not the same velocity that we've seen them come through with.
Flank going down, 4v2, and maybe 2 healers. They may be able to work in good succession. That was a lucky shot, destroying that hop. But now, here comes the disable, spraying out, trying to find the jet. Clarky will be able to find one. Looking for 2, needs to go for the reload. Lordlock covering his back. They both came from mid. A quick flash, however, coming out, as Sky will try to heal her comrade. 10-10. Following them through the smoke, not able to find the shot though. Thick with the headshot, Thick with a second headshot, and a beautiful round to tie things up 4-4. Blue Gold, there's no room for error, and they are showing it right here and now.
Must win, and the must-win mentality is being put on the table. About time. That's all I can say. A number 1 seed team knows how to do that, and they're going to do so right here, right now. Building the narrative, and they want us to go the full distance for the best of 5. See, I told you there'd be a team. I told you there'd be a team that would be trying to make that happen. RSU, though, are now that their money is dwindled away. A judge, a marshal, the budget buy here for Clarky. Good ball, though.
This is interesting. We've seen that the players of Blue Gold have a problem with stacking up. But when it works out, it really works out, because Duck is just taking out Salty. And where does that mean Jet is? It means they're on the flank. Clarky getting taken out by that fragment grenade from KO. Rudolph also being able to find Lordlock, and this round is completely evaporated, and that's the power of having 4 players, but not all peaking at the same time. You're able to find those angles that you wouldn't have otherwise. EKT stuck with a frenzy and a dream now, as he'll be rotating around towards Cave.
Fun fact, this is a sincerely attack-funded map, right? 52% for the attackers, 47% for the defense. And right now, these defenders starting to get slapped around a little bit in a bit of an uncomfortable position here. That's a few in the go for Blue Gold B. I think that's 3 or 4 rounds in a row.
I think it might be
2 to 3, perhaps. Either way, they're looking a lot better of a team than we've seen over the past 2 maps. Like, I actually believe they can do something with this map as we go through the DJ booth. See the music? Oh my goodness, it's actually music sheet. I wonder if that's the actual musical notes of the Z tune. Let's find out. Let's some homework. Salty, done the homework on the pre-now. No, not homework for now. Enough of that. No homework in this late at night. Thank you.
Regardless, Rudolph has been doing a phenomenal job clearing for his team. But the problem with having your Viper clear is that they often get lit up, and that's something you can't afford to have happen. Flash being prepared. It will be successful. Both these players swinging for mid. Fragment grenade being used a bit preemptively as they both rotate back. Twitchy looking to swing as all 5 players are stacked up at this archway. this could be a absolutely detrimental angle, as even off that blind, almost all 5 of them have been frozen in place as they prepare for their ultimate push.
Lucky. 2 frags to the team's name. Lucky add into that. 5 versus 3. Could we see the 5-5 before Blue Gold B are going to run away with this victory? The Vipers kit comes through. Good piece of kit to get them the advantage. But bad news. It's a 5 versus 2. I don't think a pit's going to be enough. Oh, a 5 versus 1. Oh, dear.
While it was good intention, I believe you have to be in better position when you activate that. Because when you activate it, it is to have time to expand, and it also gives the opponent a blocked line of sight. If you're trapping all your teammates in it, the opponent can come right in, and a very good counter with those Seekers. We saw how effective those were in tracking down a lot of the players that we were looking at. Regardless, we still have some ultimates on the side that are almost ready on the side of Blue Gold. Thick, for example, will have his lockdown, as I like to call it. I can't remember the exact name. He'll be able to shut everyone down.
Oh, null CMD. Sorry, my brain's starting to stop as we get into the early hours.
What's it called? What's it called? Oh, what?
Null dash CMD.
Null command. Yes, that makes sense.
You gotcha. You got it, man. I'm here for you.
Thank
You're here for me. There it is. Talking of the null CMD. You said it. It has been delivered. The timing just off my duck. Just.
Oh, man, that one really hurts, and you know that hurts when you can't find it. Regardless, Rudolph able to find the frag and the res onto his comrade, but they will both fall almost immediately off the info, leaving it all left up to Dalton, who's been able to come out on top in the past. He is blinded. Looking for the head, he'll find one. But the problem with Sky, although that healing gauge is full, no healing can be done. Looking for the second head, not able to find it, gonna have to deal with Twitchy first. There's the snake bite, forced him out of position, DKT to find it. Huge round coming out for Rogers State as they're looking to end this half on top.
They do. They definitely do. You can bank. You can guarantee that's a Blue Gold B timeout. 10-10 says, guys, let's talk about this. What's going wrong? What do we need to do for this last round and to get us into this second half? I did want to mention something for Chamber over on Breeze. Just little fun factors. Obviously, we're not privy to what's being spoken about in this tactical timeout. Over on Pyramids on A site, you can actually put your teleport or Chamber on top of one of the pyramids. You could do that with Jet, where you could double updraft or singular updraft.
Spectator, if you could actually take us over to the pyramids, just for the brief start of the round, because I know we're gonna have a tiny bit more time too.
It's really useful actually. It's a
pyramids. So just where pyramids are. I think it's A. Yeah, A.
It is A site. It is. Either way, if we see it now, we see it later. The top pyramid spot, if you can maybe make a peek at mid and teleport over into top pyramids there, you can do some crazy things.
Especially since you can place them down, teleport, and it's a 3-second cooldown during prep phase. You place it there, then you place another one on your stairs. You shoot your shot, you take your op, your alt, you take it there, boom, quick kill, rotate back to stairs, and right as they're pushing up, because if they continue to push or if they get scared, you're right away there for the second kill.
It's
stairs
awesome.
Is already a safe place to play.
There is so much you can do with Chamber, and I think we're both just trying to express with the experience that we have the difference, how impactful and unpredictable you can be. Chamber does get totally full out, gets out the big gun.
Oh, 10-10. Really trying to get that ult could be costly in this scenario. But they will have the heal to get them back up to 100, but that will completely decimate all of Sky's healing for the round. They are now going for the rotate. Thick trying to scope things out. But when you jump, you make noise, my friend. And when you rotate, you hit new lines of sight. And that could be what happened to the unfortunate last rotating player of the Viper. But no, this is unusual for Salty to play so calm and tame.
It is. Usually you expect an explosive start from Salty Duck. Playing so passive as an inkling. Someone's there, and the operator shot's gonna wisp between the legs. Lucky for now. 5 versus 4.
Spike planted.
Oh, I'm gonna have a lockdown here. Yeah, 2 players to take 2.
I've got your trail.
And the Seekers too, they'll know exactly where they are. That gives them no way to run away. And now pick back up from Duck. He was able to stun, allowing for Salty to no longer be detained, but his location has been given away. Pushing up, 3 shots left. He will be briefly blinded by KO's flash. Waiting, he needs the assist from his Viper. DKT rotating up, no info. The 3 remaining players have managed to rotate. Now that Marshall quick full time will be tested, but there's no time for them to defuse this spike because they pushed up. Rudolph will still get the kill on the Salty, and that's going to be a 6-6 half. The best we've seen from Blue Gold.
A different approach from Blue Gold as well. So a tactical timeout called super late in the first half. That was something that kind of crossed my mind. It's like, is it really worth picking up that timeout?
It's worth it.
It is. 100%. If you can do that, if you could convert off of a team talk and say, listen, what do we need to do? Great use of cave, great use of going through middle as well. Patient plays by Duck, by the crew there. That's what we need to see out of Blue Gold B. Switching things over, an opportunity now for Rogers State, for RSU to show us and show you what they can do on the attack here for Breeze. This is a must-win for Blue Gold B if they want to stay in this. For Rogers State, though, if they take this, they're going to be getting off their computers, signing off, or playing the next Valorant game with a humongous beaming smile on their face. So close to victory.
6-6, I'm telling you, man. A lot can happen. Twitchy on attack could be a very scary thing to see. But so could Duck on defense. Pushing up, he will be eliminated by Sage's slowing orb, turning the entire floor to ice. Which is quite funny that ice is what slows you down, as you expect ice to actually make you more slippery.
That's a really good point, actually. Would you imagine just like a slip and slide on the Sage ice?
I guess the devs aren't from Canada. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, they've clearly not touched snow before. We've got the experience, the expertise here on the cast analyst desk, and can confirm I've never walked on ice like that. To lie, if it's like a lake that's frozen, maybe you would crunch on it like that. Just maybe.
That would be an interesting concept to rework Sage, but we'll talk about that in a second, as it's all left up to Thick. He's being snuck up by Twitchy. Twitchy, thank you for letting me get back to my point. Okay, now get this. A rework for Sage is slow.
I'm listening.
To the point where if you walk, like, you're still gonna get that slow, really loud, crunchy noise.
Okay.
Like you would on like a little bit of broken ice.
Yeah.
Some parts of it will be slow, but other parts, if you move and try to stop,
you'll slip.
You're gonna keep sliding and moving. And when you move in this game, are you accurate?
No, I guess depends. If you got a Spectre, maybe. I think that's the only exception. But you're right. Outside of that, that would be great. I think we just figured out the next patch for Sage. I'm not going to say too much about it. Maybe patent that one real quick.
Under NDA, I'm sorry guys, Riot just doesn't want us talking about it.
Riot says enough. Sage is good as she is, and Sage looking real good right now for RSU. Sage and Sky, we're just spitballing, just putting some ideas out there, and ideas never hurt anyone. Not healthy ideas like that. Good play here from Twitchy. Trying to get up to middle. This is so aggressive.
Aggressive is in their name, though. Not really, but Rogers is very aggressive with their internet provider-ism too. Regardless, Twitchy with the fingers, the Lorlock pulling that Bulldog and really bullying Dalton out of his own sight. And now that his sight control, giving Sage the ability to walk right up. What a huge one-tap. Looking for another quick headshot. Twitchy won't be able to find him, but there's Parky there to assist. Looking for the shot. He'll find it. Twitchy with 3, 15 and 8. Salty, I'm sorry, but that Vandal skin will no longer have its glowing effect.
Twitch E, teach me how to Guardian. Teach me how to Guardian, please. Like, I can't Guardian. Like, there's something within my movement. I have to give a quick DM to Twitchy. Hook me up with that sick movement. A buy coming in for, it is going to get Blue Gold beat. Vandals for the 4. 1 Bulldog as well. But you ask, hey, what happens if Blue Gold B lose this round? I don't think much will be happening because their money will be in ruins. They're not going to have anything. They're picking money off the ground and saying, hey, can this buy a Vandal? No chance. No chance at all.
It's a good stun, good attempt from Clarky to shut it down, but it gives the idea that there's only 2 players in. Salty escaping without any damage there. Have we seen the Headhunter even come out this game?
No, not once. Not once at all. I'm curious as to why.
Say you're disappointed.
I'm disappointed. I am, but I'm not disappointed from Salty's one tap. Doesn't need a Headhunter. Maybe I do. Maybe we do. But Salty, not at all.
Yeah, we need the Headhunter because that's just how we play. Not Salty. He's just built different. Who else is built different? Either Twitchy or Rudolph. It's the battle of the top frags right here. Rudolph is going to win it out with his Vandal. Salty waiting for the blind from Clarky. Great playing together. Bulldog against Vandal. Salty wins out the headshot. He wants to be that top frag. But once again, he'll deal with his other competitor of Rudolph, who's been rotating in through mid. Stuck from this wall. Both players, both Rudolph and Dalton, won't be able to get in. Rudolph proving his superiority. Dalton rotating away. They know there's no chance of them winning this site. Maybe they'll be able to catch them on the rotate. Rudolph looking to pad his stats just a little bit more. Finding them, it will be DKT, but Dalton to win out their gunfights.
So, 1 gun is going to be removed, and what did I say? I said, look at the money, because if anyone fell that didn't need to, that spells no buy for you. And that's what we're seeing, the timeout. Being called by 10-10, and it's that moment of truth, right? What do we have as an option? We could listen to music with the Cool Cat, we could pretend we're Cool Cats, or we can actually be the Cool Cats. What is the Cool Cat strat? What would you be saying to Blue Gold B right now? Instead of just spinning some tracks, what would you be saying?
Hey, all you cool, crazy kittens and tigers. Let's get into this game and let's roll our shoulders back because we have a lot of work to get done.
Okay, I like that. I like the energy. So you're the motivational kind of coach. I think strategically, on top of that,
I'm not.
You're not? Okay. Well, I'm going to say, hypothetically speaking, if you were a motivational coach, I feel a bit motivated. You've got to add a little bit of strategy in there right now as well. And that's confidence. I'm taking your words and I'm recycling them here, Zayden, as well, because you said we need more confidence in Blue Gold B. We saw it at the end of the first half to see, but this half, they've been a bit shy. They've got to be confident. Otherwise, this is not going to go their way.
Not one bit. It could also stand to reason that if they were to go, we have seen the side switch, and since then Rogers have been running away with it again, it would stand to reason that if we see Blue Gold now switch to more of a aggressive take, the same way that we saw Rogers go for their push, taking mid almost every single round, that would effectively shut things down, because once they get that mid superiority, that's such a quick rotate to have elbow, to have mid arches to B, to have door to A, or rotate back up and around. It gives them so much more freedom, and I think that's something that they could very much profit from. But you got to be careful when pushing into a site, DKT, because there's a lot of angles to watch out for. Luckily, Salty will be there to refrag onto Dalton, and Salty forced to rotate back, as all 4 of these players, quite odd, Rogers State to be stacked up in a 4-person manner, throwing out Salty finding a second, catching out Rudolph, who we knew was low on his spending. Clarky also stuck out with this Sheriff inside a spawn. Plant will be successful. Thick with his Spectre, now stuck for this rotate.
Yeah, stuck in the mud, or stuck on the crunchy ice. Oh dear,
Oh, no.
Twitchy, go on, give him the knife. Give him the blade of doom. Yeah, there it is.
Oh!
Give him the shank.
Yeah! Oh, no! Oh, I feel it on my back, dude.
Ouch. I hate to see a chiropractor after that. I think the KJ will as well. That was a nice little poke in the back with the sharp object, the knife, the sword. Trying to get a couple of exits as the consolation prize, but not really going to be enough. 1 frag and done. 10 rounds sorted, done and dusted for RSU. A knife to the back. Whoa. That's going to hurt for 10-10. That really is.
That's now 4 consecutive rounds. All on attack. They have a 100% attack win rate thus far. This is quite interesting.
Game face. Look at that face.
A fun fact about Salty, as they are the top frag right now. And this is from my friends in chat. All right, so you guys can take it as you want it. Salty, skilled player, but that's not normally. This is very insane. They do not need to check him. Oh, never mind. That's not. I'm sorry.
That's a meme. I'm going to confirm
It's a
for you.
meme.
That's
It's
a
a meme.
straight meme. You just got memed, my friend. But Salty doing the meme with themselves. Taking out a player. Dalton removed. The healer gone. Viper strikes back, though, the former Rudolph, to make it a 4 versus 4.
Very nice shot. He's really using that ult, especially where you want him to. Salty still continuing with those frags. He likes having that glowing Vandal.
Oh,
Finding
baby.
3 now. And you can see the change in the skin. It really comes to life when you're that top frag. But now, Cry not able to find a single one, as Clarky will be the one to find that headshot.
Getting it done. Getting it done in style. Yeah, someone told me that the other day, actually. I think it was Keg, when I saw Keg casting some Val and was talking about, yeah, the champion skin. When it glows, it has that certain glow when you are the top frag of the entirety of the server. Rudolph, I think the only player to be close to Salty, but not in rounds. In frags alone, the rounds have not been going Blue Gold B's way. They've had timeouts. They've had moments to try and slow the pace down, but nothing's working.
Here.
Salty. Still here. Gonna catch the dash going right across. Can you shoot the Jet while she's dashing, or is it like a very specific shot to hit? Doesn't really matter though, because DKT will be hitting the shot onto 10-10, and that's a very useful one. Duck on the aggressive push so far, looking to shut down Salty, but he is getting killed by his different stage, and he'll be able to find a second headshot. Twitchy also able to find Dalton. That forces Rudolph to leave their Viper's pit and right into the unloving arms of Clarky. An unfortunate, flawless round, as we're going to see Roger State move on to match point. But not just that, this is series point.
This is serious point. This is curtains, right? If this is to be gone for the likes of RSU, if they're able to put this over the finish line, down the chutes of success, well, that'd be theirs. GG. Straight into the Nationals. Get the invitation to that event when it rolls round. But you've got to have a one-track mind. You know, I think too far ahead. You think of the here, you think of the now. What do we need to do to get this across that checkered line?
Well, use those ultimates. They have all these ultimates. Duck eating a bit of damage, able to shift a little bit of it out, but there's the quick heal. The ability of these healers is coming to full fruition this round. First ultimate going out. Twitchy, we know that he's been able to tap this round. That will be the first Seekers coming out. Looking for the head first. Not able to find any of them. Not even the Seeker. Swinging out, we'll be able to find Duck. Lit up to 19 health. Once again, dual healers will be able to help them get right back up. Second round of Seekers now coming out thick, finding DKT. That's one of these ultimates shut down for the round, making things a lot easier. But Salty finding thick. They've made their way onto the A site. There's the res on the DKT, and what does that mean? As soon as they're back up and living, that means that they're going to be activating that ultimate that puts Blue Gold in the most undesirable position possible. Clarky will be able to find Dalton. Twitchy onto Rudolph. All of them to 10-10 with the Marshall. And there's DKT with the superior rifle. Ending things off, and that will be Rogers State University as your winners.
RSU, you are going to be the victors of this best of 5. What a best of 5 series that was. The underdog story, it's going to be actuality, not just theory, not just a fable. It's real life. Taking it in a 3 sweep, and it's got to be called a sweep. Nothing else but that. Fun fact about Salty as well, having a look, with sort of going over the facts that we do see. Salty does not own a PC, but you'd be shocked. You'd be appalled. You'd be disgusted if you're looking at the frags in the server to see that, because Salty impressed me today and looks like Salty owns a supercomputer without a frags that we saw put in the server. Doesn't own a PC. Crazy. It's 2021. Maybe someone should tell Salty that.
I don't have a PC.
You don't have a PC? What? Whoa, I guess I'm going to have to sort you out as well. Man, get a PC.
Not looking forward to the end of the stream.
Sorry, man. Feel bad,
regardless, we are lucky enough to have an interview with our victor. So we don't know who we're going to get yet. But regardless, do not go anywhere because I know this interview is going to be an interesting one. You guys all go refill your water bottle, and we'll see you back here in 2 to 5 minutes. Buenos noches, NECC. I'm Binks. I'm joined here again by Kappa Frog. And
you had to.
I had
Je
to.
m'appelle Zaven. That's as much as my French goes. It sounds
That
so
was
English
Spanish.
too. I know it was Spanish, but I just wanted to prove that I was more ethnic and diverse than you. I failed
Je
epically.
peux parler en français.
Oh, here we go. He's gonna. You're literally
Let me
Chamber, aren't
pull
you? In
out my
disguise.
Oh no, Chamber doesn't speak French, but someone who might speak French, I don't know, is Salty, and he's who I have here with me today for our interview. How's it going, Salty?
It's going good. It's going good.
Do you speak French?
I do not speak French.
He's not the living.
I speak English.
Do you speak Spanish?
No.
Okay, then he's not Reina and he's not Chamber. But we tried. We tried to figure it out.
Can't confirm.
Regardless, you may not be these agents, but you surely know how to frag on them. Because I was just doing some quick math, and I don't know if you want to hear your stats for the entire games.
Oh, tell us.
74, 33, and 16.
Holy.
My gosh.
And most of those deaths came in the first game. Breeze,
yeah,
you died
first game,
4
I
times.
definitely...
Breeze, you died 4 times. We'll work in reverse. Then if we move backwards onto the second map, you died 3 times. And that was on Split. And then 9 times we'll still get... Or sorry, not... Oh, I read the wrong stats.
Hey, man, you know what? Binks, I think the point that you're getting at is you didn't die much today, Salty, and you got a lot of frags. And from what you mentioned there, Binks, that is a lot of frags, mate, isn't it? That's so many.
It is. It's a crazy amount. 74. So, Salty, I have to ask you, my friend, is Aim Labs the secret, or how are you hitting these crack shots?
Yeah, I recently got Aim Labs.
No way.
A couple of months ago. My friends were telling me about it, so I played that. But other than that, honestly, I just play deathmatch on Valorant, or I warm up with bots, obviously. But that's
okay. Well, you heard it first here at the NECC. Aim Labs does make a difference. Binks, that's a banger of a question, man. That's fire hot.
It is fire hot. But do you know what else is fire hot? You're supposed to say what?
Spill the beans. Tell me. It's
beans.
Late, man. It's late. I'm missing the butt of these jokes here. What's crazy, man?
The ability for every single player on Rogers. I was gonna make a Rogers internet joke, but they're American. They don't get the joke, so it kind of failed. Every single player in your team seemed to be working in perfect unison. How exactly were you guys orchestrating that? What did the comms sound like?
So we got here early, and we have 2 practices a week, but on match day we go over each map that we're playing, and we go through every one of our sites of what we're gonna do, what the timing is gonna look like. So like on Breeze, we got the play from mid where we spin the sky flash over. We worked on that for like 15 to 20 minutes today, getting the timing down where we don't flash our jet, and then I can peek mid doors. And every time we did it, we ended up getting the frag off the jet. But it was just nice seeing how it worked, after putting all the work in this morning and this afternoon of trying to get that strat to work.
Yeah, that's so cool, man. Like we were in awe. I think the whole game, we were in awe of the mid control that you were dominating with that setup. And to hear you turned up early to put in kind of the pre-runs around the track, that's dedication.
Yeah, it was very nice. All to the team out there. They worked perfectly.
Yeah. It seemed like so. I've only got the one question. You asked so many banger questions, and not to take away from you, Binks, those kind of summarize everything I was looking for an answer for today, apart from one thing. It came from the casting desk. I'm sure viewers wondering too. You were Chamber. You've got Headhunter, but you weren't hunting heads with that ability. Is there a rhyme to the reason with this, or what's going on? Spill the beans, because you still played exceptionally. You still had the glowing champion Vandal, but without the hidden Headhunter. What's happening with that?
Yeah, so I recently unlocked Chamber because it was new, and I used the Headhunter the first game I got on comp, and I missed every single shot. So I just was like, it's not for me. It kind of moves like a Guardian, kind of like when you're aiming in, and I'm not good with the Guardian. And so I think I used it 1 round on Breach, and I died with it on the jet and the halls. But yeah, I'm good with the op, and I'm good with the TPs and the slows. But the Headhunter, I'm just not me.
Hey man,
It's a tough one.
you didn't need it, and that's what Binks exactly said. It's like Headhunter's not being used. Don't know if this is a calculated choice, but still, we were seeing the frags raining down, and it goes to show Headhunter not mandatory. It's an option, and yeah, you are so right. The movement is very different to the sheriff, and it can be really awkward sometimes where you move like a sheriff. But it doesn't work with the Headhunter. So there you go, Binks. He did know that Headhunter exists. I was wondering too. I was like, what's going on, man? This guy's cracked, but he's not using that Headhunter. Oh, good. That's it from me, man. Great performance, Stay Salty. Really, a selfless
I have one final
player.
question, though.
Oh, for me?
final.
Yeah.
Not for you. Cup, I'll ask you a question after. It's not all about you, Cup. No.
Sorry, man.
Cup, it's not about you.
Sit back.
No. Come on, Z. You're better than that. Regardless, who would you like to shout out? Because it takes a lot of work. It takes so much work to get here. You mentioned practicing 2 times a week, so anyone you want to shout out? You want to shout out mom, dad, anyone? Go.
Oh, the old Pops and Aunt Nay, they're watching right now. But mainly my team. Like, if you believe it or not, Ultra Twitchy came from CS, never played Valorant before this year. DK, first time ever playing Valorant, and our Sage, Lorlock, he's never played Valorant. Those are all first time players. And then me and Clark, he had the veteran experience coming in, but we practiced a lot and definitely improved very fastly. So I'm just proud of my team for actually being dedicated to the scrims, the practices, and then it's showing because I mean we're here right now. So
yeah,
well, that's phenomenal to hear. I look forward to seeing you guys compete in nationals now that you guys have a guaranteed ticket to get there. And
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Well, now you know you have a guaranteed ticket to nationals, and that will be the chance to compete for some good money. So you don't want to miss out on that. And I know that you guys are going to keep putting in the work, and I'm so interested to see how you guys keep improving. So, behalf on me as well as the staff from NECC, congratulations, and I hope you have a phenomenal night celebrating with your team and family.
Thank you guys. You guys did great.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. Much love, buddy.
Now, we have seen just about everything, Z. We've seen the winners, but now we have to see everyone go to bed, unfortunately. This is the end of the line for us here at NECC. We thank you guys so much for watching. And Kappa, on that note, I think there's nothing else for us to do.
No, that's it for us. That's a wrap. The curtains are closed. RSU going to be closing the curtains on NECC and Navigator Scion Division. Thank you so much for joining us. Please give us a follow at Cup of Frank on all socials, and that handsome devil to my right. See, there we go. The right way I'm pointing there. Binks, please, at BinksCast on the socials, on the Twitter. Give him a follow. New to Valorant, but won't be new for long with those legacy fantastic calls. Have a great rest of your night. Production, you are fantastic. Thank you so much. Keep up the action as well. To the teams too, you are all beautiful, and have a great rest of your Saturday night. Peace.